Things as They Are, Mission Work in Southern India. Written by Amy Carmichael. Originally published in 1903, this version was revised in 2025. Audiobook produced by scrollreader.com, producing free audiobooks and reprinting old classics. Chapter 1, about the book. The Apostle Paul said, "We can do nothing against the truth, but for the truth." Bishop French, India and Arabia, wrote, "There is too little desire to know the actual state of mission work in India, a preference for the showy and attractive over the solid and practical. I will, however, strive not to be swept away by the prevailing tide, but rather to present as plain and unvarnished a statement as possible of what is truly being done, or not done, in the vast field of our foreign labour." 3 friends sat, in the native style, on the floor of an Indian veranda. 2 of them had journeyed to India for several months to witness the struggle as it really was, and indeed they observed it first-hand. They then proposed that the third should compile a collection of letters written from the very heart of the events, transforming them into a book so that others might see precisely what they had seen. The third was hesitant. The world already contains many books. Does it truly require another, especially one of the nature this would be? Writing a book demands both thought and time. These resources the third person possessed in scant measure. Nevertheless, the other 2 resolved to undertake the most laborious part of the task. "Give us the letters, and we shall create the book," they urged, offering reasons that culminated in this very work. This book has sought only to tell the truth. That is all it asserts about its own purpose. The chapter opening quotations, intended to be read rather than merely glanced at, are more valuable than any other element within it. They have been selected from the writings of missionaries who beheld the truth and faithfully proclaimed it. The narrative spans roughly 2 years. We had journeyed from the eastern part of this South Indian district to labour for a while in the far south, the most remote southern outpost of the CMS in India. Chapter 2 plunges into the midst of the beginning. The band sisters are members of a small women's itinerant band. The girls mentioned by their translated names are the young convert girls accompanying us. The ear is Reverend T. Walker. The Amal refers to Mrs. Walker, and the designation Missy Amal is self-explanatory. The picture-catching Missy Amal is the friend who proposed the book's creation. This Tamil name was given to her because it so aptly captured the impression she made upon the Tamil mind. The photographs she secured were not easily obtained. In reserved and conservative India, the camera was regarded as intrusive, and we were frequently thwarted in our efforts. Even when permitted to capture our subject peacefully, we faced challenges that would have discouraged a less determined picture-taker. Adjusting the focus, safeguarding the tripod legs, all while one companion held an umbrella overhead, and another exhorted the subject, who quickly grew restless, to remain still. Such were the trials of the mere mechanical. Finally, I must explain the character of this book. "Tell about things as they actually are," insisted the 2 friends with emphasis. I strove to do so, yet the actual continually eluded me. It was as if one painted smoke and then, pointing to the faint blur, declared, "Behold the battle! The smoking hell of battle! There is the smoke!" I know the poet did not intend this when she coined the evocative phrase, "the dust of the actual," yet it has become the prevailing thought in my mind, for it encapsulates the scope and purpose of this work. Accordingly, I have employed it as the title of one of the chapters. This work does not reveal the actual itself. The principalities, powers, rulers of darkness, and potentials unknown and unimagined, coalesced into one stupendous force, remain unseen. How can we possibly describe them? What we have observed and attempted to depict is but an indication of something indescribable, as insignificant as dust in comparison with the actual. Thus, the book's scope is limited. It merely brushes against the dust, yet its purpose is far more profound, extending into the realm of the actual and our relationship to it. Yet, in merely touching the dust, we encounter the outworkings of an energy so formidable that the descriptive chapters themselves become equally daunting. Such chapters are best read in solitude, in a quiet place with God. For this is a book of battle, composed on a battlefield where the conflict is not mere theatrical display, but stern reality, and nearly every page seems to emerge directly from the very spot where Charles Kingsley once stood when he wrote, "God, fight we not within a cursed world, whose very air teems thick with leagued fiends." Each word we speak has infinite effects. Each soul we pass must go to heaven or hell. And this our one chance through eternity, to drop and die like dead leaves in the break. Earnest, 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 mad if thou wilt. Do what thou dost as if the stake were heaven, and that thy last deed ere the judgment day. Chapter 2, 3 afternoons off the track. They are led captive by Satan at his will in the most quiescent manner. David Brainerd, North America. Oh, that the Lord would pour out upon them a spirit of deep concern for their souls. Henry Martin, India. I ask you earnestly to pray that the gospel may take saving and working effect. James Gilmore, Mongolia. The Western Ghats sweep down to the sea in graceful curves, and Donava lies in one of the final bends. There were no proper roads under the mountains, only rough ruts crossing the plain. We were making our way along one such track at a pace of 2 miles an hour. Our bandy, a springless vehicle with a matte roof, bounced and tumbled as it rumbled over stones and slabs of rock, dipping down one side and rising on the other, until both wheels were sharply askew. Yet such rough handling was usual. On that particular first afternoon the water was out, a South Indian phrase meaning that the tanks, vast reservoir-like lakes, had overflowed and flooded the land. At one point we descended smoothly down a bank into a shallow, swollen pool, where the water rushed in at the lower end and quietly carried our books away. We were forced to stop and fish them out. Then, huddled together at the upper end, we sat somewhat damp but content. Eventually, we arrived at our destination, reached by a lane that had become a stream with a brisk little current of its own. The place is called Cupid's Lake, a fitting name in our view. Its inhabitants belong to various castes, and we first made for the robber quarter. Here the robber caste is held in honour. They provide our watchmen and the coolies who carry our money. There is much good in these people. They are valiant, and though unprepared for what was coming, they met it with fortitude. A little girl noticed it first. A single glance at my hat from the end of the cart, and she dashed off to announce, "Oh, everyone, come and see! A great white man is here! What an astounding spectacle! A great white man!" Then a general rush ensued. Children seemed to spring from the ground, their eyes wide and tongues loosened in astonishment. They cried out, "She isn't a man!" "He is!" "She isn't! But he wears a man's turban!" "But look at her Seelie!" referring to her Tamil dress. The idea that a white person could be a woman so startled them until the band sisters reassured them, and I was permitted into a neighbouring house, a refuge from the sun that made the hat necessary. Once removed, all fear vanished, and the people gathered around in a friendly manner. Later, one of the band was amused by hearing me described in full. Not a man, though great and white, and wearing a white man's turban too. Was it not an appalling spectacle, and the old body who was addressed raised both her hands in amazement and hurried off to investigate. An English magazine recently revealed exactly what these poor women think when, for the first time in their lives, they encounter a lady missionary. They admire her greatly, considering her fairer and more divine than anything they had ever imagined, which is indeed pleasing to read. Yet, in their own words, they declare, was it not an appalling spectacle? A great white man! Now that the spectacle was safely indoors, the instinct of hospitality prompted us to offer clean mats and betel. Betel, pronounced beetle, is the leaf of a climbing plant into which a morsel of areca nut and lime is rolled. The resulting parcel is chewed, though not swallowed. It may not sound elegant, nor is it regarded as such. It is one of the minor trials of life to endure the whole process. We accepted a leaf or two, but explained that it was not our custom to eat it. Then we answered questions straight off for 10 minutes. What is your caste? Shoo! Came a remonstrating tone. Don't you see she is white? Married or widow? Why no jewels? What relations? Where are they all? Why have you left them and come here? What business do you have here? What does the government give you for coming here? These last inquiries presented the opportunity we had been watching for, and we began to explain. And what do these people do when they hear the good tidings for the first time? They simply stare. That day in the house there was an old woman who seemed to grasp a hint of what it was all about, perhaps having heard of it before. But no one else understood in the least. They did not comprehend enough to offer remarks. They sat around us on the floor chewing betel, as is customary in moments of leisure, and they stared. The one old woman who appeared to understand followed us as we left the house, and remarked that although it was a good religion, it was mistaken, since it advocated, or resulted in, the destruction of caste. In the next house we encountered several girls and attempted to persuade their mothers to allow them to learn to read. Regular study grants one a sort of right of entrance to the house, making one's visit less conspicuous and affording better opportunities. Yet, despite our persuasions, they maintained that it was not their custom to permit their girls to learn. Was it necessary for them to perform government work? Learning was reserved for men who wished to do so. We offered a brief explanation and mentioned the many villages where girls are learning to read, but they dismissed the idea as entirely ridiculous. Then we spoke for an hour about the great love of Jesus Christ. I was in the midst of that explanation, thinking only of the message and their souls, when an old woman with fluffy white hair leaned forward and fixed me with a beautiful, earnest gaze. She uttered no words. She simply listened and observed, as if absorbing every syllable. Then she raised a bony hand, clutched her hair, and pointed at mine. "Are you a widow too, that you have no oil on your head?" she asked. After several such encounters, that beautiful gaze lost its charm, coming to mean nothing more than the gentle expression sometimes seen in the eyes of a sorrowful animal. But her question rekindled the discussion. "Oil! No oil! Can you not afford even a halfpenny a month to buy good oil? Is it not your custom? Why not? Do no white Amals ever use oil? What sort of oil do the girls use? Do you never use castor oil for your hair? Oh, castor oil is excellent." And they went into many details. They explained that the first act when a baby is born is to swing it head downward while holding its feet, advising it against sin. The next is to feed it castor oil and to put castor oil in its eyes. We sang aloud, "Do we not practice these things?" They always enjoy a song, and at times it moves them, but the Tamils are not easily swayed and could hardly be called overly emotional. Throughout, there were constant and varied interruptions. 2 bulls ambled in through the open door and settled into their accustomed spots. Then a cow followed, and someone went off to tie the animals up. Children arrived seeking attention, and babies made their customary noises. Rarely did we enjoy 5 consecutive minutes of quiet. When it seemed they were growing weary of our company, we mentioned that time was passing, and they agreed, with a word of hope that we might return, prompting their cordial reply, "Oh, yes, come tomorrow." We stepped out into the street and concluded our meeting in the open air. At one end of the village stood a tree beneath which we gathered. There we sang a chorus and taught the children, who had followed us from house to house, its melody. This performance attracted some passers-by, who listened as we bore witness to Jesus, the one who had saved us and bestowed his joy upon us. Nothing conveys truth more powerfully than this simple testimony. Hearing one of their own people declare, with evident sincerity, "One thing I know, that whereas I was blind now I see," prompted them to exchange knowing glances and nod in sympathy. Such an occurrence appeals to them. It captures their attention when nothing else can. By that time we were utterly exhausted and could neither continue talking nor singing. The crowd dispersed, except for the children, who never seemed to tire, departing one by one, many having heard these things for the first time. What difference will it make in their lives? Did they understand? None appeared especially interested, and no one offered any thoughtful remarks. The last question I heard was about soap. "What sort of soap do you use to make your skin white?" It seems that many would rather learn that secret than the means to obtain a white heart. Afternoon, number 2 found us in the village of the temple, a dilapidated little place, yet a true citadel of pride and the arrogance born of ignorance. We did not realize this at first, but it soon became apparent. There was the usual commotion at the sight of a living white woman. No one there had ever seen such a curiosity. Yet even curiosity could not draw the Brahmins, who dwell along a single straggling street and refuse to admit us. "Go," said a fat old Brahmin disdainfully. "No white man has ever trod our street, and no white woman shall. And as for that low-caste child with you," Victory looked up in her gentle way, and he amended his words to, "that child who eats with those low-caste people, she shall not speak to one of our women. Go by the way you have come." This was disheartening. We exchanged salams and departed, returning to our bandy parked outside, for low-caste bandies are not allowed to travel down Brahmin streets, and asked our master to open another door. While we waited, a tall, well-dressed Hindu approached and offered, "Will you come to my house? I will show you the way." So we followed him. He led us to the Velala quarter adjacent to the Brahmins, and we discovered that his house was the grand residence of the place. The outer door opened into a spacious, square inner courtyard, encircled by a wide veranda supported by elegantly carved pillars. The women's rooms, low and windowless, opened on either side, rooms into which we are always pleased to enter. And now we were ushered right in. But first I needed to speak with the men. They were typical caste Hindus, courteous, for they had no reason to fear the power of the gospel, yet they were keen and argumentative. One of them had evidently read a great deal. He quoted from their classics, knew all about Mrs. Besant and the latest distortion of her views, and was deeply enmeshed in the perplexing labyrinth of Hindu philosophy. Fog wreaths of doubt and blinding eddies drifted. That is essentially what it is, though it is very difficult to prove it so. One truth struck him particularly. Christianity is the only religion that offers deliverance from sin here and now. There exists a system of philosophy that promises deliverance in the future, when the soul, having passed through the initial stages of bliss, loses its individuality and becomes absorbed in God. but it provides no means for present deliverance. Sin shall not have dominion over you. Such a promise is absent from all the million stanzas of the Hindu classics. He admitted this freely, acknowledging that this one tenet distinguishes Christianity as unique. Yet he did not pursue the argument further, showing no desire to prove its truth. Afterward they allowed us to join the women, who had been watching us all the while and discussing us with interest. Safely inside their inner room, we sat on the floor among them and began to form a rapport. There was a grandmother who had heard that white people are not uniformly white, but rather piebald, so to speak, and she wished to examine me. Several matronly women were curious about the marriage arrangements that English parents made for their daughters. There were also the usual widows from large Indian households, women one cannot help but regard with a special longing, and a dear young girl in a soft blue Seelie Tamil dress, her ears adorned with clusters of pearls, and her neck laden with 5 or 6 necklets worth hundreds of rupees. She was soon to be married, and aside from the customary gentle courtesy expected of a well-brought-up Tamil girl, she showed little further interest in us. Almost all the women had questions to ask. On the track they had already satisfied their natural curiosity concerning the Missy Amals, but here, having not had that chance, if we ignored their inquiries we would have defeated our own purpose. Though they appeared to listen, they were really occupied with wondering about us. At length we captured their full attention and departed, cheered by their warm invitations to return. Then we considered the poor proud Brahmins, and, hoping that during our absence they had inquired about us and might now permit our entry, we approached them again. We could see the fair faces and slender figures of the younger Brahmin women standing in the shadows behind their veranda pillars. Some appeared inclined to let us in, yet the street remained closed. A Brahmin street is like a house. One may not enter unless expressly allowed. There was one kind-faced, courtly old man who seemed to sympathize with us. He left the mocking group of men and came to see us off. Then, as if to divert our attention from weightier matters, he pointed to a nearby mountain, a spur of the famous God King's Mountain, renowned throughout South India, and volunteered to recount its story. We were delighted to befriend him, even over something as modest as a mountain. Yet he spoke of nothing else, and when he departed we felt perplexed, sorrowful, and fatigued by the inability to fully impart our message. We then sat on a rock outside the Brahmin street, waiting till the band sisters gathered for the homeward walk. By sunset the sky was shrouded in dull grey clouds, yet just above the Brahmin quarter a rift appeared in the grey, letting a pent-up gold shine through. It seemed as if God were pouring his beauty upon the Brahmins, urging them to look up, but they would not. One by one we saw them retreat to their various courtyards, where the golden glow could not reach, and we heard them shut their great heavy doors, as though shutting him out. Inside it was dark. Outside, in the presence of God, it was light. The afterglow, the loveliest light of the east, shone through the rent in the clouds, bathing the red-tiled roofs, the scarlet flowers of the flame of the forest, and every hue that could respond in radiant beauty. The Brahmin quarter lay amid deep green shadowed trees. Just beyond, the mountains rose outlined in mist, and from that mist a waterfall gleamed white against blue. We spent afternoon number 3 in the village of the Warrior, a lonely little place isolated on a vast, rough moorland, if one may call a barren patch of land devoid of heather, where palms and scrub grow in clumps, a moor. It took us quite a while to reach it over very broken ground on an exceedingly hot day, but upon arrival we found such an inviting opening that we quickly forgot our weariness and entered in rejoicing. At the village entrance some small children were playing, and they promptly led us to their own house, forming friendships in the most charming way as they trotted along beside us. They recounted their family histories, and we shared as much of ours as was necessary. Soon they introduced us to their mothers as old acquaintances. The mothers, indulgent and kind, allowed us a room to ourselves in the inner courtyard, where a dozen or more children gathered and listened with refreshing zest. They understood, precious little ones though their elders often did not. Then the mothers became engaged gathering around the door, while the girls remained with me. We customarily divide into two groups. The elder, more experienced sisters proceed in one direction, while the young convert girls accompany me. Before long, Jewel of Victory spoke passionately about the great things God had done for her. She has a most endearing manner with the women, and they listened in rapt attention. Others then shared their stories, and the women continued to listen. They were more discerning than our audience the previous day, though they did not grasp every detail. They listened splendidly to the narrative portion of our message, even if, as is often the case, their understanding of its deeper meaning was minimal. We were saddened, and I think they were too, when a commotion outside disturbed us, and we later learned its cause. The village postman, who visits these remote places only once a week, had arrived bearing a letter for the head of the house. One of the men had read it. It announced the death of the son in foreign parts, Madras, I believe, and the poor old mother's sole wish was to see us leave the room. Though she had been reluctant to turn us out, as the news spread more women gathered, clamouring at the door. And the moment we left the room empty, they rushed in, mother and all the women who had listened to us, flinging themselves on the floor and crying the Tamil lament of sorrow, laden with its own pathos. Ayyo! 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 It was heartbreaking to leave them thus in tears, yet at that moment it was best for us to depart. The children accompanied us to the well outside the village, where we sat on its wall and resumed our talk. They hardly let us leave, begging us to come back and teach them every day. Not the gospel, do not imagine their little hearts long for that, but reading, writing, and arithmetic. As we drove off, some villagers smiled and exchanged salams, and the final words of the little children echoed after us, "Come back soon!" Sometimes when we arrive in a new place, we harbour a dream, a hope that perhaps at last it might be possible to win souls peacefully. Perhaps these courteous, kind people will embrace the message we bring when they come to understand it more fully. Perhaps homes need not be torn asunder. Perhaps entire families will come to believe, or individual members who believe may continue to live in their own homes and bear witness there. Perhaps. And fragments of verse drift through our dream. Oh, might some sweet song thy lips have taught us, some glad song and sweet, guide amidst the mist and through the darkness, lost ones to thy feet. It sounds so beautiful and effortless, singing souls to Jesus, and we nurture our dream until, suddenly and with a jolt, we are awakened. Someone, a mere girl, a lad, or even a little child, has believed, has confessed, and now desires to be a Christian. In an instant, the entire caste is stirred. The whole countryside joins in, and those whom we almost believed loved us now turn to hate. And until we reach the next new place, we never again dream that dream. Chapter 3. Humdrum. Reverend J. Haywood Horsburgh, China. A missionary's life is more ordinary than is supposed. Plod, rather than cleverness, is often the best missionary equipment. Miss S. S. Hewlett, India. Truly, to understand the facts of work for Christ in any land, we must strip it of all romance and of everything which is unreal. Lately, there have been moments when I clung to one scripture with all my strength. It is required in stewards that a man be found faithful. Praise God, it does not promise success. One evening, everything reached a climax. We had spent an entire afternoon without securing a single attentive listener. As usual, we divided into pairs and set off for different quarters of a large, languid, ramshackle village. Life and I went to the Potter's Quarter. Life delivered her message earnestly to a group of indifferent women. Once she finished, one of them pointed at my hat, the only visible mark of my foreignness. How I longed to dispense with it. "What is that?" she inquired. They cared nothing to hear more, and one by one they returned to their work, leaving us alone. We then proceeded to another quarter and encountered much the same indifference. At a rest house along the way I noticed a Brahman and approached him to see if he would listen. He would if I would talk about politics or education, but not if the subject was religion. Nevertheless, I managed to plead with him to consider the salvation of his soul, and he accepted a book, promising to read it in his own time. Then he asked me how many people I had succeeded in joining to my way since I began my efforts. It was exactly the question, the very one the devil had pressed on me all afternoon. After that, he courteously informed me that we were like those who keep knocking our heads against a rock. We might break our heads, but we would never move the rock. "Rock, rock, when wilt thou open?" An old cry which I repeated anew. Yet the Brahmin merely smiled and, with a gesture conveying both his condescension in addressing me and his total disdain for my faith, signalled for me to go. Outside on the road a group of Hindus had gathered, some of them his retainers and friends. As I passed among them, I overheard one remark, "Who will fall into the pit of the Christian way?" They laughed, and the Brahmin joined in, adding, "As the filth of the world, the offscouring of all things, unto this day." We then strolled along a road shaded by magnificent banyan trees. Sitting beneath their cool cover, we waited for what might transpire. A few small children trailed us, but before we could communicate a single idea to them, a man arrived and hurried them away, saying, "It is getting dark." They are only little green things. They must not be out late. Although it was broad daylight, and would remain so for another hour, some coolies passing by paused to observe us. Yet before they could show genuine interest, they too remarked that darkness was approaching, and promptly went on their way. Thereafter we were left entirely to ourselves. Within a 5-minute walk were at least 500 souls, redeemed yet unaware of it, redeemed yet unwilling to acknowledge it. Occasionally they seem inclined to learn, but no matter how gently you explain, the keen Hindu mind quickly discerns that redemption implies the loss of caste. Just last week, while visiting the village of the Red Lake, I stood in one of its courtyards and saw the Western Ghats rising abruptly behind us. The Red Lake lies at the foot of the mountain. We call it Derwentwater, though here there are palms and bamboos rather than the craggy features of Friar's Crag. That afternoon, as I was en route to a house in the village centre, an elderly lady beckoned me to her home, and I gladly followed. There 6 or 8 women were gathered, more or less willing to listen, including 2 very elderly ones. Typically, old people in India are either too entrenched in their own faith or too set in their ways to entertain a different view. Yet this lady had been stirred into active thought by the recent death of a relative, feeling that she needed something more to prepare her for death. She appeared devout, with ashes marked on her brow and arms, and wearing an oversized rosary, a token worn to accumulate merit. I did not mention it as I spoke, but in some dim way she seemed to feel it clashed with my message, for with trembling hands she removed it and tossed it to a child. I hoped this signified something definite, and tried to lead her to Jesus. But as soon as she grasped who he was, she recoiled. "I cannot be a disciple of your guru here. Would my relations bear such defilement?" After all, being a Christian meant sooner or later leaving her home and all her people forever. Can you wonder that an old lady of perhaps 75 should hesitate at that thought? In the village of the warrior, the little children are forbidden to learn. The men of the village have conferred and reached that decision. Its severity has even chilled the small ones, who fear the scolding they might receive if they show too much interest in us. The mothers remain as friendly as ever, yet indifferent. "We hear this is a religion which spoils our caste," they say, and that is that. In the great house of the temple village they listened attentively for several weeks, but once it dawned on them that Christianity recognizes no caste at all, their interest waned. How I would love to recount a different story. But a fabricated tale is one thing, and a narrative of facts is entirely another. Thus far we have encountered only two genuinely earnest souls here. Yet if those two continue on, praise God for the hope ahead. We then returned to the potter's village and sat on a narrow veranda to speak with a girl who was skillfully shaping pots in the space left by the wheel. After listening for a while, she asked, "If I come to your way, will you give me a new seelie and good curry every day?" Once again we were taken back to the very beginning, as an old grandfather, spinning his wheel, chuckled at our seeming folly in spending time with potters. "As if we would ever turn to your religion," he said. "Have you ever heard of a potter who changed his caste?" Caste and religion, they are so intertwined that disentangling them seems impossible. For a potter, his caste defines his trade, the inherited occupation of his clan for generations. It encompasses all the observances and rituals that come with it. In short, it is his life. It would never occur to him that he could be both a Christian and a potter simultaneously. Indeed, the very sentiment of caste would oppose that notion. Then what else could he be? He does not debate these matters. He cares little to ponder them. His sole concern in life is to make pots and sell them, to produce more and sell them, and thereby to live in quiet contentment. Yet this girl appeared to hold more promise. She asked questions and showed genuine interest. Finally, she suggested that we wait until she finished her current batch of pots, promising that she would tell us all her mind. So we waited and observed her deft brown hands as they worked around the gaping hole until it closed. At last, when she was finished, she led us away from the cluster of curious children and said that if we returned in 3 days, she would be ready to join our way and accompany us. She explained that her work at home was demanding, her food was meagre, and her seelie outdated. Yet she believed it worthwhile to risk the wrath of her people for the knowledge we could impart. That was all she had to say. She had touched upon a profound difficulty. How are we to live in India without arousing such desires? Indeed, the Brahmins look down on us, and the higher castes certainly hold us in disdain, yet to the majority we appear rich, grand, and desirable for cultivation. The phenomenon of an ulterior object society is a reality in South India. We may remove all expensive-looking items from our tables and all pictures and ornaments from our walls, confining ourselves to texts. This does help. There is less to distract those who come to see us, and with fewer things to manage it is a considerable advantage, but it does little to dispel the image they have of our true status. We remain above them, not equal, not one of their own. The houses we inhabit are spacious and well ventilated, and they do not comprehend our need for protection from the sun. The food we consume is plentiful and of good quality, which appears luxurious to them, for they subsist on rice and vegetable curry at the modest cost of 2d a day. Our walls may be bare, but they are kept clean, and our texts remain intact and unmarred at the corners. In every way, we are perceived as rich. Many missionaries aspire to identify closely with the people they seek to win, yet the obstacles remain constant. Climate and customs are resolutely opposed to it. How can we bridge that gap? George Bowen embraced English life and strove to become as Indian as possible, yet even he could not entirely blend in. No matter how far one goes, there is always a distance one cannot cover, whether yards or inches. That fatal gap remains. We seem so unmistakably set apart, elevated in every respect, while we long to descend to the very lowest level to uplift lost souls. Time and again, if given the chance, through text, hymn and story, we must explain what things truly mean before our listeners can grasp even a fraction of the truth. The fact that this girl had taken the time to shape her thoughts was encouraging, and with such a slender hope, we persevered. Yet, after several weeks of visits, when she began to realise that the matter was not merely about curries and sealies, but about inward, invisible gifts, her interest faded, and by the time we departed she was either gone or too busy patting her pots to listen further. We have aptly named this work Humdrum, for it truly is so. There is no inherent romance in the life of a potter except as captured in poetry, nor is there much romance in missions except on platforms and in books. Yet, though it's dull at whiles, there is joy in the doing of it, the joy in simple obedience. He said, "Go, tell," and we have gone and are telling, meeting him as we go and tell. But, dear friends, do not expect us to recount great exploits as an everyday matter. Our aim is lofty. It is India for Christ, and before the gods who reign here, we sing songs unto him. Yet we must confess this: do not anticipate every true story to dovetail neatly into another with a marvellous coincidence or miraculous conversion. Most days in real life conclude much as they began, at least in visible result. Rarely, when we visit the humble mud houses of heathendom, does anyone inside pray for our arrival. I recently read a missionary account founded on fact, in which events of this sort were remarkably dramatic. They simply do not occur here. Practical missionary life is unexciting. It is not sparkling with incident. It is, at times, exceedingly prosaic. Chapter 4. Correspondences. Reverend Barclay F. Buxton, Japan. It is very pleasant when you are in England and you see souls being saved, and you see the conviction of sin, and you see the power of the gospel to bring new life and new joy and purity to hearts. But it is still more glorious amongst the heathen to see the same things, to see the Lord there working his own work of salvation, and to see the souls convicted and the hearts broken, and to see there the new life and the new joy coming out in the faces of those who have found the Lord Jesus. Before putting this chapter together, I have looked long at the photograph which fronts it. The longer one looks, the more pitiful it seems. Perhaps one reads into it all that one knows of her, all one has done for her, how one has failed, and this makes it sadder than it may be to other eyes. And yet can it fail to be sad? Hood's lines reversed describe her. All that is left of her now is not womanly. The day we took her photo, she was returning from her morning worship at the shrine. She had poured her libation over the idol, walked round and round it, prostrated herself before it, gone through the prayers she had learned off by heart, and now was on her way home. We had gone to her village to take photographs and had just got the street scene in the morning light. The crowd followed us, eager to see more of the doings of the picture-catching box, and she, fearing the defiling touch of the mixed castes represented there, had climbed up on a granite slab by the side of the road and stood waiting till we passed. There we saw her, and there we took her, for to our surprise she did not object, and now here she is, to show with all the force of truth how far from ideal the real may be. We looked at her as I look at her now, stripped of all God meant her to have when He made her, deep in the mire of the lowest form of idolatry, a devotee of Siva. She had been to Benares and bathed in the sacred Ganges, and therefore she is wholly beyond the reach of doubt. She has no room for any sense of the need of Christ. She pities our ignorance when we talk to her. Is she not a devotee? Has she not been to Benares? Often and often we meet her in the high caste houses of the place, where she is always an honoured guest because of her wonderful sanctity. She watches keenly then, lest any of the younger members of the household should incline to listen to us. One of her relatives is an English-educated lawyer, a bitter though covert foe, who not long ago stirred up such opposition that we were warned not to go near the place. Men had been hired to fall upon us and beat us. This because a girl, a connection of his, read her Bible openly instead of in secret, as she had done before. He connected this action on her part with a visit we had paid to the house, and so induced certain of the baser sort to do this thing. We went, however, just the same, as we had work we had promised to do, and saw the old gentleman sitting on the veranda reading his English newspaper in the most pacific fashion. He seemed surprised to see us as we passed with a salaam. We saw nothing of the beaters, and returned with whole bones, to the relief of the community at large. Only I remember one of our band was woefully disappointed. "I thought perhaps we were going to be martyrs," she said. And so we realise, as so often in India, the power of both extremes, the one with all the force of his education, and the other with all the force of her superstition, each uniting with the other in repelling the coming of the Saviour both equally need. As one looks at the photograph, does it not help in the effort to realise the utter hopelessness, from every human point of view, of trying to win such a one, for example, to even care to think of Christ? There is, over and above the natural apathy common to all, an immense barrier of accumulated merit gained by pilgrimages, austerities, and religious observances, and the soul is perfectly satisfied and has no desire whatever after God. It is just this self-satisfaction which makes it so hopeless to try to do anything with it. And yet nothing is hopeless to God. Set no borders to his strength, a Japanese missionary said. We say it over and over again to ourselves, in the face of some great hopelessness, like that photograph before us. And sometimes, as if to assure us it is so, God lifts some such soul into light. Just now we are rejoicing in a letter from the eastern side of the district, telling us of the growth in the new life of one who only a little while ago was a temple devotee. One has often longed to see him work as he worked of old, healing the sick by the word of his power, raising the dead, but when we see him gathering one, and such a one, from among the heathen to give thanks unto his holy name and to triumph in his praise, one feels that indeed it is a miracle of miracles, and that greater than a miracle wrought on the body is a miracle wrought on the soul. But nothing I can write can show you the miracle it was. In that particular case, it was like seeing a soul drawn out of the hand of the ruler of darkness. All salvation is that in reality, but sometimes, as in her case, when the whole environment of the soul has been strongly for evil in its most dangerous phase, then it is more evidently so. Perhaps we should explain. We understand that, in its broadest sense, environment simply means all that is. This includes the existence of certain beings described as powers in Ephesians 6:12. Some of us remain largely unaware of this aspect of our environment, having no conscious interaction with it, yet it exists. Others, however, actively seek and engage with it, to their certain and dreadful loss. Such a subject can hardly bear handling in language. Thank God we know so little about it that we do not know how to speak of it accurately. Neither, indeed, do we wish to intrude into those things which we have not seen by any attempt at close definition. But we know there is this unhallowed correspondence between men and demons, which in old days drew down, as a lightning conductor, the flash of the wrath of God. Here in India it exists. We often almost touch it, but not quite. We would not go where we knew we should see it, even if we might. So, unless we happen upon it, which is rare, we never see it at all. A year ago I saw it, and that one look made me realize, as no amount of explanations ever could, how absolutely out of reach of all human influence such souls are. Nothing can reach them, nothing but the might of the Holy Ghost. So I close with this one look. Will you pray for those to whom in the moonless night, at the altar by the temple, there is the sudden coming of that which they have sought, the possession, the afflatus, which forever after marks them out as those whose correspondences reach beyond mortal ken? All devotees have not received this awful baptism, but in this part of India many have. We were visiting in a high caste house. The walls were decorated with mythological devices, and even the old wood carvings were full of idolatrous symbols. The women were listening well, asking questions and arguing, until an old lady, came in. Then they were silent. She sat down and discussed us. We thought we would change the subject, and we began to sing. She listened, as they always do, interrupting only to say, "That's true! That's true!" Till, suddenly, I cannot describe what, something seemed to come over her, and she burst into a frenzy, exclaiming, "Let me sing! Let me sing!" And then she sang, as I never heard anyone sing before, the wildest, weirdest wail of a song all about idolatry, its uselessness and folly, its sorrow and sin. So far I followed her, for I knew the poem well, but she soon turned off into regions of language and thought unreached as yet by me. Here she got madly excited, and swaying herself to and fro seemed lashing herself into fury. Nearer and nearer she drew to us. We were on the floor beside her. Then she stretched out her arm with its clenched fist and swung it straight for my eye. Within a hair's breadth she drew back and struck out for victories. But God helped her not to flinch. Then I cannot tell what happened, only her form dilated, and she seemed as if she would spring upon us, but as if she were somehow held back. We dare not move for fear of exciting her more. There we sat for I know not how long, with this awful old woman's clenched fist circling round our heads, or all but striking into our eyes, while without intermission she crooned her song in that hollow hum that works upon the listener, till the nerve of the soul is drawn out, as it were, to its very farthest stretch. It was quite dark by this time. Only the yellow flicker of the wind-blown flame of the lamp made uncertain lights and shadows round the place where we were sitting, and an eerie influence fell on us all, almost mesmeric in effect. I did not need the awestruck whispers round me to tell me what it was. But oh, I felt, as I never felt before, the reality of the presence of unseen powers, and I knew that the actual itself was in the room with me. At last she fell back, exhausted, trembling in every limb. Her old head hit the wall as she fell, but I knew we must not help her. It would be pollution to her if we touched her. The people all round were too frightened to move, so she fell and lay there quivering, her glittering eyes still fixed on us, and she tried to speak, but could not. Softly we stole away, and we felt we had been very near where Satan's seat is. Think of someone you love, as I did then, of someone whose hair is white like hers. But the face you think of has peace in it, and God's light lightens it. Then think of her as we saw her last, the old face torn with the fury of hell, and for light the darkness thereof. Oh, friends, do you care enough? Do we care enough out here? God give us hearts that can care. Chapter 5. The Prey of the Terrible. Hester Needham, Sumatra. I believe we are in the midst of a great battle. We are not the ones fighting. Rather, we are simply receiving whatever comes our way. The powers of light are combating the powers of darkness, and they will assuredly prevail. The Holy Spirit is at work, even though the people have not yet recognized it as the Spirit. The devil's favourite tactic these days is to send interested individuals to distant places. We have witnessed several who appeared close to embracing the kingdom, only to vanish suddenly. There was Wreath from the village of the temple. At first she listened quietly from the doorway while we gathered on the veranda. Then she grew bolder and openly requested to see and speak with Golden. One day, unexpectedly, Golden was taken to Red Lake Village and, to her surprise, found Wreath there. Wreath had been removed from the village of the temple and placed with other relatives under even stricter watch. Yet, God guided Golden, without her even realizing it, to the very house where Wreath was. And so she heard her again. On a subsequent visit, Golden could not see Wreath alone, but somehow Wreath made her understand that if she went to a particular tree near the women's bathing place, at a set time the following week, they might meet there. Golden went, and they met. Wreath confessed that she believed in the message but could not risk breaking caste or tarnishing her family's name. They had been kind to her, and she could not disgrace them. Still, her eagerness to learn more filled us with hope, for we believed that God's love would ultimately prevail. However, the next time Golden visited, she found no trace of Wreath, who has not been seen since. Rumour has it that she was carried off over the mountains, hundreds of miles away. In another village, a bright and perceptive 17-year-old boy listened attentively while we taught the women. Captivated, he openly defended the gospel when the village elders criticised it. After a few weeks, he mustered the courage to see the ayah. Known throughout the countryside for his intelligence, having studied the Tamil classics, and his connection with one of the region's chief temples, he was well recognised. A fortnight after his visit here, our band travelled to his village. They learned that he had married and left, though no one could say where he went. It appears his relatives, upon hearing of his association with us, he had even been encouraged to mention it, hurriedly arranged his marriage and sent him off immediately. Thus another key turned, locking him into Hinduism. In the village of the Wind, a young girl earned a reputation as an inquisitor. Her caste quickly spread word from village to village, rallying relatives and acquaintances to prevent her from learning more. When we went to see her, we discovered she had been moved elsewhere. Even when we visited this new location, often mentioned to us with invitations to come, the news was that she had already been transferred again. For weeks she was shuffled about until we finally traced her, only to find her thoroughly cowed and unwilling to show any interest in us. It is often this way, when a soul is so delicately balanced that the slightest touch disrupts it. An external force intervenes abruptly, causing it to tremble and then fall on the wrong side. The reason for such vigilant opposition is that across the 5,000 square miles we call our field, seeds of the gospel are beginning to take root. Some seeds are being sown in England, and some in heaven, sowers and reapers, English and Tamil, rejoicing together. This news spreads from town to town and out to the villages, inevitably provoking resistance. Sometimes a promising patch of ground is trampled, killing the young seedlings. Sometimes the seedlings appear to be uprooted altogether. When we report this to our master, he explains, "An enemy has done this." Yet, since the extent of the enemy's interference is directly proportional to the magnitude of God's work, we see it as an encouraging sign, despite its hindrance. Satan would not trouble himself to fight if there were nothing worth attacking. He does not object to the spread of a preliminary knowledge of the doctrine, or even a sincere appreciation of it. Often people remark on how excellent it is, stating that they no longer worship idols, but only the true God. Even a heathen mother will have her child recite its teachings, and a father will share how it recounts Bible stories. For the newcomer, it might even be featured in the magazine, and at home it resonates as conversion. All this proceeds peacefully, until something reveals that the doctrine is not merely a creed, but carries a living power, and then opposition arises. This opposition is particularly fierce when it involves a boy or young man, since older caste members rarely change their religion in this part of South India. But when it comes to a girl, the caste is struck at its most vulnerable point, and the reaction is intense. It seems as though both men and demons conspire to keep such a girl in the clutches of the terrible. There is a young girl in Cupid's Lake village whose heart the Lord opened some weeks ago. She is gentle, timid, and deeply devoted to her mother. "Can it be right to break my mother's heart?" she asked us in despair. We urged her to try and win her mother's favour, but her mother reacted with fury. The moment she realized that her daughter wished to follow Jesus, or join the way, as the girl expressed it, she confiscated her books, burned them, and forbade her ever to mention the subject again. Then she roamed from village to village, determined to thwart our work. At last, the situation reached a crisis. The girl was told to commit what she felt would be a sin against God. She refused, and they resorted to sheer brute force. Gathering her courage for a desperate escape, she attempted to reach us, but in the darkness she lost her way and was forced to return home. The next morning, the village priest spread a tale that his God had appeared to him, informed him of her attempted escape, and declared that she would try again twice, promising, "But each time I will stand in her way and turn her back." This account understandably startled the girl. "Is his God stronger than Jesus?" she asked in genuine perplexity. We explained that we believed the story was fabricated to frighten her. The priest had seen her and then invented the rest. Yet twice since that day, driven by desperate circumstances, the girl has tried to reach us, and each time she has been turned back. Now she is kept under strict guard, for everyone in the area is aware of her determination to become a Christian. Do you suggest telling her to remain at home and bear it patiently? We do advise her to endure when we can visit her, but we also add, until God provides a way of escape. And if you truly understand the hardships within a Hindu home and what may transpire there, you would not counsel her otherwise. Now imagine that there are no other obstacles than those negative ones. Have you ever considered what it would be like to swap places with such a girl? Have you thought about how nearly impossible it is for her to grow spiritually when all forms of support are completely cut off and her soul is not deeply rooted in God? Even living plants need water, sunlight, and air. Infants require milk. You already struggle to grow, judging by the constant complaints about leanness, yet you are surrounded by every possible aid. A complete Bible rather than a fragment, numerous good books, hymnals and spiritual writings, weekly sermons, many meetings for edification, and perhaps an annual convention. Now, imagine stripping all of that away. Close your Bible and forget it entirely, as if you had never known all that you have read or heard except for the bare facts of the gospel. Forget those verses that once strengthened you, the beautiful hymns and the inspiring sermons. Likewise, erase all memories of God's loving dealings with you and others, a luxury a Hindu does not possess. Then try to live in a den of adversity and cultivate saintliness. Even you would struggle, but the case of this Hindu girl is 1,000,000 times more difficult. Reflect on that life, and if you can, tell her she must be resigned to it as the will of God. Yet you could never claim that it is His will. It is the will of the terrible, who clings so fiercely to his prey that he would tear it limb from limb rather than let it go. We are often asked to share stories of converts, and such accounts would indeed captivate you. The way God opens paths of escape can be as miraculous as Peter's release from prison, stranger than fiction, and infinitely more fascinating. But those of us who labour in the terrible's lair, who know how he fights to reclaim his prey even after it has escaped, are wary of divulging these stories too freely. We believe that silence is safer, and paradoxically for now it most glorifies God. We have observed a distinct connection between publicity and peril. Experience has taught us to fear any attempt to document spiritual fruit. Just as the ancient Greek artist turned away from a face that held too much to be captured in paint, a face said to have the power to touch hearts, we also withhold these faces from you. May this very act remind those at home of the profound depth within each of them, and of the urgent need to pray for their safety. The names appear because they were mentioned so frequently in our correspondence that omitting them would have altered its character. They are part of one's very life. Since even a brief mention might invite danger unless balanced by the protective influence of earnest prayer, we ask you to pray that God's tender safeguarding may envelop each one of them. Then, when we gather in a place where no sin can infiltrate our words and no harm can follow, they will share their own stories with you, and God will grant you your share of joy as we join in prayer at home. Let us now impress upon you, pray, oh pray for the converts, pray that they may grow in Christ, pray that he may witness the anguish of their souls and be pleased with each one, and pray that we may share in that soulful struggle with him. Nothing less will do. Spiritual growth involves profound struggle, a spiritual agony. I wonder how many of you reading this will truly grasp what I mean. Some may, and so I write it. It is a solemn experience to be drawn into ceaseless prayer until the burdened soul is reborn, and the solemnity persists until Christ is fully formed within them. Converts are a responsibility and a joy. And now we have given you a glimpse of the ongoing events. There are days when nothing appears to be accomplished, and then there are days when the terrible seems almost tangible as he gathers his strength and tears at his prey. It is true that we must fight a separate battle for each soul. Yet we also find strength in this perspective. We are not ourselves fighting, but the powers of light are battling against the powers of darkness, and the victory is merely a matter of time. Shall the prey be taken from the mighty, or shall the captives of the terrible be delivered? But thus saith the Lord, even the captives of the mighty shall be freed, and the prey of the terrible shall be rescued. Chapter 6. Missed Ends. Monsieur François Coillard, Africa. If you only knew what it feels like to find oneself in a place where not even the slightest ray of the gospel has reached. If those friends who now criticize could see from afar what we see and feel what we feel, they would be the first to wonder that those redeemed by Christ remain so backward in devotion and so ignorant of the spirit of self-sacrifice. They would be ashamed of the hesitations that hold us back. We must remember that Jesus did not save the world by standing aloof in glory. He gave himself. Our prayers for the evangelization of the world are bitterly ironic as long as we only offer what is superfluous and shrink from sacrificing ourselves. Reverend Henry Watson Fox, India. Someone must go, and if no one else will, then he who hears the call must go. I hear the call, for God has placed it before me on every side, and I must obey. The tom-toms beat steadily through the night, and the darkness trembled around me like a living thing. I could not sleep, so I lay awake and watched. I saw this vision. I stood on a grassy plain, and before me a sheer precipice dropped into endless space. I looked and saw no bottom, only swirling dark clouds, deep hollows shrouded in shadow, and unfathomable depths. Overwhelmed by the sight, I stepped back, dizzy with fear. Then I saw people moving single file across the grass toward the edge. There was a woman carrying a baby and a small child clinging to her dress. She was right at the brink. I noticed that she was blind. As she lifted her foot for the next step, it met only empty air. In an instant, she and her children went over, and their fall was marked by a piercing cry. More streams of people flowed from every direction, all blind, all heading straight for the precipice. There were shrieks as they suddenly realized they were falling, frantic arms reaching out for something that wasn't there. Some went quietly over, falling without a sound. I wondered in anguish why no one stopped them at the edge. I was rooted to the spot, unable to call out, my voice reduced to only a whisper despite my desperate efforts. I then noticed sentries positioned along the edge, but they were spaced too far apart. Wide, unguarded gaps allowed people to fall unnoticed. To me, the green grass appeared blood red, and the gap yawned like the very mouth of hell. I saw a small, peaceful group gathered under some trees, with their backs turned to the abyss, making daisy chains. Occasionally, when a piercing shriek disturbed the air, they would pause, considering it a vulgar noise. And if anyone among them tried to help, the others would pull that person back. "Why get so excited? Wait for a clear call. You haven't finished your daisy chains yet." "It would be selfish to leave us to finish the work alone," they chided. Another group consisted of people determined to post more sentries, yet very few were willing to go, leaving long stretches of the edge unguarded. Once, a girl stood alone, trying to keep the people back. But her mother and relatives reminded her that her leave was over, and that she must not break the rules. Tired and in need of a break, she left her post, and no one was sent to guard her gap. Over and over people fell as if in a never-ending cascade of souls. At one point a child grasped a tuft of grass growing right at the brink. It clung desperately and cried out, but no one heard. The grass's roots gave way, and with a final cry the child tumbled over, its tiny hands still clutching the torn tuft. A nearby girl, moved by the sound, sprang up, eager to help, but she was quickly scolded, reminded that no one was needed, someone else would guard the gap. And then they began to sing a hymn. Through the hymn came another sound, a cry laden with the pain of 1,000,000 broken hearts, one deep, soul-wrenching sob. A darkness of immense horror swept over me, for I knew that sound well. It was the cry of the blood. Then thundered a voice, the voice of the Lord. And he said, "What hast thou done? The blood of thy brothers crieth unto me from the ground." The tom-toms still beat heavily, and the darkness continued its restless shudder around me. I heard the yells of the devil dancers and the wild, unearthly shrieks of the possessed just outside the gate. What does it matter after all? This has been going on for years, and it will continue. Why make such a fuss about it? God forgive us. God awaken us. Shame us out of our callousness. Shame us out of our sin. One afternoon, a few weeks after that night by the precipice, Victory and I were visiting Red Lake Village when we heard the deep beat of the tom-tom and the shriek of the conch shell, signalling that another soul had been lost beyond our reach. One can never become accustomed to it. We paused and listened. The women we were teaching burst into animated explanations. Oh, he was such a great one. He had received the initiation. There will be a grand ceremony, grander than you have ever seen. They explained that this great one had been initiated into the Hindu mysteries by his family priest, and that the mystical benefits of that initiation were now to revert to the priest. This reversion would be celebrated with ceremony. We watched a procession as they marched down the street, heading for water from a sacred stream to purify him. The women assured us that when they returned, the ceremonies would begin. Shortly after, we passed a large house with a square courtyard surrounded on 3 sides by a veranda filled with women. We longed to enter, but doubted we would be allowed. The courtyard was a scene of controlled chaos, men rushing about, erecting arches and decorating them, servants sweeping, cooking and shouting, while the women laughed and chatted. From within came the sound of a continuous dirge, a sorrowful lament clashing with intermittent laughter, a dissonance that jarred the senses. No one noticed us at first, but eventually a woman beckoned us inside. "We are all defiled today. You may sit with us," she said. Their warm communal nature allowed them to squeeze us in closely. I found comfort in their closeness, though I knew that in a strictly caste-bound part of old India, restraining physical affection among loved ones was a constant struggle. The house door opened onto the veranda, and we could hear the mournful moan of the dirge. "There is sorrow on the sea. It cannot be stilled." There was no quiet, only the unending wail filled with grief, each note tugging at the heart as if it were a tightly strung harp. Yet, oddly, the women outside remained indifferent. It was striking how callous they appeared. Since it was not their own who had died, they chatted and laughed while observing the proceedings, the tying of garlands around arches, the arrangement of offerings for the Brahmins. They seemed more absorbed in the ceremony than in their loss. We tried to steer their thoughts toward the eternal, toward the coming powers of the world to come, but they did not care. Soon a commotion arose. "The men are coming!" they cried. "Run! There is a shady corner under those palms on the far veranda. Hide!" As they shouted, men streamed in, each balancing a brass water vessel on his head. They spotted us, and we braced ourselves to be turned out, expecting a dismissal from the clan's head. But he was our friend. He smiled as we greeted him and pointed to a quiet, secluded spot where we could observe without being too conspicuous. To understand this, one must remember that by nature the Indian is exceedingly courteous, and were it not for caste restrictions, we might have come even closer. Today, however, they were all considered ceremonially unclean, so our presence did not seem polluting. Moreover, the Indian loves a spectacle, whether of sorrow or joy. Life is but a bubble on the water, to be enjoyed while it lasts. They understood our desire to witness the ceremony, and so they allowed us to remain, hopeful for another chance to observe later. Then the ceremonies began. The deceased was carried out and laid in the courtyard beneath an arch of palms. He was old, worn, and thin. His face showed the marks of a lifetime of devotion to Hindu rites, with the emblem of the trident painted on his forehead, a mark he had worn day and night for many years. Had he ever listened to the truth? I cannot say. He must have heard about it, yet he had not embraced it. They told us he died, not knowing what lay on the other side. The water-bearers placed their vessels on the ground, each with a leaf covering its opening. The priest was crowned with a garland of flowers. Then came the bathing. They erected a shelter and carried the body inside with deep reverence. Notably, before the bathing began, the women and children were sent away. a sign of respect for the sacred ritual. While the bathing proceeded, the priests chanted incantations, rang a bell occasionally, waved incense and lit tapers. They sought to draw away that mysterious presence which hovered over the lifeless form, signalling that the divine influence had departed and that the funeral rites could continue. Throughout, the mournful dirge from the house served as a background chorus. Finally, the old man, dressed in white and crowned with flowers, was carried to the other side, a pitiful sight that evoked St. Paul's words, that ye sorrow, not even as others which have no hope. I was struck by how superficial our sympathy could be. The Lord's command moves us not. We are too absorbed in our own self-interest and pleasure, forgetting the cost of our salvation. Oh, how I long for a baptism of true reality and obedience, a cleansing that makes us faithful to the hymns we sing and the vows we take. God, make us true. Forgive all this. That day, watching their actions and listening to their words, it was seared into my heart that we had come too late for that old man, and too late for many of the living. Can you imagine that at such solemn moments one might once again surrender wholly to obey? Rice was prepared for the dead man, and balls of rice were ready to be offered to nourish his spirit after cremation. The Hindus believe an intermediate body is formed and must be fed, for on the 13th day after death it is carried either to heaven or to hell, based on one's earthly deeds. All these ceremonies are steeped in a belief in a future state. They assume the spirit lingers somewhere in darkness, so they try to light its way. One ceremony in particular remains vivid in my mind. All the small grandchildren were gathered and given lit tapers. They processioned around the bier repeatedly, holding their tapers with solemnity and reverence. Then the widow emerged, flanked by 2 women supporting her, and she circled her husband with tears streaming down her face, uttering the widow's wail from deep within her soul. Why had he departed and left her desolate? His spirit had once been as fragrant as sandalwood and as strong as a secure lock. Now the scent was gone and the door stood open. Had the bird truly flown, leaving behind an empty cage? Was he truly gone? Could it be that he must now lie on his funeral pyre, burning upon a bed of logs? Was there no way to reach him, no way to save him? I have searched for thee, but I find thee not. And so the lament continued. I did not absorb all these details at the time. Later, Victory recounted much of it to me. Last time I heard it, she said, I was inside, weeping along with them. As the poor widow circled, she paused at each step to embrace his feet fervently. At times she broke through all restraint and clutched him in her arms. After many rites were performed, the men departed, leaving the women to bid farewell to the body soon to be carried out. Then the men returned and bore him across the courtyard, pausing under the palm arch while the women rushed out, tearing their hair, beating themselves, and wailing uncontrollably. As they lifted the bier, they cried, "Stop! Stop! Will he not speak?" This chant, repeated over and over, would have moved even the coldest heart. When everything was finally over and the lengthy procession, accompanied by the tom-toms and conch shells, vanished from sight, the women gathered again. One by one, each let down her hair, embraced her neighbour, and then all collapsed to the ground, their heads striking it as they rose and swayed in unison, chanting in measured time. Even the children imitated every gesture with astonishing fidelity. We sat among them. They took our hands and rocked us in the customary way, yet we did not weep or dishevel our hair. We attempted to offer comforting words to those truly in sorrow, but found it was not the time. A fortnight later we returned, and the house door was left open, a silent reminder of our previous presence. Unable to help then, we rose to leave. but drawn by the power of their dirge, I turned once more to look. The last rays of the afternoon sun lit the courtyard, illuminating masses of dark hair and greying faces. One by one they stood, adjusted their disordered clothes, shook the dust from their hair, and silently departed without any farewell. An hour later, we encountered groups returning from bathing. They avoided our touch. Later, the chief mourners emerged, bathed, and circled the village in their wailing. The final image I saw, as the sun set over the hills and a chill fell over the place, was that of the worn-out old widow, returning home in damp clothes, still wailing. I write this with a deep sense of being a servant separated unto the gospel. I do not write a word lightly, but I must ask you, are we truly honest before God? If we were, would these people be allowed to die as they are dying? We feel for them. But mere feelings will not save souls. It cost God, Calvary, to win us. It will cost us even more of our fellowship in his sufferings if those for whom he died are ever to be saved. I write amidst the sights and sounds of life. There is life in the group of women at the well, in the voices, the splash of water, the cry of a child, the call of a mother, in the flight of parrots flitting from tree to tree, in their lively chatter as they quarrel and scream. Life is everywhere. How can I retreat from all this vibrant life back into death? Yet I must, for you may live for many years in India without ever seeing what we have seen twice in 2 months, and it cannot be by chance that we witnessed it. We are meant to show it to you. The picture-catching Missy and I were in the village of the tamarind tree when, for the second time, I witnessed a funeral. The people there are very friendly. Just as in Red Lake Village, they allowed us to peer behind the curtain. Here again they pulled it aside, letting us in as they went on with their business, unbothered by our presence. We crouched together on the only open space available and watched. Everything was less intense here. The deceased was merely a poor, very old widow who had lived a long, unremarkable life, with no close kin. Only in-laws remained. It was evident that everyone went through the ritual without any strong emotion. The woman lay on a rough bier on the floor, surrounded by a dozen elderly women. At her head rested a brass vessel of water, a lampstand, some uncooked rice, and broken coconuts. Moments before our arrival, they had poured water into a small brass vessel from a larger one. One elderly woman circled the body 3 times, pouring out the water as she went. Then another forcefully fed the poor dead woman, stuffing food into her mouth in a manner so rough it made us ill. Other rites were performed hurriedly and carelessly, details we could hardly follow. Finally, ashes were rubbed onto her. She had been a devotee of Siva. They also covered her closed eyes with ashes and patted them flat. Throughout, the constant chatter of the women seemed to mock the solemn silence of death. To them, the intricate ceremonial full of symbols from Vedic times was merely a custom, something to be performed quickly and without emotion. Yet they carried out every detail they knew, finishing their impersonal work and calling for the men. The men, waiting outside, entered and carried her away. It is hard to imagine taking a photograph of this scene. They would hardly have allowed it, and we did not feel in the spirit of capturing images. Yet we thought of you and how you might never see such a scene unless we showed it to you. So we asked permission. In a situation of true grief, such a request would have been intrusive, but here there was a detached pathos. They were friendly enough to set aside their burden and wait. There it is. To the right stands the barber with his fire bowl suspended from a chain, used to light the funeral pyre. Although the smoke interfered with the photo, it remains a true depiction of life. To the left stands the man with the conch shell ready to sound it. In the background, with sacred ashes rubbed on their foreheads, breasts, and arms, stand the two closest relatives who tomorrow will gather the ashes and cast them into the stream. The photograph was taken. The man with the conch sounded it, the man with the fire moved forward, and the bearers lifted the bier. They left with their dead. Then the elderly women who had gathered at the open door rushed back in their usual manner and began their familiar rocking and dirge. These comparison songs, born in moments of deep feeling and shaped when hearts were as finely crafted as a mould, now seemed empty, a profanation of what should be sacred, like the recitation of holy words for mere pay. The photograph was not easy to take in such a cramped space, with constant movement and confusion. In that brief moment of stillness, it was captured. We then persuaded 3 women to risk standing alone. They did not venture beyond the house wall, and in the narrow street further difficulties arose. At the water's edge the wind scattered our calls, and their splashing was too vigorous. All they seemed concerned with was ceremonially cleansing themselves and their garments of the defilement of death. But let these few, visible to you, stand for the thousands whom you cannot see. Thousands are standing in water today, from the north to the farthest south, in a final act of the drama performed in the presence of the dead. The women have left the well. The parrots have flown to other trees. The Tamils say the body is merely the sheath of the soul. I think of that empty sheath I witnessed, and wonder, where has the soul gone? It is gone. But where? Has it returned home like the women leaving the well? Has it flown far away like birds among the trees? It has gone. That is all we know. Then I recalled these words from Conybeare and Howson's translation. If the tent, which is my earthly house, be destroyed, I have a mansion built by God, eternal in the heavens. And herein I groan with earnest longings, desiring to cover my earthly raiment with the robes of my heavenly mansion. And he who has prepared me for this very end is God. The dead man missed his end. That old dead woman missed it too. And the millions of living souls around us are missing their end today. This very end. Imagine it. Mortality swallowed by life, death as mere absence, and life ever present with the Lord who has prepared us for this very end. Can we enjoy life solely for ourselves? Will there be no sense of incompleteness if so many remain outside, missing it all because they have missed their end? Will the glory truly make us glad if those we are meant to bring with us remain far away from it and from God? Will heaven feel complete if it is nearly empty of those who have never tried to fill it? Yet there is room, so much room, for those we are meant to bring in with us, and there is room along the very edge of the precipice. Gaps remain unguarded. Could it be that you are meant to guard one of those gaps? If so, it will forever be a falling point for the rivers of souls, unless you step forward. Are these things truth or mere imagination? If they are mere fantasy, then let the paper on which they are written be burned until the words turn to dust. But if they are true, then what are we going to do? Not merely what we say, sing, feel, or pray, but what we are going to do. Chapter 7. The Dust of the Actual. Reverend Walter Searle, Africa. This may be counted as our richest gain, to have learned anew our utter helplessness, so completely that the old saying, "I can no more convert a soul than create a star," becomes a stark revelation, ensuring that on that day only God is exalted. We have just returned from a pariah village. Observe it with me, a curious cluster of scattered huts, half frightened and half friendly faces, a constant shuffling of people coming and going, leaving us to wonder which dwelling we might call home. We stop before one hut that is a shade cleaner than the rest, larger and more open. "May we come in?" they all chorus. "Come in! Oh, come in!" And so we enter. It is a tiny, narrow room. At one end, a fire burns on the ground. Its smoke escapes through the roof, and a pot of rice set on 3 stones bubbles cheerfully. There is no fear of impurity here. They would not like us to touch their rice or see them eat it, yet they welcome our presence in the room where it is being prepared. At the opposite end of this narrow space is a goat pen, not very clean. Along one wall is a raised mud platform where the family appears to sleep. This area and the 2 ends are roofed by Palmyra palm. The floor is dry and brittle, and with each movement fragments fall, scattering dust over the open space below. 5 babies, each at a different stage of fussiness, sprawl about on the floor, filling the air with constant noise. A half-dozen elderly women, with somewhat imbecilic expressions, crowd in through the low door, exchanging murmured observations. 3 young men, with nothing in particular to do, lounge at the far end near the goats. A bright young girl, adorned with more jewellery than is usual among pariahs, tends the fire near the door, occasionally tossing in a stick as we enter, then hurries to fetch a mat. We sit on the mat, and she sits beside us. The customary introductory questions are exchanged. There is an old woman busily chewing betel, another whose enormous open mouth seems a permanent feature, and yet another with a loud voice and a shock of untidy hair. They listen politely until a goat's interruption and the cheerful cry of a baby, a little one with a bangle and a warm brown complexion, capture everyone's attention. Once the distraction passes and the baby is cradled by its mother, we resume our conversation. I note the bright young girl listens as one who truly understands. She carries herself with a certain dignity. Her clean rose-coloured eyes are striking, and she wears 2 large gold earrings in each ear, a delicate gold necklace around her throat, along with silver bangles and toe rings. While the others are grimy and unenlightened, they listen with the patient expression one might display in a church, a respectful, proper demeanour. As I speak, no one interjects until, halfway through, the girl suddenly remarks, "We have 10 fingers, not just 1. This observation is so unexpected that I pause in wonder at her meaning. I had been speaking of the one lost sheep out of 100. What connection does that have with 1 finger versus 10? She explains, "I have heard all this before. I have a sister who is a Christian, and once I stayed with her and learned about your religion. I felt in my heart it was good. But then I was married, tied, as we say, and of course I forgot about it. Now I remember, and I say, if 10 of our people join and embrace your way, that is worthwhile. But what use is there in 1 person going? What is the use of a single finger moving on its own? It takes all 10 to accomplish the work of a day." I reply, "If 10 of you had cholera and I brought you medicine, would you say, 'I won't take it unless 9 others take it too'?" She laughs and the others join in, though with a slight unease. They do not relish the mention of cholera, for the prospect of bodily death is far more terrifying than the notion of spiritual demise. "You would take it, and then others, seeing you recover, might follow," I add, pressing the illustration. Yet the point stings, and the discomfort is evident. The 3 young men begin shuffling their feet and divert their conversation. The elderly mother-in-law offers betel to everyone, handing over grimy leaves with an enthusiastic invitation. Amid various comments, the young girl returns to caring for her baby. But I sense her mind is occupied with old memories stirring within her. At last, with a resigned sigh, she rises, surveys the small, indifferent group, moves to the fireplace and blows the fire into brighter life. Recognizing this as a signal, we exchange the customary salam with them, along with the usual parting words, "Go and come." And it may be easier to help these people rise above their low levels than it is to influence their social superiors. Yet, to bring about any genuine or radical change among either group is never simple. It takes the ideal to blow a hair's breadth off the dust of the actual. It takes more. It takes God. It is only through God that anything can truly change. Just yesterday, in one of the Caste villages, an elderly lady who had taken a genuine liking to us said she wished dearly to hold my hand. "But," she explained, "this morning a child from the place leaned over the edge of the tank to drink and fell in, drowning. I went to offer my condolences to his family, and now after bathing, I do not feel fit to bathe again. If she touched me, she would need to bathe to rid herself of the impurity." I assured her I understood completely, but as she sat so close, yet carefully maintaining a caste-prescribed distance, I realized how insignificant that separation was. Merely a fine layer, a dust of the actual on the surface of her life. And yet, to blow away even a hair's breadth of it requires nothing less than the breath of God's power. "Come, O breath, and breathe," we cry. Nothing else will do. Our conversation eventually turns to the character of Jesus. As we attempt to describe the loveliness of our dear Lord, her dark eyes light up. "How beautiful he is!" she exclaims. "How beautiful he must be!" For a moment she seems nearly convinced, yet we know it is only almost, for she does not yet recognize her need for a saviour, for she has no sense of sin. Sometimes that awareness comes later. However, we have found that if a soul is to resist the overwhelming opposing forces that immediately assail it when it turns toward Christ, there must be a conviction wrought deep within, nothing superficial. A mere feeling, however appreciative, hopeful, or loving, can withstand such strain. So, though her eyes well with tears as she hears of the price of pain he bore, and though she listens with heartfelt attention as we read, talk, and pray with her, we know the work has not penetrated deeply, and so we make our petitions deep for her and continue onward. In India, men must work among men and women among women. Yet sometimes, in new places, we must pause to speak with the men before they allow us to pass. For instance, one afternoon I was delayed on my way to the women by the head of a household I was visiting. A fine old man, courteous but opposed. He requested to examine my books. I had with me a Bible, a book of lyrical songs, and a collection of stanzas on the truth, copied from the ancient Tamil classics. He seized upon this, beginning to chant the stanzas in his inimitable style. Soon several other old men gathered on the veranda, until a dozen or more were listening with the appreciative expression reserved for their cherished poetry. After reciting a dozen stanzas or more, he paused abruptly and asked if I truly cherished it. I assured him I did, expressing my deep wish to know more, for the Tamil classics are a study unto themselves, and these beautiful ancient verses were but fragments gleaned from vast volumes of Eastern wisdom. Now, thoroughly at ease, the men engaged in conversation. One among them held that there are three co-eternal substances: God, the soul, and sin. He argued that sin is eternally intertwined with the soul, like verdigris is inherent in copper, and that with intense meditation upon God and arduous works of merit, it might eventually be removed. Yet they all conceded that such exercises were impractical for most, so the verdigris of sin remains. I recalled with delight that Isaiah 25:6 uses a similar illustration. The word rendered as dross in English is the colloquial term for verdigris in Tamil, and the verse declares, I will turn my hand to thee and thoroughly purify thee, removing thy verdigris. Many others in the group, however, held an entirely opposite view. For them, soul and sin are not co-eternal with God at all. They are illusory. There exists but one true reality, the divine spirit, which is without personality or personal attributes. All apparent separateness is an illusion. For these men, the only path to enlightenment is through an absorbing meditation that leads one to merge entirely with the divine essence, losing all sense of separate identity. We become like a drop lost in the ocean. Some among the men espoused views that bordered on an extreme form of Calvinism, while others leaned extravagantly toward Arminianism. The Calvinists illustrated their belief with the term cat-hold, the image of a cat carrying its kitten in its mouth, with the kitten passive and completely reliant, whereas the Arminians used monkey-hold, depicting a little monkey clinging tenaciously to its mother. For those who have observed a cat carrying its young at home and a monkey in the jungle, these images are strikingly accurate. Yet, underlying every form of Hinduism, no matter how contradictory, is the notion of pure and simple pantheism. This explains many of the contradictions and incongruities that continually perplex anyone trying to understand the Hindu mindset. Though these men all affirmed that there is only one God, they acknowledge that each worships several deities. They see nothing inconsistent in this, for just as air pervades everything, so does God manifest in various forms. In the same way that our king has numerous representatives to govern in his name, the Supreme has subordinate deities, less powerful and existing only by his force, through whose forms he may be worshipped. That argument was forcefully made to me that afternoon. Although you might think of several strong counter-arguments, they likely would not satisfy a Hindu, who reasons with a logic both peculiar and subtle enough to mystify the practical Western mind. At times we find ourselves feeling pity for the poor Hindu for being so unlike ourselves. If we are wholly unsympathetic, we may grumble that there is nothing substantial in their argument, whereas in truth there is much, if only we had taken the trouble to untangle the intricate web of thought involved. At other times one encounters a mind reminiscent of a student of Shakespeare who missed a plain point from his eyes being so sharp that they looked through it without seeing it. There is indeed much to learn before one can hope to follow the winding thread of the Hindu mind. Let no one with a talent for unravelling such mental knots assume that his gift would be wasted in India. The discussion eventually turned to 1 John 5:11-12. God hath given us eternal life, and this life is in his Son. He that hath the Son hath life, and he that hath not the Son of God hath not life. I was eager to reach the women, but as the men began reading these verses and inquiring about their meaning, I could not help but join in. At that moment we needed Christ to become our wisdom, for it is all too easy to err, presenting the truth of God's relation to the soul as he that hath the Son hath life, left these thoughtful Hindus utterly enchanted, for the idea of the incarnation poses no difficulty to them, as it might to a Mohammedan. Perhaps to your surprise and joy they even agreed that this was exactly what they were ready to embrace. Christ in me is comprehensible, much like their own notion of the indwelling of the deity in the lotus of the heart. Yet if we rely on words and expressions already embedded in Hindu terminology, which may carry materialistic connotations, we risk both misleading and being misled. We must understand not only what a Hindu says, but also what his words mean to him. That discussion concluded with the men promising to arrange a meeting of Hindus for the year, which he did. I would like to finish by saying several were converted, but truth compels me to admit that this is not yet the case. These deep-rooted ancient philosophies are formidable and when rightly understood, they reveal just how little power we have to overturn them. They are nothing more than dust compared with the force of the actual that underlies them, mere superficial dust. And yet, as always, nothing but the breath of God can blow this dust away. We left the old men to their books and endless debates and moved on to the women's quarters. There we encountered a young child widow, fair, sweet, and gentle, yet uncharacteristically silent for a child, for she is a widow accursed. Her mind is keen. She longs to learn, yet why should a widow learn, they say? Why should her mind strive beyond its bounds? She lives in a tiny mud-built house with a small walled yard. Confined to those walls, why should she think beyond them? Still, she is better off than most, for she lives with her loving mother and a father who dotes on her, sheltering her somewhat from the cruel tongues of the world. In the next courtyard, however, another young widow lives without such protection. She resides with her mother-in-law, and for years the world has battered her heart until it has grown callous. There she sits with her chin in her hand, hardened by sorrow. Years ago she was married off as an innocent, playful child to a man who died when she was but 9. Then all but 2 little earrings were torn from her as a token of pity, her one small joy. At first she could not understand, when her pretty colourful garments were replaced by the coarse white cloth she so detested. She wept with powerless childish rage. Soon she was punished and called bitter names. After all, the very word widow connotes bitterness. And gradually she came to believe that something was wrong with her. She was different from other girls, cursed to bring misfortune upon her home. Some widows are treated with gentleness and belong to castes where the burden of custom is lighter, so the sting of the curse is dulled to a mere dull ache. But in the upper castes, the pressure is immense, and many feel deep in their souls the acute shame of the curse. "It is fate," says a troubled mother. "Who can escape fate?" "It is sin," says a mother-in-law, and the world concurs. "Where the bull goes, there goes its rope. Deeds done in a former birth burn in this one." Much of the workings of this curse remain hidden behind closed doors. I witnessed a young widow whose mind was deteriorating under the severity of the penance forced upon her. When, as they say, the god of ill fortune seizes her, that is, when she becomes violent, she is quietly removed to another place. No one sees what is done to her there, but I learned that part of the treatment involves scratching her head with thorns and then rubbing in raw lime juice, which is even more acidic than lemon juice. When the fit passes, she reappears and continues her penance until the next outburst comes. This has occurred 3 times in the last few months. I once visited a Hindu household for 2 years before I discovered that during all that time a 17-year-old girl was kept alone in an upper room. "Let her weep," they said, quoting a proverb. "Though she weeps, will a widow's sorrow pass." Once a day, after dark, she was brought downstairs briefly, and at noon a course meal was taken up to her. Now she is allowed downstairs, but only at the back of the house. She never even thinks of defying this decree. This and all it represents is her fate. Sometimes the spark of a normal girl's life shines through and she plays and laughs with her sister-in-law's baby. Yet, if she hears a man's voice, she retreats upstairs. There are proverbs in their language to explain this. One day, as I sat on the veranda of a well-to-do Hindu home conversing with bright women adorned in jewels and silks, I later learned that a widow had been tied up in a sack in one of the inner rooms. This hidden injustice is a deep, unspoken wrong. I do not believe anyone would label the Hindus as especially cruel. Compared to many other peoples in Asia, their instincts are kind. Yet a custom as merciless as this, one that punishes the innocent with such a grievous penalty, seems unnatural to them. It appears to be a parasitic custom, deeply embedded in the fabric of Hindu social life, but not truly a part of its essence. Consider the force that must have been exerted somewhere by someone before a nation's disposition could be altered. This custom, in its present form, is formidable, a vast, oppressive pyramid that has endured through the ages. Many, both Indian and foreign, have fought it and failed. But there is something greater behind it. It is merely the effect of a cause, the dust of the actual. What can alter this custom? Strong writing, impassioned speaking, agitations, acts of parliament, they all have their part. They stir up the question and rouse the dust, but can they blow it away? No, nothing can reach the very core of the people's conscience, utterly reverse their perspective, or radically transform them, except God. Yes, we may build upon what governments, missionaries, and reformers have done, but there are moments in the deep histories of those who look beyond the surface, when sorrow takes the form of the prophet's cry, "We have wrought no deliverance in the earth." It is true, we have not. We cannot even measure the true weight of the lightest speck of dust that has settled on this people's life. Yet we believe that our God, who has measured the dust of the earth, comprehends fully the dust of the actual. We believe we see him work. With him is strength and effective power. We see, and even now, as the breath of God stirs, when even a hair's breadth of that dust is blown away, we feel with indescribable intensity the presence of the Lord our God among us. We look upward in the silent joy and expectation of the coming day when all rule, when every authority and power, even the force of the actual itself, will be set aside so that God may be all in all. So again and again we implore you, pray not only for the reform, educational and civilizing movements in India, but even more fervently for the movement of the breath of God, and for us, his workers here, that we may abide in him, for without him we can do nothing. Chapter 8. Roots. It is not easy in England to lead an old man or woman to Christ, even though their only barrier is their love of the world. As a Tamil proverb says, "That which did not bend at 5 will not be bent at 50, much less at 60 or 70. When a soul in India is held down, not by a single root, but by myriad roots, who can deliver it? Only he who overturns mountains by the roots. This kind goeth not out, but by prayer and fasting." This was shared by an Indian missionary. "Amma, you are getting old." "Yes, yes, when we are old, then death is near." "Yes, yes, then we must leave our bodies and go somewhere else." 3 more grunts. "Amma, do you know where you're going?" The old woman stirs, grunting a little more. "Who knows where she is going?" she mumbles, then falls silent again. "I know where I am going," the girl answers. "Amma, don't you want to know?" "Don't I want to know what?" "Where you are going." "Why would I want to know what?" The girl tries again. The old woman turns to her daughter-in-law. "Is the rice ready?" she asks. The girl persists, but the old woman merely agrees that we must all die. Death is near for the ancient. She is ancient, so death is near, and she must go somewhere after death. It would be good to know where she's going, yet she does not know. Then she gazes silently and grunts. The girl attempts different questions. Whom does the old woman rely on when death comes? God. What God? The great God. Rousing herself to speak more clearly, she declares that he is her constant meditation, and therefore all is well. Is the rice ready? No. Then give me some beetle leaf. She settles down to roll small pieces of lime into little balls, which she then wraps in a beetle leaf with a bit of areca nut for flavour, and she places it slowly in her mouth, punctuating the action with inarticulate sounds, grunts as I call them. That is all she does. She does not want to listen or talk. She only wants to chew beetle and grunt. This is not a touching tale. It is simply true. It happened that evening exactly as I have told it. A distant relative of the old woman who had come with me joyfully eager to share the good news had begun by speaking about the love of Jesus, but that had fallen flat. So she had tried a more startling approach, with the only result being grunts. I spent an afternoon not long ago with a more perceptive woman, one of the three you saw earlier. She was a sturdy, dignified character, deeply intrigued by a photograph I showed her. She could not understand how, in the brief moment she stood against a wall, her face had been captured on a piece of white paper. A little explanation led us into deeper conversation. We sat on a mud veranda opening onto a square courtyard. 2 women pounding rice, 2 more grinding it, another sweeping. A cow, some fowl, many children and several babies made it hard to concentrate, especially for an old woman whose mind did not easily hold on to subjects of no interest. The photograph had captivated her, however. Our conversation ended with her remarking that it was getting dark and suggesting I should be going home. Though it was not yet dark, her tone made it clear she had had enough, so I bade her farewell and left, hoping for another chance to talk. Next time we visited the village of the Tamarind, she was nowhere to be seen. She had returned to her own village, having come only for the funeral. When asked if she would return, the answer was, she came and went. That brief afternoon within our reach was gone forever. In that same village there is one woman who has long stirred deep affection and longing in my heart, though so far our efforts have been in vain. I first saw her one evening as we were returning home. She was sitting on her veranda, issuing orders to the servants in the courtyard below. Then she noticed us standing in the street, peering through an open door. The old lady, dressed in white with white hair, sat among a group of women clad in vivid red, framed by the dark wood of a pillar and door, with the carved veranda roof overhead. Outside, men fresh from the fields stood with rough tools slung over their shoulders. Oxen, gentle creatures with large, meek eyes, grazed in the courtyard where small children played. Paddy birds, small white storks, flitted among the coconut palms hanging over the wall. The slanting sunset light caught the underside of their wings, making them shine with a pale, clear gold against a backdrop of green. A broken mud wall at one end glowed red in the sunset, its colour softening as it blended with the palms, and it touched the white head of the fine old woman as she bent forward and beckoned to us. "Come in! Come in!" We soon became friends with her. She was a Saivite and, we later learned, had received the initiation. The golden symbol of her god had been branded upon her shoulder, binding her in a lifelong devotion to Siva. Yet she confessed that she had found him vain and had never truly worshipped him. She worshipped God alone. At night, when the household is asleep, I go up alone to an upper room, stretch out my hands to the God of all, and cry out long and loud. Then, suddenly facing me fully, she demanded, "Tell me, is that enough? Is it all I must do for salvation? Say!" I sensed she was not yet ready for the depths of full knowledge, and I tried to dissuade her, explaining that if she believed what we told her about Jesus our Lord, she would soon know him well enough to ask directly, and he would reveal all that it meant to follow him. But she was determined to hear it then, so I read to her a passage of scripture where he speaks about his own work. She understood enough to grasp the force of those words, yet she refused gentle guidance. "No, I must know it now," she insisted, and as we read verse by verse, her face grew sorrowful. "So far must I follow, so far," she murmured. "I cannot follow so far." There was little more we could say then, but she promised to listen if we returned to read to her. Though she could not read, she seemed to know much about the Bible. For several weeks, one of us visited once a week. Sometimes the men of the house were present, and we could not read to her, for they seemed to object. But more often no one was around, and she had her way while we read. One afternoon she shared her story. She was the head of a well-known old household. Her husband had died many years ago, and she had raised her children successfully. Now they were settled in life. She had a Christian relative whom she had never seen. She believed he had a son studying at a large school in England. Cambridge, I later learned when I heard the name. The father was one of our true friends. All her sons were strongly opposed, but one of her daughters had once learned about the truth. This led the mother to become convinced and to yearn to learn more. Yet the child was married and had left, and she feared to ask the missionary woman to visit again, lest people notice and gossip. So the years passed in emptiness. Oh, my heart was an empty place, a void as empty as air. She would stretch out her arms, clasp her hands, and gaze at the emptiness between them, then look at me with inquiring eyes, as if to ask if I understood. How deeply one can understand. "I am an emptiness for thee to fill, my soul a cavern for thy sea. I have done naught for thee, am but a want." She had never heard it expressed this way, but she seemed to feel it. When we do hear it, our hearts respond with an indescribable yearning to bring her to him who calls, "Come!" We were full of hope for her, and even wrote to her Christian relative, who replied with joy. It seemed likely then that she would decide for Christ. But one day, for the first time, she did not wish to have us read to her. I remember that day well. It was during the monsoon, and the country had become a vast marsh. We had promised to visit that morning, but the night before the rivers had swelled, and the pool between her and us was transformed into a lake. We called the bandyman, explained the situation, and he eventually remarked, "Well, the bulls can swim," and so they swam. We need not have gone. She was simply out. In these circles, out, or not at home today, may mean that while one is there, one does not wish to see visitors, an expression of indifference that is neither entirely true nor entirely polite. That was the first setback, but she returned the next time and continued to be available until, after a long conversation, the question arose again. "Can I be a Christian here?" It was a quiet afternoon. We were alone, accompanied only by her little grandchildren, innocent, fearless, joyful children running to her with their needs, tugging at her hands and dress just as they would at home. Their grandmother paid them little attention beyond an occasional pat, yet these simple moments, with their bright brown eyes and soft, clinging hands, stayed in my memory, deepening my sympathy for this home scene, a natural human scene that God intended to be. There is nothing in all our work that tugs at the heartstrings more than witnessing the clash between the spiritual and the natural, knowing that as long as caste and bigotry prevail, it will always be so. We had a long talk. "I want to be a Christian," she declared, and for a moment I believed great things were possible, for as mistress of her household she could nearly do as she wished. I thought of her influence over her sons, their wives, and her grandchildren. My face showed the hope I felt when she looked at me directly and said, "By a Christian I mean one who worships your God and ceases to worship all other gods, for he alone is the living God, the pervader of all and provider. I fully believe and affirm this, but I cannot break my caste." "Would you continue to keep it in every way?" I asked. "How could I possibly break my caste?" "And continue to bear Siva's mark on your forehead." "That is indeed part of my caste," she replied, and I knew it was especially so since she had received the initiation. Then disappointment crept into my voice, and she sensed it, saying, "Oh, do not be grieved. These things are external. How can mere ashes affect the internal, the real essence, the soul?" It was a plausible argument, one we hear over and over, for history repeats itself. I reminded her, however, that ashes were sacred to Siva. "I would not serve Siva," she answered, "but the smearing of ashes on one's brow is the custom of my caste, and I cannot break it." Then she looked at me earnestly with searching, beautiful, keen old eyes, and revisited the requirements of her caste, the rules that must be upheld by everyone in her household. She explained slowly that she could not remain at home if she broke these laws. But why make such a fuss over trifling things? Matter and spirit are distinct. When hands are raised in prayer, or a lamp is lit and garlanded with flowers, an outside observer might mistake the act as mere ritual. Yet God, who reads the heart, judges the thought and not merely the action. Yes, my hand may bear Siva's ashes, while at the same moment my soul communes with God, the Eternal, who alone is God. I turned to Scripture verse after verse to show her that such a compromise could not be true. It would mock the love of Christ and nullify his sacrifice. I urged her that if her heart truly turned toward God, her actions would naturally align with that truth without any contradiction. But faith and practice need not always coincide. They can unite or even diverge without diminishing the integrity of either. This is the unwritten Hindu code that she and her people have long followed. Now, to face its opposite suddenly, this was more than she could bear. She held the truth in her hand, turning it over repeatedly, yet she always returned to where she began. She could not see it as truth, or perhaps she would not accept it, for it meant too much. There she sat, queen of her home. Her sons were expected, and she had been preparing for their return. Her grandchildren played around her, each one as dear as a jewel. How could she abandon all that she held dear? Her home, her customs, her children? Then she looked at me again, and I shall never forget that look. It was as if she was searching through me, compelling an answer. In short, she said, "I cannot live here and break my caste. If I break it, I must go. I cannot live here without keeping my customs. If I break them, I must go. You know all this. I ask you then, tell me yes or no. Can I live here, keep my caste, and at the same time follow your God? Tell me yes or no." I could not answer her aloud. How could I? But she read my eyes and repeated, "I can't follow so far, I can't follow so far." Reverence for the opinions and practices held sacred by one's ancestors is ingrained in every fibre of a Hindu's character, bred into the very bones of his physical and moral nature, writes Sir Monier Williams. This is absolutely true. Oh, friends, is it easy work? My heart aches as I write these words, remembering the sorrow I felt that day. I would have given anything to say yes to her question. Yet going against the will of nature for them is the path to God, and they must go very far indeed. All trees have roots. Uprooting a full-grown tree by its roots and transplanting it is never simple. But in India there is a tree with a double system of roots. The banyan tree sends down roots from its boughs. Over time these aerial roots sink deep into the earth, becoming as strong as the original taproot. The taproot and its runners, the branch roots and theirs, interweave into one solid mass, a tangle of roots stretching thousands of yards, sinuous and strong. Consider the famous banyan in North India that once sheltered an army of 7,000 men. It is inconceivable to uproot such a tree. Its hold on the earth is unbreakable. The old in India are like these trees. They are doubly, inextricably rooted. There is the common deep tap root, the faith in the ancestral creed, and then there are the running roots of devotion to family and home. All these hold the soul down. But in India there is more, a system of branch roots in the form of caste. This intricate and precise network, traced through generations, is like the branch roots of a banyan tree with infinite grip. And the strangest thing is that people take pride in this system. They do not see themselves as imprisoned by it. A small child of 4 or 5, when asked about his caste, will reveal the early beginnings of these branch roots. Decades later, every rootlet has grown into a strong tree, each sending down more roots, and so the system spreads. Yet we look beyond the banyan tree. God, what are these roots to thee? These caste root systems are nothing compared to you. India is not too formidable for you. O God, come. Chapter 9. The Classes and the Masses. Reverend T. Walker, India. We speak of work done against the force of gravitation. If the magnitude of a force can be measured by the resistance it must overcome, then indeed there is no land under the sun more fitted than India to display the grand forces of God's omnipotent grace. Here, His power must contend with and surmount the combined resistances of the caste system, entrenched heathenism, and deeply subtle philosophies. Praise God, it can and will be done. Thou, who alone performest wondrous deeds, work on. So will we sing and praise thy power. It may aid our understanding of these letters if we pause to explain a few points. Some readers might wonder how, while the South Indian fields are often described as among the most fruitful in the world, we are nevertheless dealing with a group where fruit is rare and so easily blighted after it appears that we are reluctant to speak of it until it is fully ripe and safely stored in the heavenly garner. It becomes clearer if we view Hindu-Tamil South India, the sole subject of this book, from an external perspective and divide it into two groups, the classes and the masses. Naturally, there exists a boundary between them, a frontier crossed on one side by those who are nearly masses, though belonging to the classes, and on the other by those who are almost of the classes, though officially among the masses. Broadly speaking, however, a distinct difference prevails between the two. With regard to the gospel, both the classes and the masses show complete indifference. At the Student Volunteers Conference in 1900, a South Indian missionary summarized the situation in a single comprehensive sentence. Shut in for millenniums by the gigantic wall of the Himalayas to the north and by the impassable ocean to the south, they have lived in isolation from the rest of the world, developing social institutions and unique conceptions of the universe, as well as distinct notions of right and wrong. Their own religion and traditional customs suffice for their needs, and they see no necessity for teachings from foreigners. They always listen courteously to our words, which opens a door to the gospel, yet there is little conscious need or hunger for it. As long as it remains mere preaching, no listeners are more patient than the Hindus. But the moment one of their own abandons caste customs and traditional worship, all hostility is aroused, and the entire community feels duty-bound in an act of patriotism to curtail that individual's liberty and to defend the established rights of Hinduism. For the true Hindu, his religion is deeply interwoven with his everyday life. His passionate commitment to his faith and to his caste, which is inseparable from it, sharpens his resistance to any new religion entering his home. He regards this new religion as inherently antagonistic to his caste. And since caste is intrinsically linked with Hinduism, much like the woof to Hinduism's warp in the fabric of Indian life, he is not mistaken in viewing Christianity as an adversary to be opposed if he is to remain a caste Hindu. In South Indian religious history, there has been no phenomenon on the scale of the Brahmo Samaj found in the north. In the more conservative South, there is virtually no compromise with or assimilation of the doctrine that makes all men one in Christ. Returning to the division between the classes and the masses, the classes consist of members of what are known as the higher castes. In discussing the towns and villages where these people dwell, and their converts, the prefix caste is sometimes employed. Among the classes, one finds women of deep tenderness and their own distinct culture, yet their minds are often limited by the narrow circumstances of their lives frequently confined to thoughts concerning husbands, children, jewels, curries, and even the trivial disputes and gossip of neighbours. Much of this gossip revolves around matters that are not elevating. It may take years to understand it, as most conversation is conducted in allusion or innuendo, though children grasp its meaning. One convert once told me she often prays for the strength to forget the words she heard, the sights she witnessed, and the games she played as a little child in her mother's room. The young girls of the higher castes are kept in strict seclusion. During these formative years, they are confined within the walls of the household, leading to a stunted life. As a result, they lose not only in resourcefulness and independence of mind, but, most importantly, in courage, an obstacle that weighs heavily on our work, for it makes persuading them to think for themselves or to dare believe exceedingly difficult. This seclusion is not perceived as imprisonment. Rather, a girl is taught to see it as proper, and none of those so confined show any desire to break free and experience the open air. To them, it is not a constraint, but simply their custom. It is precisely this custom that renders our work among girls exceedingly slow and unfruitful. They must be reached individually, and it requires many months of teaching before a mind is sufficiently opened to understand that it may be free. The physical conditions so clearly affect the mental. At times it seems as if the mind cannot extend beyond its confined walls, yet once it receives enough divine illumination to peer into the darkness of the soul and envisage the awaiting glory, the individual gradually or suddenly realizes that embracing this new knowledge leaves no place for her at home. She must relinquish everything. Is it any wonder then that so few are willing to follow so far? Is it any wonder that our hearts nearly break at the thought of the cost they must pay? Is it any wonder that, knowing each is marked as a target for the soul archer, we fear to speak too clearly, lest we make that target even more conspicuous? Among the classes, the men and boys lead more liberal lives, displaying various shades of refinement. There is an emphasis on education, a deep respect for learning, and a reverence for their classic literature and language, a language so ancient that certain Tamil words appear in the Hebrew scriptures, and so rich that while nearly all Indian vernaculars have been greatly enriched by Sanskrit, Sanskrit itself has borrowed from Tamil. Almost every caste village maintains its own small school, and every town boasts several, where boys learn to read, write, compose poetry, and perform mental arithmetic. In contrast, education among the masses is scarce. Occasionally, a man emerges who has wrested himself from centuries of ignorance and ascended into the light of bookish knowledge. Such a man is held in high esteem by the entire community. The women of the masses share the kind nature of their higher caste counterparts. and at times one finds surprising sensitivity where it is least expected. I have known a Tamil woman of the masses, one who was not sequestered in her girlhood but allowed to blossom like a wild flower in the field, whose sensitivity of spirit equalled that of any lady of birth. Though the people are rough and rustic, certain observed customs reveal a latent refinement. Their traditions often compare favourably with those of the masses in our own land. Taken as a whole, they resemble the masses elsewhere, with their clear strengths and weaknesses, and, like all souls, they too are in need of salvation. Generally, converts from among the masses are able to remain within their communities. Though they face persecution, they are not expelled from their village, street, or home. Frequently, conversions occur in groups, perhaps 2 or 3 families together, or even an entire village led by its headman converting. There are fewer instances of individual, solitary conversion and confession, though such cases are increasing, and they are the most exemplary of all. It is easy to understand why Christianity spreads much more rapidly under these conditions than among the higher castes, as we have seen repeatedly. For instance, in a certain high caste Hindu town, a few miles from our station on the eastern side, a young man heard the gospel preached at an open-air meeting. He believed and was baptized, thereby breaking with his caste and becoming an outcast to his own people. Since then, he has been unable to live at home, and his witness has been lost. The chance to let his new life display the love of God has passed. The men of that household likely know something of the truth. They know enough, at the very least, to hold him accountable for his rejection. But what of the women? They only know that their son has disgraced the family name, that he has shattered his caste, and that he has broken his mother's heart. "Shame upon him," they exclaim in unison, and curses upon the cause of that shame, the way of Jesus Christ. It is futile to dismiss them as merely women who do not count. They do count, and their influence is considerable. In theory, women in India might seem insignificant in religious matters. In practice, they form the very heart of the Hindu faith, just as the men are its sinew and brain. Since that young man was ostracized by his caste, no further converts have emerged from that town. Yet, in a village only a few miles from that town, a heathen lad believed, was baptized and returned home, not as welcome as before, but not deemed too defiled to be considered a son of the household. His father is dead, his mother remains a bitter opponent, yet his brother and another, mere stones apart, continue life on. Thus, life finds its way to tell its story. Almost every visit to that village reveals more candidates for baptism, and although none of the mothers have been won, they testify to the transformation evident in their sons. "My boy's heart is as white as milk now," said one woman who had witnessed her boy tied up and flogged for Christ's sake. The mothers rarely change their religion. These steadfast souls proclaim, "Let me go where my husband is. He would have none of it." And though nothing seems able to move them, they allow their sons to remain at home, hoping that in time even their resistance might be overcome. They are giving it a chance. This illustration, I believe, explains far more than many words could about the difference between work among the classes and the masses, and why one form of ministry proves so much more fruitful than the other. The masses must not be misconstrued as a vast, casteless aggregation entirely separate from the classes. The caste system extends even into the lowest strata, yet their caste regulations permit a freer exchange with others. In their homes we may visit with greater ease, enter their thoughts more freely, and share more readily in the concerns of their lives. We find ourselves less of an outsider, so to speak. However, the principal difference between these two groups runs deeper. It is a difference rooted underground, though its effects are plainly visible. Among the masses, mass movements occur frequently. Among the classes, with rare exceptions, each individual must emerge on his own. Illustration: a village woman of the Shana caste. The photo shows the baby's ears being prepared for the jewels that her mother hopes will soon adorn them. Initially, holes are made and filled with cotton wool, then graduated leaden weights are added until the lobes have lengthened sufficiently. Observers from home often forget this fundamental point when considering the Indian field. In some parts of that field, the labourers are almost perpetually busy, bundling sheaves while singing harvest songs. In others, fewer songs are heard, for the sheaves are sparse, or perhaps there are none at all, only a few meagre ears of corn that must be gathered one by one, and they scarcely make an appearance in the field. Chapter 10. The Creed Chasm. Reverend T. Walker, India. I have had to deal in the same afternoon's work, on the one hand with men of keen intellect, whose subtle reasoning made one question the very foundations of one's faith, and on the other with ignorant crowds whose conception of sin was measured by a cubit, and to whom the words faith and love were as foreign as if they had been born and bred among undeveloped anthropoids. In writing about the classes and the masses of South India, one great difference, absent at home, must be explained. In England, a prince and a peasant may differ in social position, lifestyle, and duty, yet inwardly they can be united in faith, purpose, and hope. Their differences are accidental and external. Even if the peasant is more advanced in these truths, he may be regarded as nobler than the prince, for there is no spiritual chasm between them. The same unity exists in scholarship. All true Christians, however learned or unlearned, share one faith. But in India, the situation is different. The scholar might smile at the simple villagers' faith, even teaching them to believe what he himself did not, arguing that it suited them better. He would be astonished if one confused his creed with theirs, even though, in name, both he and they are Hindus. Sir Monier Williams explains this difference by highlighting the adaptability of Hinduism. It has a spiritual, abstract side suited to metaphysical philosophers, a practical, concrete side for men of affairs, an aesthetic, ceremonial side for the poetically inclined, and a contemplative side for those who seek peace and solitude. Moreover, Hinduism extends its hand even to nature worshippers, demon worshippers, animal worshippers, tree worshippers, and fetish worshippers. It allows for the most grotesque forms of idolatry and degrading superstitions, a fact that produces a vast chasm between the religion of the higher cultured classes and that of the lower unthinking masses. Naturally, the ministry among these groups differs greatly. One almost needs a distinct vocabulary and set of ideas for each. I recall one afternoon when the contrast was made painfully clear. We were visiting the wife of an elderly scholar when he emerged from the inner room and asked to speak with us. Normally, I decline such requests. Our work among the women is more pressing, and the men can easily listen if they choose. But he was so advanced in years that I could not refuse. He explained his truth. There are two types of attachment, outer and inner, and deliverance from both, along with the self, the ego that claims to be the doer, constitutes holiness. One must become completely disentangled and utterly selfless. Once this is achieved, bliss follows progressively. First, by existing in the same place as God, then by drawing near to God, next by becoming like God, and finally by attaining identity with God. He supported his argument with stanzas from a classic beloved in the old Tamil school, ending with a verse, Doctor. Pope translated, "Cling thou to that which he to whom naught clings hath bid thee cling. Cling to that bond to get thee free from every clinging thing." He also read strange passages in Sanskrit from an ancient book, and in exchange for a booklet, he gave me one of Mrs. Besant's translations from the Bhagavad Gita. Our conversation ended with me quoting what he admitted was the true cry of one of his greatest poets. "I know nothing, nothing. I am in darkness. Lord, is there no light for me?" Later, he recited another line from the same poem, asking, "What is the use of knowledge, mere knowledge, if one does not draw near to the all-knowing, all-pure One?" This led eventually to a reluctant reading from the Bible, before whose light even these treasured writings pale like tapers in bright sunshine. In that moment, the marvel of our Bible shone as the sword of the Spirit. It cuts. The old man asked me to return, and I did, as the ayah was away. He often ventured into depths beyond my understanding, and I longed to learn more. Yet I always found that the Bible contained exactly the word he needed, if only he would accept it. As far as I know, he did not, and I left him, bewildered by numerous thoughts, meshed in the web of delusion, as he later described himself. As we left our scholar, we encountered an utterly foolish display of unthinking animalism, a stark contrast between the classes and the masses. A huge procession tore along the streets and roads amid the usual uproar, stopping at a large thorn bush around which they danced, carrying idols raised on platforms borne by 2 or 3 dozen people. We passed by, singing as loudly as we could, "Victory to Jesus' name! Victory!" Stepping out of the main crowd, we paused and sang even more vigorously until a small assembly gathered. It was dark, and the flaming torches revealed a wild and barbaric display of heathenism I had seldom seen. The vast moving mass resembled a hellish sea that had burst its bounds, with hundreds of red fire torches flickering like infernal fishermen's boats, luring lost souls to their doom. As we spoke with those willing to listen, a sudden rush from the centre signalled us to leave. Before we could move aside, a rough lad with a thorn-branch torch thrust it toward us, nearly setting us ablaze. He ran off laughing, soon followed by another with an idol, a hideous red and white creature, which he also hurled in our direction. Our bullocks trotted as fast as they could, and we soon escaped, glancing back to see the great square of the Devil Temple blazing with torches and firebrands, accompanied by the sound of drumming, clanging and shouts, announcing the procession's return. That night, the riotous drumming continued. As one lay awake listening, one could almost picture the old scholar sitting on his veranda in the cool night air, reading his ancient palm-leaf books by the light of a small lamp in the niche of his cottage wall. Chapter 11. Caste viewed as a doer. Alexander Mackay, Africa. It is matter for a special notice that in every department of applied science we have to deal with the unseen. All forces, whether in physics, mechanics, or electricity, are invisible. The division of the Tamil people, over 15 million strong, into classes and masses, is a convenient, simplified view. Yet it hardly captures the inner reality, as experienced by its members. To study caste from an Indian perspective is to find oneself bewildered. What is caste? What is electricity? Lord Kelvin once remarked that he knew no more about electric and magnetic force than he did when he first taught natural philosophy 50 years ago. We recognise electricity by its effects, light, heat, sound, but we do not know its essence. So it is with caste. You cannot live long in a conservative part of India without feeling the force of caste. When challenged, it erupts in sudden opposition, a flash of anger, persecution, the roar of an enraged crowd. Yet, try to define it, and you will find it is more than birth, class, or a set of rules. It is a force, an energy imbued with spirit and essence, as elusive and powerful as electricity. A few months ago, a boy of 12 resolved to embrace Christianity. His clan, numbering 8,000, reacted with fury. A riot broke out in the streets. In one house, the poison cup was readied. Death was preferable to the loss of caste. In another town, a boy openly declared his faith and was baptized. His caste later seized him, and the next time he was seen he had been reduced to a raving lunatic. The caste had exacted its revenge. Consider another account from a neighbouring Tamil region. A poor, low-caste woman, educated at home, came to believe in Christ. Her husband shared her faith, and both contemplated conversion. But the village soothsayer warned that their father's god would be angered. Undeterred, they pressed on, and suddenly their baby died. Overwhelmed by this loss, they reverted to idolatry. A few years later, as their eldest child learned to read, the mother's faith was rekindled. Despite the soothsayer's warnings and her husband's objections, she persisted in nurturing her child's education. Then her cow died unexpectedly. "Did we not tell you so?" they said. Though momentarily staggered, she rallied and became even more earnest in her faith. In response, the soothsayer threatened even harsher measures. A caste meeting was convened to decide the woman's fate. Her husband attended and was served rice and curry, yet before he reached home he fell violently ill and died within 3 days. His relatives then denounced the woman as the cause of his death, seized her only son, and demanded that she return to her father's gods before their entire family was annihilated. They gave her 2 weeks to fast and mourn, and, once they believed her mind had been realigned with Christ, sent her off to Burma. This account is presented simply as fact, a testimony to the power of caste as an active force. Yet there is a quiet cruelty in it that burns the heart with indignation. Consider that this harsh treatment was meted out to someone from a low caste, so zealously guarded. Imagine the intensity of scorn if the caste were higher. Now look at caste in its everyday impact. Consider the kitchen and its cooking. In India, culinary work is not considered vulgar. In every orthodox Hindu home, caste women either perform or supervise cooking, whether by younger family members or by servants of the same caste. As Sir Monier Williams observed, the kitchen in every Indian household is a kind of sanctuary or holy ground. The mere glance of a man of inferior caste can render the greatest delicacies uneatable. If such a glance falls upon the family supplies during cooking, when the ceremonial purity of the water is a matter of life and death, the entire repast must be discarded as if poisoned. The family is, for that day, dinnerless. Food thus contaminated would, if eaten, taint the souls as well as the bodies of the eaters, a stain removable only by long and painful expiation. Imagine the defilement that would occur if a household member who had broken caste by baptism were allowed any part in the cooking. It is unthinkable. Her presence, her shadow, even her touch would be regarded as pollution. For this, and many other reasons, her life at home becomes impossible, and the Orthodox Hindus simply cannot conceive of it as acceptable. Caste also exerts its influence in the realm of trade. Every occupation represents a specific caste. If a merchant converts, no one will buy his goods. If a weaver becomes a Christian, no one will purchase his cloth. If a dyer or jeweller does, his work is shunned. This complexity is especially evident among converts from traditional trade unions, which explains the need for industrial missions. Take, for example, a lad from the brassworker caste, a thoughtful boy who has concluded that Christianity is the true religion and wishes to convert. Yet his father is frail, and he is responsible for his mother and younger siblings. Conversion would mean the loss of his trade. No one would sell him brass or buy the vessels he makes. He knows only his inherited craft, making water pots, lamps, vases, and similar items. Too old to learn a new trade, he is trapped. Although we assure him that God will provide for his family, can we really blame him for hesitating when the prospect of losing everything he depends on is so real? He reads, "He that loveth father or mother more than me is not worthy of me." And then he gazes at his family. It is an agonizing choice. These factors illustrate why work in India is uniquely difficult. Every land has its challenges, but here, when embracing Christianity means risking one's livelihood and family, the bonds that bind souls are powerfully reinforced. The work is, without exaggeration, exceedingly difficult. Now consider the callous cruelty of caste. I offer an illustration from last year. I was visiting the home of an elderly woman upon whom a burden had fallen. On our first visit, we saw a little lad of 3 or 4 years, suffering visibly. He lay in a swinging bag hung from the roof, crying pitifully throughout our stay. 2 months later, he was still there, his cries now so faint he barely had the strength to express his pain. They lifted him out, and though I did not know the child personally, I was struck by his drawn, pained face and the little hands pressed over his burning eyes. Only one who has suffered ophthalmia can understand such agony. I was told he had not slept, not even the measure of a rapeseed, for 3 months. Night and day he had cried, yet now his voice was barely a whisper. I begged them to take him to a hospital 25 miles away, but they insisted that leaving for a hospital was against their caste. His pitiful moans broke my heart, and I pleaded that even if his sight could not be saved, something could be done to ease his pain. But no, they would not allow it. To them, the possibility of him dying away from home would disgrace their caste. "Then he is to suffer until he is blind or dead." I nearly cried out, enraged by such cold cruelty. They asked, "What can we do? Can we destroy our caste?" I nearly erupted in anger, but then I knelt among them, overcome by pity, and prayed with all my heart for the Good Shepherd to come and gather the lamb in his arms. I wonder if you can bear to read this account. I can hardly bear to write it. You have not seen those little hands pressed over his eyes, falling helplessly as he grew too tired to cry, nor have you heard those weak, pitiful wails, and to think it need not have been. "We could do nothing. We were leaving the next day, and even if we could have helped, they would not have allowed it. They had their own doctor. The case was in his hands." As we departed, they explained that a distant relative had died 2 years ago, and leaving the house would break some obscure caste rule. Otherwise, perhaps they might have arranged different treatment, so that child remained, a further living sacrifice on the altar of caste. The last words I heard as we left were, "Cry softly, or we'll put more medicine in." I saw his little hands tighten over his shut eyes as he struggled to stifle his sobs, a clear sign of what that medicine meant. Among its ingredients was raw pepper mixed with alum. Is not caste a cruel force? These women were not heartless, yet they would rather let that baby suffer torturously inch by inch than risk dimming the brilliant banner of their caste. This is but one glimpse of a power that at home is only a name, its weakest phase. The grip of caste on the body is nothing compared to its hold on the mind and soul. It may yield under pain, as our medical missionaries have observed, but it tightens once relief passes. It is unspeakably strong, unmercifully cruel, and seems to run in the very blood of the people. It is part of their very being. This, then, is caste viewed as a doer. It enacts strange and harsh deeds, many of them cruel. All who struggle against it agree. It is the strongest foe to the gospel of Christ on the Hindu fields of South India. Chapter 12. Petra. Bishop French. This work in India is one of the greatest tests the Church of Christ has ever faced. The people you seek to stand against make the giant races of Canaan seem small in comparison. It was extremely hot, and we were exhausted. The warm, welcoming voice calling, "Come in! Come in! Oh, come and rest!" was a relief, and we gladly entered. She was a dear old friend, my only true friend in that ancient Hindu town. Her home was always open to us, and the upper room was always, or at least claimed to be, available whenever we needed rest. But she was a Hindu through and through, though enlightened enough to touch us freely for love's sake, holding our hands and even kissing us. Once we left, a thorough purification followed. Every piece of clothing worn while we were there had to be washed before sunset. She insisted on feeding us, calling for plantains and sugar, mashing the plantains, dipping the pulp into sugar, and ordering us to eat. Once satisfied, she sat down and allowed herself to be photographed. This small ancient Hindu town is about 2 hours from Dohnavur. It has 38 stone temples and shrines, along with 500 altars. No one has counted all the idols, but there are 200 beneath a single tree near one of the smaller shrines. Each of the larger temples has its own temple women. In total, there are 200 recognized servants of the gods and 200 annual festivals. Right now, many calculations are being made about the spread of Christianity in India. A popular method is to note the rate at which the number of Christians has grown over the past decade. If this same rate continues, some say, India will eventually become a Christian nation. However, this assumes that Brahmins, high caste Hindus, and Mohammedans will convert at the same pace as the lower classes, which is far from certain. There are other calculations, though they are mentioned less often. Here, in the heart of this Hindu town, they carry weight. One such calculation, carefully worked out, shows that at the current rate of growth, it will take more than 20,000 years for the Hindu towns of this district to become even nominally Christian. Another, even more startling, concludes that according to statistical laws, it will take 1,300,000 years for the Brahmins in this one South Indian district to be converted. If the same calculation is applied to all of India, the result is just as overwhelming for any faith that relies solely on numbers. But praise God, this is not his arithmetic. These are purely human calculations. We believe in the Holy Spirit, the Lord and giver of life. We believe in God, the one who calls things that are not as though they were. Therefore, these numbers prove nothing. But if such calculations are made, they should be done fairly, considering both sides, not just in a way that highlights the most hopeful results. 2 of us spent a morning in the Brahmin Street. In these old Hindu towns, the Brahmin Street is built around the temple. In larger towns, it serves as a thoroughfare, and we are permitted to enter. The women stood in the shade of their cool, dark verandas, while we stood in the blazing sun, trying to befriend them. Then some mission college boys saw us, felt ashamed that we were standing in such heat, and offered us a place on a veranda. But as soon as we stepped onto it, the women disappeared, and the men took their place. The boys, under their breath, pleaded with us not to speak about our faith. Still, we spoke for a few minutes, pouring our whole hearts into the opportunity. It felt as though our words were nothing more than feathers floating against solid rock, but we bore witness, and they listened, until one of them remarked that it was time for their midday bath. We understood they wanted us to leave, so we did. At the head of the Brahmin Street, we found a wall, stood in its shade and tried again. Crowds of men and boys gathered around us, but our college boys remained by our side, helping to keep order. As they walked with us down the outer street, they said, "Now you see how completely impossible Christianity is for us." It is good at times to pause and take in the strength of the enemy we face. That evening, 2 of us had a quiet moment beneath the temple walls. Towering high above us, stretching far beyond us, those massive walls seemed like a symbol of the barrier Satan has built around these souls. We could reach out and touch the visible wall, press against it, feel its solid strength. If we ran at it with all our might, we would only hurt ourselves, perhaps fall back, bleeding, while the wall would remain unmoved. And the other, invisible wall? Oh, we can touch that too. The touch of the Spirit is as real as physical touch, so is the pain of the Spirit, and yet the wall still stands firm. It was moonlight. We had walked around the great temple square, down the silent Brahmin streets. We had stood in the pillared hall, looking across at the open doorway, where light flickered on the shrine. Now, standing outside in the purity of God's light, we gazed up at the massive temple tower, its shape rising pitch black against the sky, and we felt how small we were. Then the power of the place began to press in on us. It was more than stone. It was mystery. The rulers of the darkness of this world were there. At that moment, all earthly things seemed weak against such overwhelming forces. The weapons of the flesh felt like toy swords before them. Praise God for the Holy Spirit! As we sat there, a Brahmin approached to see what we were doing. We shared some of our thoughts, and he asked if we would like to hear his. We told him we would, gladly. He pointed up at the temple tower. "That is my first step to God," he said. We listened as he explained the ancient Vedic philosophy. Since God is everywhere, he said, he reveals himself in different ways, through visible forms, incarnations, or in spirit. The visible form is the lowest form of revelation, merely the first of many steps leading to the highest, the intelligent worship of and ultimate absorption into the Supreme Spirit. "We are like little children," he continued. "We take this small first step, and as we rise to the next, it crumbles beneath us. Step by step, we ascend from the visible to the invisible, from matter to spirit, to God." Then, with polite courtesy, he added, "As my faith is good for me, so, no doubt, yours is good for you." The next morning we went down to the river and spoke with the people passing by on their way to town. The scene was beautiful in the soft early light. Men were washing their bullocks, and children ran in and out of the water. Farther downstream, women bathed their babies and polished their brass water vessels. Overhead, the trees arched together, but in places the sunlight broke through, casting golden patches on the water. In one of those glowing pools of light, a girl stood, bending to fill her vessel. She wore the common crimson of the south, but as the light struck her, it lit up her sari and the gleaming brass as she swung it under her arm. She stood there, a picture of colour and light, framed by the brown and green of the river and the trees. Everywhere we looked, there was beauty, the shimmering water, the play of light, the sound of voices and laughter, and the rhythmic splashing. But then, in the midst of it all, we saw something else. Under an ancient tree, 15 men walked slowly in a circle, moving with the sun's course. Beneath the tree lay numerous idols surrounded by fresh oleander and jasmine wreaths, offerings brought that very morning. The men were elderly, dignified in appearance, and completely absorbed in what they were doing. It was no empty ritual to them, it was reality. There is something about seeing this open, undeniable dethronement of our God that stirs the soul to its depths. We could not bear to watch it. Again and again we have come to this town, yet today those men still walk around that tree, and today that town remains an unconquered stronghold. I have called it Petra, for it represents many such towns, walled in as this one is. In Keith's Evidence of Prophecy, there is a map of Petra, the ancient stronghold of Edom. While studying it, I understood David's question and his triumphant answer. Who will lead me into the strong city? Who will bring me into Edom? Wilt not thou, O God? The map shows mountains enclosing the city on every side except the east, where they break into a single narrow passage, the only way in. There was only one way, but there was a way. Here is a town, its walls of caste and bigotry rising to the heavens, but there must be one way in. Here is a soul, walled in by indifference and pride, but there must be one way in. Who will lead me into the strong city? Who will bring me into Edom? Wilt not thou, O God? Chapter 13, Death by Disuse. Reverend I.W. Charlton of India said, "There is a strong tendency to see the atonement of Christ as something that allows God to overlook sin in the Christian, as if sinning were an unavoidable part of human nature until death do us part. Many think of Christianity as a substitute for holiness rather than the cause of it." A J. Carr of India wrote, "From what I have heard, I suspect many at home imagine the mission field to be like a little heaven on earth. But beneath the surface there is much to grieve the heart. Oh, friends, how much prayer is needed. Many of our workers seem to know nothing of true conversion. You may not like me speaking so plainly, but it often feels as if only the bright side is shown. If God's praying people at home saw things as they really are, more prayers would rise for an outpouring of the Holy Spirit on our workers, our converts, and the whole field. We long to see all our pastors and mission workers as truly converted men, men of prayer and faith, who, knowing they are saved, burn with a longing to see the lost brought out of darkness into His light. We long to see the Christians in our churches as earnest, transformed men and women." David Livingstone of Africa said, 50 added to the church may sound impressive at home, but if only 5 of them are truly converted, what will it matter in the great day? Minnie Apperson of China prayed, "Oh, for the fire to set the whole aflame and melt us into one mighty spirit-filled church." The lamps were being lit, the drums beaten, the cymbals struck, and the horns blown for evening puja in all the larger temples and shrines of the strong city as we turned away from it. Crossing the stream that separates the two places, we entered the Christian hamlet, which, in that moment of contrast, seemed like a little corner of the garden of the Lord. Behind us was the clash and clang of heathen worship, every kind of discordant noise filling the air. Here, the steady ringing of the bell called the people to evening service. Behind us was everything meant by the mystery of iniquity. Here, the purity and peace of Christianity. That was my first impression, and even now, after time spent labouring in the heart of heathendom, Christendom, or at least the part of it that lies alongside, seems beautiful by comparison. There, death stands bare, unhidden, the corpse exposed. Here, if there is death, at least it is decently clothed. And yet, that evening, one thought pressed upon me. Death is still death, no matter where it is found or how carefully it is covered. The first to welcome us was a bright-looking widow. This is her photograph. We quickly became friends. She told us she had been born in the way. Her grandfather had joined it, and no one in the family had ever turned back, so she was certain all was well. We were not so sure. we tried to see if she understood the difference between joining the way and coming to Christ. This was just a small country hamlet, yet everywhere we have travelled, among both the educated and uneducated, we have found much confusion on this subject. "God knows my heart," she said. "God hears my prayers. If I have a bad dream at night, I pray to him, place a Bible under my head, and sleep in perfect peace." Could anything be more convincing? There were many other proofs she could offer. If your grandfather had donated 6 lamps to the church, each worth 3.5 rupees, the lamps still hang there today, bearing witness to it. If your father never failed to pay his yearly dues, along with regular Sunday offerings, his name is in the church report, and his contributions are printed. If you freely help the poor, giving them paddy on Christmas Day, a whole sackful of it. If you never offer sacrifices to demons, not even when your children are sick, despite the advice of other unfaithful Christians. If you never wear the cylinder, a charm often secretly worn by nominal Christians. And finally, if you have been baptized, confirmed, and without a break joined the night supper, then surely no one can reasonably doubt that you are a proper Christian. As for questions about a changed heart or habitual sins, such as lying, well, who in this wicked world lives without lying? And when it pleases God, he will change your heart. We led the evening meeting for the villagers who had gathered by then and were listening approvingly. Privacy, as we know it, does not exist in India. "That is right," they remarked cheerfully. "Give her plenty of good advice." Then, all together, we trooped into the prayer room. Once inside, everyone put on a kind of church expression and took their usual places in respectful silence. The little school children sat in neat rows on the mats at the front, arms demurely folded, eyes sparkling yet solemn. The grown-ups sat on their mats behind them, while we sat facing them. We began with a chorus, which the children quickly picked up and sang at full volume, while the adults joined in more reservedly. Then we got to work. Blessing spoke. She had once been a nominal Christian herself, so she knew exactly where these people were and how they viewed things. Her heart was deeply moved as she spoke, and tears came to her eyes, for she knew that none of them had the joy of conscious salvation. Later she told me she felt a deep thirst and hunger for them, but they listened without response. Afterwards we prayed and waited quietly. Sometimes the Spirit works most in silence, and we rose with expectation. But there was no sign of life. When the meeting ended, they gathered around us again, warm and friendly as always in these little villages. But they could not understand why we were troubled. "Are we not all Christians?" they asked. Not long after they came, as was their kind custom, to bring us fruit and flower wreaths for New Year's Day. I noticed my first friend from that evening was missing, and asked about her. "That widow you spoke to," the old catechist said, 3 days ago, fever seized her and—" He stopped and looked up. I longed to hear how she had died, but no one could tell me anything. Oh, the silence that covers the passing of souls. Soon after we went to the village, certain that this loss would have stirred the people. She had been a leader among the women, and her call, even in this land of sudden calls, had been very sudden, but we found no one moved by it. They spoke of her in the solemn tone used on such occasions, sighed, and reminded each other that God is merciful, and that she had always been, to the best of her ability, a very good woman. We felt as though we stood before that heavy curtain, the only certain dividing line, with each of them speaking as you would to those you might never see again on this side of it. But they only looked at us, puzzled. "Are we not Christians?" they asked. "Do we not believe in God? Do we not pray night and morning for forgiveness, protection, and blessing?" So they could not understand. Had their ability to understand withered away, had the soul God gave them died, sentenced to death by disuse, they are dead, dead in apathy, in ignorance, in decaying customs, and in the false security of a Christianity without life in Christ. These poor Christians are dead. Why should it be thought a thing incredible with you that God should raise the dead? Lord, it is not incredible. You have done it before. Oh, do it again. Do it soon. I have told you how much we need your help for the work among the heathen, but often we feel we need it just as much for the work among the Christians. It has been said again and again, yet still it is scarcely understood. The Christians need to be converted. The vast majority are not. Statistics may mislead. They do not reflect eternal realities. Many pastors, catechists, and teachers have a name to live, but are dead. The church as a whole is very dead, though we thank God for every exception. We do not say this lightly. It grieves us even to write these words. We humble ourselves for it and take the blame. It is true that the corpse of the dead church is clothed, just as it is at home, but here it is even more adorned. Because the spirit of the land is intensely religious, its grave clothes are vestments. But dressed death is still death. This may come as a shock to those who have read stories of a few faithful native Christians, and from these imagined the church as a company of saints. God does have his saints in India, men and women hidden in quiet places, and a few standing openly in the front. But the cry of our hearts is for more. So we tell you the truth about things as they are, knowing it may not be welcome. The best is what people prefer to hear at home, so the best is most often written. This may seem to contradict what was said earlier about the darker side of the truth often being told. But it does not. Read through the magazines and reports, and you will find sentences that reveal reality to those with eyes to see. Yet, despite this, all will admit that the sanguine view, as it is called, is far more common. The reason is simple. The optimistic writer is the most popular, and so he is urged to write more. People will read what is buoyant and bright. The more of that sort we have, the better, wrote a mission secretary in the field to a missionary who did not feel free to write in quite that way. Others, as another secretary put it, are afraid of writing at all for fear of telling lies. Excuse the strong language I'm quoting, not exaggerating. Naturally, those who hesitate to write in this way write much less, and so the best side of things is what gets known. This is no one's fault exactly. The home authorities mostly print what is sent to them. At times they even draw attention to the less cheerful reports. But if, occasionally, they yield to the pressure of a public that prefers to hear what it likes, softening a strong statement with an editorial, nevertheless. Is it really surprising? Do you think we write this way because we are discouraged? No, we are not discouraged, except when we fear that you may grow weary in prayer before the answer comes. This India is God's India. This work is His. Oh, join with us then, as we join with our dear Indian brothers and sisters who are alive in the Lord, in waiting upon Him in that deepest form of waiting, the waiting that holds on until the answer comes. Join with us as we pray to the mighty God of revivals. O Lord, revive thy work in the midst of the years, make known. Chapter 14. What Happened? Reverend T. Walker of India said, "Some years ago, England was stirred to its core by revelations of the bitter cry of wronged womanhood. But in India the bitter cry is far more bitter. Only here it is stifled and smothered by the cruel gag of caste. Orthodox Hindus would rather see their daughters betrayed, tortured, or even murdered than allow them to break free from the bonds of caste. There is another ancient town near Dohnavur, with another temple at its centre, and around it the usual Brahmin square. In one of the streets of this square we saw the girl whose face now looks out at you. It was a striking face, not beautiful like many, but full of character, with a quiet strength in her eyes and brow, a face rich with possibilities. We were rarely able to obtain anything we especially wanted, but we got this. I look at it now and wonder how it will change as the soul behind it takes shape and grows. That child is surrounded by influences that shield her from the touch of God's grace. That day we saw many women, but always from a distance, never closer than the width of a street. They would not come near, for this town remains a Petra to us. We are still waiting to be led inside. But if we were close enough to take a photograph, were we not close enough to share the gospel? Why not stop right there and speak of what truly matters? What was to hinder us then? Only this. In that town they have heard of converts breaking caste through baptism. Because they know that some of these converts are connected with us, they have made a law forbidding us from speaking to any of their women. That was what hindered us there. But even if we had been free to speak, as we trust we will be one day, and even if she had wanted to listen, the barriers between a child like her and open confession of Christ are so many and so great that it is difficult even to describe them. Words feel like mere shadows, frail and insubstantial, compared to the reality, like the thin wisps of grass growing on a massive rock rather than the rock itself. Or, to return to the old thought, all one can do is point to the dust as evidence of the actual. What is to hinder high caste women from being baptized and living as Christians in their own homes? The question came from an Englishman, a winter visitor, who, being interested in missions, was gathering impressions. We explained that no high caste woman would be allowed to live as an open Christian in her own home. We told him of some who had simply disappeared, vanished, because they were suspected of leaning toward Christianity. "What do you suppose happened to them?" he asked. And we told him. We were sitting in the pleasant drawing room of an Indian hotel. Our friend smiled and assured us we must be mistaken. "This place is British India," he said. "Such things could not happen." We glanced around the quiet room with its air of English comfort and security. We saw the calm faces that had never looked upon fear, and we hardly wondered that they could not understand. Then, in a moment, even as they talked, we were far away in another room, looking at different faces restless and full of fear. We knew that for streets and streets around us, there were only enemies of our Lord. We knew that if a cry for help were raised, it would be smothered long before it ever reached the great English house beyond. There were policemen, you say, but policemen in India are not like those at home. Policemen can be bribed, and now we are looking in again. It is a dark inner room, no window, just a single small door. The walls are thick and the door is solid. If someone cried out in there, who would hear? And now we are listening. Someone is speaking. Once there was one. She cared for your God. She was buried into the wall in there, and that was the end of her. But then we are back in the drawing room, listening as they tell us such things could never happen. 3 years passed and a girl came to us for refuge. She loved her family deeply and would never have left them if they had allowed her to live as a Christian at home. But no, rather than that, she shall burn. they said. We were uncertain about her age and feared that if the case went to court, we would have to give her up. And if we had to surrender her, we looked at her gentle, trusting face and could not bear the thought. And yet, according to our friends, the government made everything safe. Around that time, a newspaper arrived at our house. It gave names, dates, and all means of identification. The story was this. A young Brahmin girl in another South Indian town wanted to be a Christian and openly confessed Christ at home. She longed to be baptized, but she was too young then, so she waited. She continued to learn, standing firm despite every effort made to turn her back. She was betrothed against her will to her cousin, and strictly forbidden from having any contact with Christians. She was never allowed to go out alone and was practically a prisoner. For 3 years that child held firm, bearing a steadfast witness at home and making it clear that she was and always would be a Christian. Then came a turning point. A significant Hindu ceremony was held at her grandfather's house, and she refused to attend. This act of defiance brought the matter to a crisis. Her family appointed a council of 5 to investigate. She maintained a glorious witness before them all, wrote the missionary. She boldly declared that she was a Christian and intended to join us. When they challenged her about the Bible, she held it out and read from it in front of the assembled people. For a moment it seemed as if she had won, but soon new efforts were made to break her resolve. Religious leaders in the town tried to persuade her first with jewels, but she refused them. Then they urged her to convert to Islam, believing that would be less disgraceful than becoming a Christian. When that failed, they resorted to the worst, an attempt to destroy her purity and break her spirit. But, thank God, they failed. At last, the waiting was over. She had come of age for baptism. She wrote to her missionary friend, telling him she was ready. He sent her books to read and promised to inform her within 2 days of what he could arrange. Her letter was written from her grandfather's house, the missionary later reported, where she said she had been sent and locked alone in a room. The next day, I heard a rumour of her death. I went to Anoy's house and found her body outside the door. He immediately had it seized by the police. A post-mortem examination revealed that the child had been poisoned with arsenic. Bribes had been given freely. Atrocious lies had been told. And the final result of all the police investigations? No charge could be brought against anyone. Last year we met one of the missionaries from this mission while in the hills and asked if anyone had been convicted. He said no one had. The caste had seen to that. Here, then, is a simple statement of facts, without emotion or exaggeration. A child was locked alone in a room and poisoned. When she was dead, her body was thrown outside the door. It was found. There have been bodies that were never found. But we are under the British government, so of course nothing could have happened to them. The British government does much, but it cannot do everything. It is well known in India that false witnesses can be bought at a set price per person, depending on what kind of testimony is needed. Bribery and corruption are not just words here, they are realities, nearly impossible for even the most upright official to uncover and stop. Everyone knows that the white man's government, though strong enough to conquer and rule an empire of millions, is as weak as a white child when it stands outside the door of an Indian house, wanting to know what has happened inside or trying to control what goes on within. It cannot do it. The very thought is vain. "Why not have her put under surveillance?" asked a friend, a military man, speaking of a certain girl who wanted to be a Christian, as if such surveillance were even possible under the conditions that exist in high-caste Hindu and Mohammedan homes. except in places directly under the government's watch. We know there are houses where, at an hour's notice, any kind and any strength of poison can be prepared and given. Quick poisons that kill within minutes, slow poisons that eat away at the body so gradually that no one can detect them. Brain poisons, worse than either, and perhaps more commonly used, for they are just as effective and far less risky. But we could not prove what we know, and knowledge without proof is, in the eyes of the law, worthless. And yet we know these things, and we have heard a cry of tears. We have heard a cry of blood. Tears and blood have a cry that pierces heaven. Through all its hallelujah swells of mirth, God hears their cry, and though he tarry yet, he doth not forget. Chapter 15. Simply Murdered. Reverend Robert Stewart, who laboured in China, wrote, "Agonia, that word so often on St. Paul's lips, what did it mean? Did it not just mean the 1,000 wearinesses? And deeper, the strivings, the travailings, the bitter disappointments, the deaths oft of a missionary's life? There are worse things than martyrdom. Some are simply murdered. One such person belonged to a caste known for its tolerance and safety. Men from this caste who convert to Christianity can stay in their homes, and if both husband and wife believe, they may continue living among their people. Yet this is what happened to a young girl simply because she wanted to follow Christ. First came persecution. Treasure, as her name can be translated, had learned as a child in the little mission school. When we visited her village, she responded and took her stand. She refused to take part in a Hindu ceremony. At first they beat her lightly, then severely. When that failed, they sent her far from us to a heathen village miles away. But this too did not break her. She was brought back home, and for months she remained steadfast, reading and learning whenever she could, always shining as a witness. She was a joy to us. She was eager to come out and be baptized, but her age was the problem. When someone converts, the first step is to inform the police. They send a constable to record the convert's statement, which is then sent to headquarters. One of the first questions asked is about age. In some cases, a medical certificate is required, and the girl's future depends on it. If we can obtain one stating she is over 16, we are safe from criminal prosecution. However, 18 is the safest age, as the civil courts would force us to give her up if she were younger. Proving age is difficult unless the girl is clearly older. Medical certificates often subtract a year from what we believe to be the true age. Another possible proof is the horoscope, a Hindu document written on a palm leaf at birth. However, it is always kept by the head of the family and is usually impossible to obtain. In court, relatives may even present a false horoscope, as happened in a recent case, so we cannot rely on that. In this girl's case, we searched the government registers for birth records in her village, but they had all been destroyed. No records existed for birth 16 years back. Though she and everyone who had known her all her life believed she was about 16, we knew we could not prove it. She was a very slight, delicate girl, small for her age. This worked against her, and other obstacles made it unwise for her to leave at that time. She had to wait. I shall never forget the day I had to tell her she could not come. She could not understand it. She knew that the higher castes had threatened to unite and support her father in a lawsuit if she became a Christian. But she thought it would be enough to stand before the judge and say she knew she was of age and wanted to come to us. "I will not be afraid of the people," she pleaded. "I will stand up straight before them all and speak without any fear." I remember how her eyes filled with tears as I explained. It was so hard for her to grasp that we had no power to protect her. If she came and had to be sent back, it would be even worse for her. She understood this, but still she asked, would God let them take me away? Would he not take care of me? I suppose it is right to obey the laws. On the whole, they are just made to protect these very girls. It would not do for anyone to lure away a mere child from her parents or guardians. But what seems unjust to us is that the entire burden of proof falls on us. In these rural villages, there are no government birth records to help us legally prove what we know to be true. If the proof must rest on us, should there not be some way for us to determine a girl's age before she comes, so we may know if we can legally protect her? Even more, how strange is this justice! A child of 12 may legally take on the responsibilities of wifehood, yet she must wait 6 more years before she is legally free to follow her conscience. Free? She is never truly free. A widow may be free under the law, but a wife in India? Never! Hardly a single caste wife in all this vast empire would be among the few open Christians today if the missionary involved had not risked more than can be told and placed God's law above man's. But oh, how many have been turned back? One stops, swallows the words. They come too hot and fast. There are reasons. Such suffering is not limited to young girls like Treasure. Even women already married and living in their husband's home endure agonies that highlight how desperately change is needed. As I write, a young wife dear to us lies bruised and unconscious on the floor of a Hindu home. Her husband, encouraged by her own mother, set out to force her into a caste custom. It was idolatrous. She refused. He beat her, blow after blow, until she fell senseless. They revived her and began again. There is no real redress. She is his wife. She is not free to be a Christian. He knows it. Her family knows it. And she knows it, poor child. Oh God, forgive us if we feel too deeply, if we are too sore at heart for easy, pleasant words. And oh God, raise up in India Christian statesmen who will see this injustice, who will refuse to be blindfolded and deceived. His laws and ours clash somewhere. The question is, where? Though this wife's plight weighed heavily on our hearts, Treasure's own struggle still demanded our urgent attention. A Christian teacher lived next door, and Treasure would sometimes slip in, as their courtyards were connected. We had put up a verse on the wall for her. Fear not, for I have redeemed thee, I have called thee by thy name, thou art mine. This was her special verse. She would look at it, then grow braver, promising to be patient and try to win her mother, who was bitterly opposed. But oh, how I remember the longing in her face as I left. Even now my heart feels the sharp pain, like a knife cutting deep, as I walked away, leaving her to her fate. It's difficult to describe the profound change we witnessed the next time we saw her. An image comes to mind, one that captures the devastation of her spirit. Have you ever seen a tree stark and bare, standing against a bright blue sky? A bleak, blackened thing, twisted and lifeless. You stare, held by the silent horror of it, and someone tells you it was struck in the last great thunderstorm. Next time we saw Treasure, she was like that, like the blackened tree after the storm. What happened in between, as far as we know, was this. They tried to persuade her. They tried to force her. She stood firm, witnessing for Jesus, never wavering. Once they dragged her out of the house by her hair and, holding her down against the wall, struck her hard with a leather strap. One of the Christians saw it and heard her cry out in her pain, "I do not fear! I do not fear! It will only send me to Jesus." Then they turned to threats. "We will take you to the lake at night, cut you into pieces and throw you in." She believed them fully, but still she did not flinch. Then they did their worst. It was a Sunday morning. The evening before, she had managed to see the teacher. Hurriedly, she told her what was happening. Someone had come, a bridegroom, she called him, a student from a mission college. He was filling her mind with doubts, saying Christianity was a dead religion, that a great and learned woman, Mrs. Besant, had exposed the missionaries and their ways, so that no thinking person could still be deceived by them. Then, with deep urgency, she added, "It is the devil! Do pray for me. They want me to marry him secretly. Oh, I must go to the Missi Amal." If only we had known, we would have risked anything, any breach of the law of the land, to save her from breaking the law of heaven. For in old India, even such talk between an Indian girl of good standing and her prospective husband was utterly improper. That alone meant danger. But we knew nothing. And the next day, on that Sunday, she was shut away and no one knows what was done to her. On Monday she was seen again, but changed, so utterly changed. We heard nothing of this until the following Wednesday. The Christians were truly concerned, but the Tamil is ever casual, and they saw no reason to trouble us with bad news sooner than necessary. As soon as we heard, I sent 2 of the sisters who knew her best to try and see her. They managed to speak with her for just a few minutes, but found her completely hardened. Every trace of tenderness was gone. She laughed, a strange, strained laugh, they said. It was useless for me to try and see her, but I was determined. I cannot go over it all again. It is like tearing the skin off a wound. So the letter written at the time must tell the rest. On Saturday, I went straight to the teacher's house, sent away the bandy at once, and by God's special arrangement, got in unnoticed. For hours we sat in the little inner room, waiting. We could hear her voice in the courtyard outside, a hard, changed voice. The teacher tried to bring her in, but she refused. Oh, how we held on to God! I could not bear to leave without seeing her. At last we had to go. The cart came back for us, revealing where we were, and the last human chance was gone. And then, just then, like one walking in a dream, Treasure wandered in and stood startled. She did not know we were there. We were kneeling, our backs to the door. I turned and saw her. I cannot write about the next 5 minutes. I thought I understood what Satan could do in this land. But I knew nothing. Oh, when will Jesus come and end it all? Just once, it seemed as if the spell was broken. My arms were around her, though at first she had shrunk away and tried to push me off. But now she was quiet, and for a moment she seemed to understand that someone cared. She knelt beside me, covering her eyes as if in prayer, while I poured out my soul for her. Then we were all very still, and the Lord seemed so near. But she rose, unmoved. She looked at us. We were all broken down, but she only smiled. A strange, hard, foolish smile. That was all. The cause no one knows. There are only 2 possible explanations. One is poison. There is a kind of mind-bewildering medicine known to be used in such cases. This is what the Christians there believe. One of them says her cousin went through the same thing. He had been eager to follow Christ, but they shut him up for a day, and when he came out, he was dead. Dead, not in body, but to everything that had once been life to him. The other, and worse, is sin. Has she been forced into some sin that, to one so enlightened as she was, must mean dreadful darkness, the hiding of God's face? I cannot tell you how bright this dear child was. Until that Saturday evening, her faith never wavered. She was a living witness to all the town that the Lord is God. Now, the heathen are triumphant. I have told you plainly what has happened. God's truth needs no embellishment. I leave it with you. Do you believe this is true? Then what are you going to do? Chapter 16. Wanted Volunteers. Ion Keith Falconer of Arabia wrote, "We have a great and imposing war office, but a very small army. While vast continents are shrouded in almost utter darkness, and hundreds of millions suffer the horrors of heathenism or of Islam, the burden of proof lies upon you to show that the circumstances in which God has placed you were meant by Him to keep you out of the foreign mission field." At the International Student Missionary Conference in London, January 1900, a South Indian missionary described the Brahmin race as the brain of India. He noted that, although their numbers are small, between 10 and 15 million, or about 5% of the Hindu population, they wield immense influence. They hold power over the entire population, occupying key positions as statesmen, politicians, judges, magistrates, government officials and clerks at all levels. Any position that grants authority over others is typically held by a Brahmin. Additionally, they belong to a sacred caste, regarded by the people as gods on earth, a status believed to have been earned through many lifetimes of righteousness. Among the Petras of this district is a small, old-fashioned country town, firmly controlled by the Brahmans. No one from this town has ever converted, and the people proudly declare that none ever will. No homes are open yet for teaching or even visiting, but we are making friends and hope for an opportunity soon. We spent a morning in the streets where they had no objection to our presence. As young Brahmins gathered around us or paused against a wall long enough to be caught in conversation, it was hard, even for us who understood their condition, to grasp how tightly they were bound. Bound though they should conquer, slaves though they should be kings. Their bondage, both physical and spiritual, is beyond what an English mind can fully comprehend. Later, when we looked at the photographs, we remembered some who, as young students like these, had once dared to dream of escaping their bondage. But they were dragged back, their chains fastened more securely than before, each link tested and hammered down. Wanting to verify the facts of their stories, so we could answer those who dismiss our concerns, we had the ayah write to a fellow missionary who had known these young men well, asking him to recount what had happened to each of them. This morning his reply arrived. As it was handed to me, I was told, "I hardly like to give it to you, but it tells the truth about what goes on." These boys had once been students at our CMS college. The first young Brahmin mentioned in the letter had confessed Christ in baptism and stood firm against the overwhelming opposition from his family and friends. For weeks they came in crowds, using every argument to persuade him to return to Hinduism, but he instead preached Christ to them. Then they brought his young wife. She tore her hair, wailed, and pleaded with him not to condemn her to the shame of a widow's life. This was the hardest trial of all. In agony, he turned to the missionary and cried, "Oh, my father, take her away! She is tearing out my heart!" Then came the baptism day of another Brahmin student, a friend of the first. Before this, his relatives had seized him, locked him up, and starved him. When that failed, they fed him poisoned food, but the dose was not strong enough to kill him. He survived, escaped, and was now safe, ready for baptism. After his baptism, his newly baptized friend stood beside him, rejoicing and praising God. Then, with no fear in broad daylight, he went to the tank to bathe. He was never seen again. No one knows exactly what happened. It is believed that men hired to watch him seized their chance and took him away. What they did next has never been revealed. Conflicting reports reached the missionaries, one saying he remained steadfast, another claiming he had become a priest in one of the great Saivite temples of South India. Which is true, only God knows. But under the English government, could nothing be done? One of his close relatives now serves as a High Court judge in one of India's cities. Among the Brahmins who came during those weeks were influential men, graduates of colleges, members of the legal profession, a common career among Brahmans, and yet this was allowed to happen. There was another, but the methods used to seize him cannot be written here. This is the challenge we face when trying to tell the truth as it is. Some of the dust may be revealed, a little of it, but the full reality, never. There were others who came close to the kingdom, but their stories ended the same way. One by one, they were taken from the college. The missionary writes, "It makes one's heart sick to think of them, and the hellish means invented to turn them from Christ." These are not the words of sentimental imagination, but the testimony of a witness. Yet even a witness may feel he tells of one, a bright, joyful young man. His family made no objection when he returned home after baptism, believing he could live as a Christian with his wife. But they drugged his food, and what happened next must remain unspoken. They did their worst. When he awoke from that nightmare of sin, he sought out his missionary friend. Even some Hindus, ashamed of the vile means used to destroy him, wished for him to be received again as a Christian. But his spirit was broken. He said he could not disgrace the cause of Christ by returning. Instead, he chose to leave to go where no one would know him. He left his wife and vanished. He has never been heard from again. Our comrade tells of another, but once again the full story cannot be told. This young man was eager to confess Christ in baptism. As a college student, he was passionate and determined. His father knew of his son's desire and did what few Hindu fathers would. He turned his home into a hell to ruin his boy. The infernal plot succeeded. Only God knows how accountable a soul is when the mind is first dazed, then inflamed by those dreadful drugs. But we do know that the soul meant to rise and shine instead sinks, weighed down by the unspeakable shame of a memory so dark it stains through and through. I think of others as I write. One was a boy we knew well, an earnest, courageous lad, eager to witness for Christ. One evening he told us how he had narrowly escaped those plotting his destruction. After deciding to follow Christ, he lived at home for several months, trying to win his family. But they were furious at the thought of him breaking caste and refused to listen. Still, he waited and witnessed without fear. Then, one day, a group of men burst into the room where he sat. They seized him, bound and gagged him. As he lay helpless, they forced something into his mouth. He feared it was a drug, but it was only some vile substance, one that, to a Hindu, meant utter defilement. Then they left him bound and alone. That night, he managed to escape. A few months later, we heard he had been seized again. This time he was drugged and done for. In South India, baptism does not stop the caste from using every possible means to reclaim a convert. Once taken back, certain ceremonies are performed to purify and reinstate them. The caste's policy is clear. Get him back unbaptized if possible, but get him back at any cost. 2 Brahmin lads from different parts of this district chose Christ, openly confessed their faith, and were baptized. One was sent north for safety, but his family tracked him down. They appeared unexpectedly at a wayside station in central India, seized him, and forced him back home. Once there, they took their own measures to keep him. The other was sent to Madras. The Brahmins discovered his location, broke into the house at night, overpowered those protecting him, and carried him away. Once back in their hands, they did as they pleased. And they succeeded. No one outside could intervene. The caste controls its own. "O Lord Jesus Christ," wrote one, still a Hindu, "who knowest us to be placed in such danger that it is as if we were within some magical circle, with Satan standing outside, keeping us in terror. Break the spell of Satan and set us free to serve thee. All this may seem easy to read for those far removed from where it happened. Distance has a way of blurring sharp edges. But it is not easy to write. It is too near, too real. Why write it then? Because it must be known. Those who know our God, who understand how to lay hold of him in prayer, should do so and not let go for the winning of the castes for Christ. Surely the very difficulty of this work, the fact that it is what a soldier would call a forlorn hope, makes it all the more compelling. A soldier does not give up because the hope is forlorn. It is still a hope, however desperate. And whether he wins or not, he fights. There is something in this work that may mark it as forlorn. For ages, this race has persistently broken one of nature's laws, and the result is a certain lack of moral strength, resilience, and firmness. No individual is to blame. Harsh judgments have no place here, but the fact remains, and it must be considered when working among the Brahmins and the upper castes of India. Yet, alongside this weakness, there exists a seemingly contradictory force, the stubborn strength of the caste spirit. This spirit is evident in everything that happens when a convert appears. It is as if the million wills of the million caste men and women are condensed into one single will, an intense concentration of purpose unlike anything known at home. Look at this face. It is a photographed fact. Do you not see the absence of that something that gives strength to endure, that stirs courage to dare? Now listen to this. A Christian man lies dead. The only way to the cemetery passes through the Brahman street in the chief town of this district. There is no other route. The Brahman street is a public thoroughfare, open to all, yet the Brahmins refuse to allow the dead man to be carried through. The bishop pleads with them. Number he was a Christian, he shall not pass. Time is running out. In the tropics the dead must be buried quickly. The bishop appeals to the collector, the government's representative. The collector issues an order. The Brahmins defy it. He calls out a company of soldiers. The Brahmins gather on the rooftops and stone them. The order is given to fire. Only then may the Christians carry their dead. And later the Brahmins carry out theirs. This happened years ago, and outwardly times have changed in that town, but the spirit behind it remains. As small things reveal great ones, this street scene exposes the deeper reality, the force that makes winning the castes for Christ so difficult. Each individual may be weak alone, but together they are strong. We have called this mission a forlorn hope, but the phrase is wrong. With our captain as our leader, no hope is ever forlorn. Yet our leader calls for men like the brave of old, who risked their lives in the high places of the field, who came to the help of the Lord against the mighty. A life placed in jeopardy may be lost. Christ, our captain, is calling for volunteers. Here are the terms. Whosoever shall lose his life for my sake and the gospel's, the same shall find it. The teacher's life may seem lost as he pours himself out for his college boys. The student's life may seem lost as he spends long, hot days in quiet talks within the house. So be it, if it must be so. But the life lost for his name's sake, that life shall be found again. Chapter 17. If it's so very important? Eugene Stock at Shrewsbury Church Congress shared the following.
Let us for a moment imagine what would have happened on the Galilean hillside when our Lord fed the 5,000, if the apostles had acted as some do now. The 12 would have kept turning back, serving the front row again and again, while those in the back remained unfed. Suppose Andrew had said to his brother Simon Peter, "Should we all be feeding just the front row? Shouldn't some of us go to the back?" And Peter replied, "Oh no, don't you see how hungry these people in front are? They haven't had half enough yet. Besides, They are closest to us, so we bear more responsibility for them. Then, if Andrew pressed the point, Peter might say, "Very well, you're right. You go feed those in the back rows, but I can't spare anyone else. The rest of us have more than enough to do here." Now imagine Andrew convincing Philip to go with him. Then Matthew cries out, "Look, they're all going to the back. Is no one staying to help those in front?" Let me ask the members of Congress, do you recognise these words at all?
It was just an ordinary thing. A girl very ill and in terrible pain, who turned to us for help, but we could do nothing for her. Her family turned to heathen rites, preparing her to face the fierce God they believed was waiting to snatch her away. We visited again and again, but her suffering was so great that words seemed useless. Then, on our last visit, the crisis had passed. She would live, they told us joyfully. Now they were eager to listen. "Tell us all about your way," the women cried, all speaking at once, their voices loud with excitement. "Tell us the news from beginning to end." But, alas, they could take in very little. One great truth was too much at once. "Never mind," they reassured us. "Come every day, and then what you say will take hold of our hearts." And I had to tell them we were leaving that evening. We could not come every day. The girl turned her patient face toward us. She had smiled at the name of Jesus, and it seemed that, even in her weakness, she had listened before and tried to understand, but now she looked puzzled and troubled, and the women all asked, "Why?" In that crowded, stifling little room, we felt the weight of the unequal distribution of the bread of life. The front rows of the 5,000 receive the loaves and fishes again and again, so often that they must be urged and persuaded to take them, while the back rows are nearly forgotten. Are we so busy with those we can see that we have no time for those out of sight? But is this fair? Is this what Jesus, our Master, intended? Can it truly be called fair? The women looked at us, reproachful. Then one of them, gazing up at me, said, "You say this is very important. If it is so very important, why did you not come before? You say you will come again, if you can, but how can we be sure? We are old. Some of us may die before you return. This going away is not good." Again and again she repeated, "If it is so very important, why did you not come before?" Do not mistake her words for more than they were. It was not a deep hunger for God, only a simple human question of wonder. But its weight struck deeper than she knew. It pierced our very hearts. The people saw how deeply we were moved and pressed closer to comfort us. One dear old grandmother put her arms around me, stroked my face with her wrinkled hand and said, "Don't be troubled. We will worship your God. We will worship him just as we worship our own. Now, will you go away glad?" She was sincere. She truly wanted to comfort us, but her voice seemed to blend with other voices, voices from the homeland, and another voice, the one I had heard on the precipice edge, the voice of our brothers and sisters' blood crying out to God from the ground. Friends, are these women real to you? Look at this photograph of one of them. Surely it was not by chance that every detail was captured so clearly. Look at her fine, thoughtful old face. Can you look at it and say, "Yes, I am on my way to the light, and you are on your way to the dark"? At least this is what I profess to believe, and I am sorry for you. But this is all I can do. I can be very sorry. I know this will not show you the way from the dark, where you are, to the light, where I am. To show you the way, I must go to you, or perhaps send someone I want for myself, or give up something I wish to have. And this, of course, is impossible. It might be done if I loved God enough, but I love myself more than God or you. You would never say such a thing, I know. But Whoso hath this world's good, and seeth his brother have need, and shutteth up his compassion from him, how dwelleth the love of God in him? Chapter 18, The Call Intensified. Anna Gordon, China, said, "Sometimes the men and boys will not go away and let us talk to the women. In such cases, I find silent prayer the best refuge. In other places, the people welcome you, but will listen to anything except the doctrine of Jesus Christ. And this is harder to bear than anything else I know." Reverend A. Schreiber, Sumatra and India, said, "Let those at home not care only to hear about successes. We must train them to take an interest in the struggle." Reverend J. Lampard, India, said, "It is a fight demanding physical, mental and spiritual strength, with many adversaries. The dead weight of heathenism, the lack of understanding of our purpose, and the active opposition of the powers of darkness make it a real battle. Only men of grit, courage, devotion and unshakable patience will win. Have I painted a discouraging picture? Am I frightening away good men who might have volunteered and done well? I think not. I believe the right kind of men, those who ought to volunteer, will be drawn to the challenge rather than turned away by the difficulties." We took this photograph on that December day we spent in the friendly Brahmin street. "There is not another woman in the town who would stand for you like that," the men said as she stepped forward. Without a thought of posing, she stood against the wall for a moment and looked straight at the camera. Most of the women were too afraid even to glance at it, but she was not. Yet she would not stay to talk with us. She marched off with the same resolute air. For the most part, Brahman widows are not an approachable group. Sometimes we find one who will open up and allow us to speak of the comfort with which we are comforted. But more often they are hard, or hardening quickly. It is too soon to speak of any who have listened in recent months, but we include this photo as a reminder to pray for these women. Among all in India, they are freer than most to follow the Lord Jesus Christ, if only they would let his love draw them. We have visited the various towns in this district and the upper curve of the mountains, but we have not yet reached the lower curve towns or half of the many villages scattered beneath the mountains. And except when we travelled in camp, we have not even begun to touch those farther afield. There are only 5 working afternoons in a week. Saturday is set aside for other duties, and Sunday belongs to the Christians. When we see interest in a village, we return, which slows our progress, but is certainly worthwhile. There are also interruptions, sometimes from the Hindu side, such as festivals when no woman has time to listen, and sometimes from our side, or even from the weather, when extreme heat or heavy rain makes outdoor work impossible. Theoretically, itinerating seems wonderfully fast, but in practice, as every itinerating missionary knows, it is quite slow. Other responsibilities demand attention. Those already brought in must be taught, trained, and cared for. Much time must also be spent waiting upon God for more. Looking back, it feels as if we have done very little for the thousands around us. Now, we must return to the eastern side of the district, where some of the boy converts are in school. There, we may find fruit to gather from last year's sowing. But as I look up from my writing, I see a mountain range stretching 30 miles long, part of a chain that runs unbroken for 1,000 miles to the north. I know how little is being done on the plains below, and I wonder when God's people will awake, will understand that there is yet very much land to be possessed, and will arise to possess it. Look down this mountain strip with me. There are towns where work is being done, but it needs supervision, and the missionaries are too few to do it thoroughly. There are towns and many villages where nothing is even attempted, except that once every 2 years, if possible, the men's itinerant band passes through. But that does not reach the women well, And even if it did, how much would you know of Jesus if you only heard a parable, a miracle, a few facts from his life, or a few points of his doctrine once in 2 years? I do not write to make emotional appeals or to pull one worker from another place. It would be a joy to know that God used these words to send someone to China or anywhere else he has need of his workers. But still, as I look around this part of the field, I cannot help but wonder, why are the workers still so few? In the towns and villages, we have found people willing to allow what we call veranda work when they will not let us into their homes. Like open-air preaching, veranda work is limited, especially with the women, but it is better than nothing. We spent an afternoon in the street shown in this photo. It is a public thoroughfare, so we were not forbidden, but even so we always ask permission before walking down it. To you, it may look like just an ordinary, unremarkable street. There is no architectural grandeur to impress the beholder with the majesty of Brahmanhood. And yet to us, that street, and every street like it, is a Petra, walled in by barriers higher and stronger than the temple walls around which it is built. Walls made, it seems, of some crystal-like rock, imperceptible until you reach them, and even then not visible, only felt as something impenetrable. Our first day there was encouraging. We began at the far end of the street, and after some persuasion the men agreed to move to one side, allowing space for any women who wished to come. Nothing remarkable happened, but we count a day successful if we get even one real chance to speak quietly with the women. The next time we went, it was not so good. By then they had heard all about us and had learned that we had girls from the higher castes with us, something they found unacceptable. The Brahmin, secure in his position of absolute supremacy, cares little for the souls of those he calls low caste. But if anyone from the middle distance, not near him, but uncomfortably nearer than the others, falls into the pit of the Christian religion, he sees it as a warning. He must ensure that the power which reached them does not come near him, and especially not near his women. So that day we were politely told that no one had time to listen. When some women tried to approach, a strong-armed widow chased them away. We looked longingly back at those dear Brahmin women, but there was no use in appealing. We had no choice but to go. Among another caste, represented by the row of men in this photo, we found more friendliness. They allowed us to sit at one end of the narrow veranda fronts, while a group of women clustered at the other. Still, they were afraid of defilement and would not come too close. And their ideas about us were strange. They were convinced we carried a powder that, if they inhaled it, would force them to become Christians. They had heard that we went around calling children, beckoning them to follow us, and that we were paid by the head for converts. Sometimes an entire afternoon is spent simply dispelling such misconceptions. I once heard this commercial aspect of conversion explained by someone who seemed quite certain of it. A kindly old Brahmin woman had allowed us to sit on her doorstep for shade. Bit by bit we moved toward the end of the veranda, where it was cooler and where a girl sat alone, seeming eager to listen. The old woman settled behind us, and soon an old man approached. The two began to talk. "She is trying to make us join her way," the old woman remarked to the man. I had been careful to avoid saying anything that might suggest such a thing. The old man nodded. "That is probably her intention." "What will she get if we join? Do you know?" she asked. "Oh, yes. Do I not know?" he replied. "For one of us she will get 1,000 rupees. For a Velalar, 500. She even gets something for a low-caste child. But for one of us she will receive a whole 1,000. They were both deeply engaged in their conversation, and so was I. I thought to explain the truth to them, but before I could speak, the old woman suddenly got up and hobbled into the house. After that, whenever we passed by, she would shake her head at us and say, "Chee, chee!" No amount of persuasion could convince her to let us sit on her doorstep again. In her mind, we were clearly after that 1,000 rupees, and she wanted nothing to do with us. In the same village, there was a little Brahman child who often tried to speak to us, but was never allowed. One day she took the risk, knowing what it might cost her, ran across the narrow stream that separates the Brahman street from the rest of the village, and whispered hurriedly to one of our band, "Oh, I do want to hear about Jesus." She told how she had learned of him at school in her own town. But then she had been sent to her mother-in-law's house in this jungle village. That one, she said, pointing to a house where we were never welcomed. But her mother-in-law despised the preaching and had warned her that if she listened to us, she would be thrown down the well. Just then a harsh voice called her. She flew. The next time we visited that village, she was locked away somewhere inside. Often, as we pass by, we see shy faces peeking out from behind the little pillars that support the verandas, and we long to draw closer. But one must be careful. Any advance made without certainty only results in a sudden, startled retreat into the house. And once they are inside, we cannot follow. To try would not just be rude, it would be considered pollution. Only yesterday we were trying to reach the women who live in the great house behind the bungalow. This photo shows the door we stood before for more than 10 minutes, first waiting, then pleading with the old mother-in-law to let us into the little dark room where you can see the shadowy form of a woman hiding behind the door. But we could not go to them, and they could not come to us. Only 2 narrow rooms lay between us, but the second room contained brass water vessels. If we entered those vessels, and the water in them would be defiled. The women were not allowed to step outside, and the mother-in-law ensured they did not. Never was one more watchful. She stood at the door like a great fat hen, her white widow's skirts outspread like wings, guarding her chickens well. "Go! Go back the way you came," was all she had to say to us. The friendly old man of the house was out. A friendly young man came in carrying rice and began to measure it. He invited us to sit down, which we did, while he carefully measured the rice in small iron tumblers, counting aloud in a sing-song chant. He was pleased that we watched him, and it was fascinating to see. He measured just as the verse describes, pressing the rice down, shaking the iron measure, heaping it up until it overflowed, yet still counting each full tumbler as only one. Then he handed the basket of rice to a waiting child and turned to us, asking what he could do for us. We told him how much we longed to see the women of the house, but he hesitated, clearly unwilling to challenge the formidable old mother-in-law. Seeing no way forward, we gave up the attempt and left. As we passed the back wall that enclosed the women's quarters, we saw a girl peer over, as if wanting to speak, but before she could, that ever-watchful matron pulled her back, and a dog leaped over the wall, barking furiously. Within moments, a dozen others took up the cry, yelping all around us. With such an escort, we had no choice but to retreat. This house is in the village of the merchant, not 5 minutes from our gate, yet the women inside are far from any chance of hearing. The men allowed us in that day to take a photograph, and we hoped it would help us make friends. But though 6 families live there, the house is large and the photo shows only one end of the long veranda. We have never once been allowed to speak to a single woman. The mother-in-law of all 6 families makes sure of that. One of the children, a dear little girl, sometimes follows us outside. She is only 7 and not very brave, so although she seems to pick up some of the choruses we sing, she's afraid of being seen listening and never hears much at a time. These are some of the practical difficulties in reaching the women. But there are others. Suppose you do get inside, or more likely in pioneer work, suppose you get permission to sit on a veranda. Even then it is not simple. First, the heat is dangerous. The sun beats down on the street or courtyard, reflecting off the stones just inches from where you sit, sending waves of heat upward. The glare brings fever, so you try to edge slightly into the shade without offending anyone. You must explain carefully why you are moving, lest they suspect you of trying to touch them. Once their confidence is won, you may begin with the wordless book, a song set to an Indian tune, a picture of a parable, never of our Lord, or more often simply by opening the Bible. They all respect a sacred book, and reading from it something they can understand often works best. At first, 1 or 2 women may be on the veranda, and soon 2 or 3 more come. Seeing this, a few others gather, but getting them and keeping them are 2 different things. It is not easy to hold the attention of those who have no special desire to listen, but we are helped. We are not alone, and it is always a strength to remember that. Once you are fully engaged in speaking, the interruptions begin. You may be in the middle of telling a miracle story, with a dozen women gathered around, listening well and filling your heart with hope. Then a man from the opposite side of the street strolls over and asks if he may put a question, or simply asks it without waiting. He has heard that our book says if one has faith, a mountain can be lifted and cast into the sea. Now he points to a towering rock pillar on the plain, rising 5,000 feet into the sky. "There is sea on the other side," he says. "Throw it in, and we will believe." The women laugh, but one, more thoughtful, turns to you and asks, "Does your book really say that? Then why can't you do it and let us see?" Before you can answer, the man interrupts again. A woman at the edge of the group slips away, and you wish the man would simply leave. Perhaps the man leaves, or perhaps you manage to shift his focus from the visible to the unseen, drawing him and the women into a witness of the power that moves the invisible. You are in the very heart of it when another objection arises. You say there is only one true God, but we have heard that you worship 3. Or can your God keep you from sin? You try, with God's help, to answer in a way that avoids argument, and perhaps, to your joy, you succeed. Some are listening intently again. Then a woman interrupts with a question about your family. The same question you answered earlier, but she arrived late and wants to hear it all over again. You answer as briefly as you can, feeling how quickly the precious minutes are slipping away. You long to redeem them, to fill them with eternity's work. But suddenly, the entire group turns its attention to your Tamil sister. Who is she? You had deliberately avoided the question at the start, knowing what would follow. But now, they press the issue. If she is a born Christian, they exclaim and draw back in fear of defilement. Low caste! Low caste! The word spreads in scorn. If she is a convert, they demand details about her family. They have likely been whispering and guessing about her caste for the last 10 minutes. If she refuses to answer, their imagination runs wild. If she does answer, their outrage flares up. Left your own mother, broken your caste. They call her names that sting the ear. Then, perhaps, they rise up as one, declaring they will have nothing more to do with such a disgraceful person. Or perhaps you are trying to persuade some of them to learn to read, knowing that if they do, it will open a way to teach them so much more. But they assure you that in their village, it is not the custom for women to read, and sadly, this is true. Or maybe you are telling them, knowing you may never see them again, of the love that is loving them. You are in the middle of it when a baby howls, and all attention shifts to soothing it. Or someone needs to go inside, and a way must be made for her, causing much gathering, shifting, and confusion. Or a dog comes yelping around the corner, a stone flying after it, with a pack of small boys in full chase. Or the men call out that it is time to go. Or the women decide it is time to start cooking. Or someone says or does something distracting, and in an instant the group dissolves. Each woman slips back into her doorway, standing just inside, looking out. And you stand there, looking up at those dark little doorways, feeling that you would give anything they could ask, if only they would let you in. If only they would let you sit beside them in one of those rooms and finish the story they interrupted. But they will not. Oh, how sorrowful it is to be so near to someone, yet so very far. You look at them, standing in their doorways, within reach, but out of reach, as unreachable as if they were thousands of miles away. Just as I wrote those words, a Brahmin woman came to the door and looked in. Then she stepped inside and sat down without speaking. Can you imagine how one's heart leaps at such a small thing? Brahmin women do not come to see us every day. She pulled out a book of palm leaf slips, and we read it. It told her story, how she was one of 7 siblings, all born deaf and dumb. Hand in hand they had set off to walk to Benares, intending to drown themselves in the Ganges. A sepoy stopped them and took them to an English collector, who provided for them for a year before letting them go. After that, they had scattered, wandering from one holy place to another, supported by the offerings of the devout wherever they went. The note ended with a request. She would be glad to receive whatever we could give her. Now she has gone, a poor, deaf, dumb, and wholly heathen woman. We could not persuade her to stay and rest. She told us by signs that she is married. Her husband is also deaf and dumb, and she has one blind child. For a few minutes, she sat beside us on the floor, asking the usual questions about me, all through gestures. But no sign we made could help her understand anything about our God. And yet, she seems to know something about her own. She pointed to her mouth, then upward, then downward, tracing the winding path of a river with her hands. She showed how she moved from one sacred river to another, worshipping at each. Then she looked upward and clasped her hands together in prayer. There we were, just as I had been writing, so near to her, yet so far from her. But the greatest difficulty in reaching the women is that they do not want to be reached. Sometimes, as on that afternoon when the child came longing to hear, we find one with desire, but the majority have none. And except in the more advanced towns and villages, where they are allowed to learn from a Bible woman, they hardly hear enough to make them want to hear more. Then, as if to make things even harder, and this applies to every woman, no matter her caste, she is, by law, the property of her husband. A Christian man cannot legally force his Hindu wife to live with him, but a Hindu husband can force his Christian wife to return to him. No married woman, then, is ever truly free to follow Christ. If her husband demands her back, no protection can be given. She must return to a life no English woman could bear to imagine. She may say she is a Christian. He cares nothing for what she says. God help the woman forced back. But, believing that a higher power will act beyond the power of this most unjust law, we would risk any penalty to receive such a wife, should she come. Still, in dealing with the barriers between an Indian woman and freedom in Christ, we cannot ignore this last and strangest obstacle of all, an English law, imported into India, enforced with imprisonment, an obsolete English law. We have no Brahmin women converts in our Tamil mission. We hear of a few in Travancore and know of more in the north, where Brahmins are more numerous and less exclusive. But in this entire district there is not a single bona fide Brahmin woman or child who has come to Christ. There was one, a very old woman, but she died 2 years ago. We may find comfort in the thought that surely some who have heard have become secret believers. But can a true believer remain secret forever? We may trust that many dear little children died young, loving Jesus, and went to him. But what of those who did not die young? I know that a brighter view can be taken, and if the sadder side has been emphasized in these letters, it is only because we feel you know less about it. More has been written about the successes than about the failures, but we believe it is even more important for you to know about the setbacks than the victories. We shall have all eternity to celebrate the triumphs, but we have only the few short hours before sunset to win them. We are not winning them as we should, because the reality of these setbacks is so little understood. The needed reinforcements are not coming, as they would if the situation were fully grasped. We need more men and women, but above all we need reinforcements of prayer. And so we have tried to tell you the truth, the plain, unembellished truth about the heathen as we find them, and the work as it truly is. More workers are needed. No words can express how desperately they are needed, how much they are wanted here. But we will never try to draw anyone to this work by painting bright and alluring pictures when the reality is in black and white. If black and white do not attract as colours do, we do not care. Our duty is to tell the truth. This work is not something to be admired from a distance. It is a fight, and battlefields are not beautiful. But if one is truly called of God, all the difficulties and discouragements only intensify the call. If the work were easier, there would be less need. But the greater the need, the clearer the call rings within, the deeper the conviction grows. It was God's call. And as one obeys, there is the joy of obedience, quite apart from the joy of success. There is joy in being with Jesus in a place where his friends are few. And sometimes, when least expected, after coming home, weary and disheartened from a day in an opposing or indifferent town, suddenly, though you cannot tell how, such a wave of the joy of Jesus flows over and through you that you are stilled in the presence of unspeakable joy. Then, when you see him winning souls, or hear of your comrades' victories, oh, all that is within you sings, I have more than an overweight of joy. Chapter 19. Attracted by the influence. David Livingstone of Africa said, "It is a mistake to think that the divine majesty is too great to care about our small concerns. The greatest minds among us are known for their attention to the smallest details. Not even a sparrow falls to the ground apart from your Father." We have now left Dohnavur in the west and returned to our old battlefield in the east. The evening after our arrival, something special happened. Though some may call it a small thing, a little child was brought to us. Near us, in a Hindu village, there is a temple. We have often tried to reach the temple women, who are poor slaves of the Brahmans. We have also seen the little girls, some of whom were bought as infants from their mothers and raised for a terrible life. In one of the mission day schools there is a child whose own Christian mother sold her to these servants of the gods. Though we know this, we cannot prove it, and since the child has no desire to leave, she cannot be taken by force. Sometimes we see the little girls playing in the courtyards of the houses near the temple, gracious little maidens, charming in their ways, often more refined in manner than ordinary children, and sometimes truly beautiful. One longs to help them, but no hand of ours can reach over the wall and lift even one child out. Among the little temple girls in the Great Lake village was a tiny girl called Pearl Eyes, about whom we knew nothing. But God must have had a purpose for her. for he sent his angel to her house one afternoon. The angel found little Pearl Eyes, took her by the hand, and led her out, across the stream, through the wood, to the house of a Christian woman in our village. The next morning the woman brought her to us. I believe this is truly what happened, for there is no other way to explain it. No one remembers such a thing ever happening here before. I was sitting on the veranda reading when I saw them coming. The woman looked surprised. She did not know about the angel, I suppose, and could not understand it at all. The little girl was chattering away, her bright face lifted as she talked. The moment she saw me, she ran straight up, climbed onto my knee without the slightest fear, and told me all about herself. I took her to the EA, who sent for the pastor. A messenger was then sent to the village of the lake to confirm her story. "My name is Pearl Eyes," the child began, "and I want to stay here always. I have come to stay." She told us how her mother had sold her as a baby to the servants of the gods. She was not happy with them. They did not love her. Nobody loved her. She wanted to live with us. But why had she run away now? She hardly seemed to know and looked puzzled when we asked. The only thing she was sure of was that she had run and come, and that she wanted to stay. When the Amal came in, she told her the exact same story. If her story proved true, we felt certain we could keep her. The government would be on our side in such a case. The only difficulty would be proving it. Meanwhile, we gave her a doll, and her little heart was at peace. She showed no fear at all. With the sweetest, most trusting gesture, she sat down at our feet and began to play. We watched her in wonder. She was perfectly at home with us. She ran outside, gathered leaves and flowers, and carefully arranged them in rows on the floor. Then she went out again, and returned with 3 pebbles for hearthstones, a shell for a cooking pot, bits of straw for firewood, a stick for a match, and sand for rice. With great seriousness, she went through every step of Tamil cookery. Then she invited us and her doll to partake. The little one walked straight into our hearts, and we knew we would risk anything to keep her. Our messenger returned. The story was true. The women from whom she had come were indeed temple women, but would they admit it to us? And more importantly, would they admit they had obtained her illegally, a fact they could easily deny? Almost at once they arrived, when the ayah asked, "Who are you?" One of them answered, "We are servants of the gods." I overheard a whispered exchange. "Why did you tell them?" "Oh, never mind," the first woman replied. "They don't understand." But we had understood, and we were thankful for this first point gained. They stood and stared, calling the child, but she would not go, and we would not force her. Then they left, and for an hour a strange stillness settled around us, the quiet that comes before a storm. Our poor little girl was afraid. "Oh, if they come again, hide me," she pleaded. Though high-spirited, she was nearly overcome with fear. What followed was even worse. A great crowd gathered on the veranda, and an evil-faced woman, who seemed to have some power over Pearl Eyes, angrily demanded her back. When we refused to send her away, the woman insisted that Pearl Eyes must say out loud before everyone that she would not go with her. But fear had robbed the child of speech. She just stood there, trembling, unable to say a word. Star was hovering nearby. She had been through it all before, and her face was anxious, just as ours were, I know. It is impossible to describe such a half-hour. It has to be lived to be understood. The noise, the excitement, and the weight of knowing that everything depended on the word of a child who barely understood what she was accepting or refusing. The tension was unbearable. I dared not go near her, lest they think I was influencing her. Any movement on my part might have triggered them to seize her. But I signalled to Star to take her away for a moment. The bewilderment on her small face was frightening me. One more look at that woman, one more pull on the frayed thread of her courage, and at their question, "Will you come?" she might as easily have said yes as no. Star carried her off. Once out of reach of those eyes, the words came in a rush. Star told me she clung to her and sobbed, "Oh, if I say no, she will catch me and punish me dreadfully afterward. She will, I know she will." She showed cuts on her soft brown skin where she had already been punished. But Star soothed her, then brought her back, and there she stood, such a little girl, before them all. "I won't," she cried, then turned and ran back with Star. The crowd left, and I was relieved to see the last of that fearful face with its cruel, evil eyes. As we pieced together her story, we were struck by the small details that showed God's care. Even the timing of her coming spoke of his hand. Some months earlier, the temple woman who kept her had burned her little fingers as punishment for some childish fault. In pain and fear, Pearl Eyes ran away. She knew what she wanted, her mother. She also knew that her mother lived in a town 20 miles to the east. It was a long journey for a little girl to make alone. "But some kind people found me on the road," she said. "They were going to the same town, and they let me go with them. So I was not afraid, only very tired when we got there. It took 3 days to walk." She did not know where her mother lived, and it was a large town. But she described her to people in the streets, and at last she found her. For a little while, there was something of motherly love. "My mother cried," she said. But the temple woman had traced her, followed her, and in the end, the mother gave her up. Then comes a blank in her story. She only remembers feeling lonely, as if something was missing. She felt a mother want about the world, and wandered wearily. "As restless as a nest-deserted bird. Grown chill through something being away, though what? It knows not." Then suddenly her memories become sharp and clear, told with a horror far beyond her years. She heard them whispering about her, not realizing she could understand. They were planning. She was to be married to the god, tied to a stone. Terrified, she fled to the temple, slipped past the Brahmins, crossed the courtyard, and stood before the god in the dim half-darkness of the shrine. Clasping her hands, she showed us how. She prayed, pleaded, "Let me die! Oh, let me die!" Barely 7 years old, and she had already prayed for death. She tried to run away again. If she had come to our village then, we could not have saved her. We were in Dohnavur, and no one was here who could have protected her from the temple people. So God, in his care, kept her from coming just yet. Around that time one afternoon, one of our Tamil sisters, whom we had left behind to hold the fort, passed through the Great Lake village. The temple women saw her, called the child and said, "See, it is she, the child stealing Amal. Run!" They only meant to frighten her, but instead it stirred something different in her heart. The very next day, the day after we returned, a sudden thought came to her. I will go and look for that child stealing Amal. So, in the twilight, she wandered away, came to our village and stood alone in front of the church. No one knew she was there. Some time later, one of our Christian women, servant of Jesus by name, found her. A very small and desolate figure, with tumbled hair and troubled eyes. She had not been able to find the one she sought, the child-stealing Amal she wanted so much. And now she stood there, frightened and alone in the gathering dark before the great church, which must have seemed enormous to one so tiny. At first, servant of Jesus thought of taking her back to her home, but mercifully it was late, another touch of God's hand. So instead she took her to her own little house. This satisfied Pearl Eyes completely. But when the kind woman offered her curry and rice, she would not touch it. Drawing herself up to her full small height, she said with great dignity, "Am I not a Velala child? May you ask me to break my caste?" So servant of Jesus gave her some sugar as it was ceremonially safe, and Pearl Eyes ate it hungrily before drifting off to sleep. The next morning, the woman again thought of taking her back to her own people, but the child was so insistent that she wanted the child-catching Amal that servant of Jesus, thinking I was the one she meant, for this is one of my many names, brought her to me as I have already told. And oh, how glad I am that she did. Nothing escapes those clear brown eyes. That morning, in the midst of the confusion, one of the temple women suddenly called out that the child was a wicked thief. This is a common accusation. They believe it will force submission. "We will make out a case and send the police to drag you off to jail," they shouted. At times this could cause real trouble, for in India a case can be made out cheaply. But this one did not seem serious, so we inquired about the stolen sum. It came to 4 halfpenny. For the sake of peace, we paid it, though Pearl Eyes had already told them exactly where the money was. Later, we discovered that she had spoken the truth. I never thought she would remember it. The excitements of that day had driven it from my mind. But weeks later, while I was teaching her the verse, "Not redeemed with corruptible things, as silver and gold," and explaining how much Jesus had paid for us, she suddenly interrupted me and said, "Oh yes, I understand. I know how much you paid for me. 4 halfpenny." And now, from small seeming things to great, Ragland, the Tamil missionary, wrote to a friend in 1847, trying to express the immeasurable worth of a soul. He asked, "How does the astronomer correct the knowledge of the stars that simple vision gives him?" First, the astronomer discovers that the tiny dot of light is thousands of miles away. Then, using a telescope, he sees that it subtends a measurable angle at the eye. By calculating that angle, he realizes that this distant point of light is actually larger than the vast sphere he calls his Earth. Then Ragland continues, "Take the soul of one of the poorest, lowest pariahs of India, and imagine it as a sphere. Place this sphere at the end of a line representing time. Extend that line, move the sphere farther and farther into infinity, and what has become of it? There it is, just as before. It remains unchanged, even after thousands of years. The disk appears undiminished, though viewed from an almost infinite distance. Oh, what an angle of the mind ought that poor soul to subtend!" The letter goes on to draw another parallel between the astronomical and the spiritual. Suppose, Ragland suggests, that an objector acknowledges the size of these heavenly bodies, but questions their importance. Perhaps they are only unsubstantial froth, mere puffs of air, vaporous nothings. But the astronomer knows more than their size. He knows their mass and weight. Long observation has shown him that nearby planets have been pulled out of their course. At first he cannot tell how or by what, but he studies, reasons, and suspects the influence of an unseen planet. He watches, compares, and sifts the evidence. At last he proves the disturbance was caused by this hidden body. If it has the power to pull another from its path, then it is no mere vapour. It has mass, it has weight. From the disturbance he calculates its true size. Just so with the pariah's soul. What a disturbance it has created! What a celestial body it has drawn out from its sphere! Not a star, not the whole visible heavens, not even the heaven of heavens, but him who fills heaven and earth, by whom all things were made. That one soul drew him down from heaven to earth to save it. Oh, that we would learn this, and learning, lay to heart the weight and value of a single soul. And just as the majesty of the Lord's glory is revealed most beautifully in the chapter that tells how he feeds his flock like a shepherd, gathers the lambs in his arms, and carries them in his bosom, so I believe we see his glory most clearly in the chapters of life, where he bends down from the circle of the earth. No, more than that, where he comes down entirely, drawn by the need of a little child. Chapter 20. The Elf. Bishop French wrote, "You remember what I once said, that you might not be able to place a whole crown on the head of Jesus, that is, bring an entire country to him, but you could place one small jewel in his crown." Pearl Eyes, otherwise known as the Elf, for no name could suit her better, was very good for the first few weeks. But then we truly began to know her. She is not a convert in any sense of the word. She is simply a very willful, truthful, exasperating, and utterly fascinating little Oriental. When she is, as she puts it, moved to sin, no one of her own colour can manage her. Her attitude toward them is simply, "You are only me grown up." She is always ready to repent, but as Pearl sorrowfully observes, before her tears are dry, she goes and sins again. Then, completely unashamed, she will trot up to you as if nothing had happened and expect to be lavishly petted. I have never seen anyone, except the Elf, look interesting when being naughty. But she does. She is a rather light brown, and any strong emotion makes her skin appear even lighter. Her long lashes droop over her eyes in the most pitiful way, and when she looks up appealingly, she could be mistaken for an innocent martyr about to die for her faith. We have two other little girls with us, the Imp, though her name no longer suits her, as she reformed months ago, and Tangles, who always manages to tie herself into knots whenever she tries to explain something. These three love a good argument, for Indian children delight in discussion, and sometimes the matters they bring to me would shock the orthodox. The latest debate, brought to me just yesterday, was this: obedience is not as important as love. Orpah was very obedient. Her mother-in-law said, "Go, return," and she did as she was told. But Ruth was not obedient at all. 4 times her mother-in-law said, "Go," and yet she would not go. But God blessed Ruth much more than Orpah because she loved her mother-in-law. So obedience is not as important as love. Only the day before, I had been earnestly teaching them the absolute necessity of cultivating the grace of obedience. But now, according to their reasoning, obedience had been reduced to a secondary virtue, for Ruth had certainly been disobedient, yet she was good and greatly blessed. The Elf's chief faults at present come from 3 things: a deep dislike for her share of housework, 10 minutes of polishing brass water vessels, an appetite for slate pencils, she would nibble them by the inch if we allowed it. "They are so nice to eat," she insists, and most troublesome of all, a love of being first. Regarding sin number 1, I hope it will soon be overcome, as she has just made a valuable discovery. "Satan doesn't come very close to me if I sing the whole time I'm rubbing the brasses. He runs away when he hears me sing, so I sing very loud and that keeps him away. Satan doesn't like hymns." I quite agree and strongly encourage her to persevere. Sin number 2 will likely pass, as she despises the bitter medicine we give her to correct this peculiar craving. But number 3 is more serious, for it opens the door, or, as she once put it, calls so many other sins to come. Quarrelling, pride, and all kinds of temper rush in at the call of this one fault. She is a natural leader, even in her small way, But she has yet to learn that before one can lead, one must be willing to be led. "I will choose the game," she declares, "and all of you must do as I say." Sometimes they do, for her commands, though firm, are given with a charm that wins obedience. But sometimes they do not, and when that happens, the elf is offended and walks off in grand displeasure. But she is the life of the game, and when she walks off in offence, the others chase after her, eager to make peace. She usually condescends to return, for solitary dignity soon grows dull. If any of the seniors witness it, they correct her as much as possible. But more often we hear about it in her evening prayer, a time she finds most delightful, for she takes to the outward forms of religion with great enthusiasm. Evening prayer is, to her, the highlight of the day. She carefully counts up all her many shortcomings, listing them truthfully as she sees them, and with equal precision she recounts her blessings, large and small. Occasionally she includes her good deeds as well, perhaps to ensure they are not overlooked in the day's record. All the self-righteousness latent in human nature used to surface in these evening confessions, especially in her earlier days. Here is a glimpse of one, taken at random from her first month with us. That evening she and the imp had come to my room for their prayers, both of them unusually pious, though entirely unregenerate. It was the elf's turn to begin. She settled herself carefully, sighed deeply, and then began. First came the day's sins, counted carefully on the fingers of her right hand, beginning with the fourth finger. "Once," she began, folding her little finger into her palm, "I was cross with L being the imp, older at 9.5 to the elf's 7.5, but usually very submissive. I was cross because she did not do as I told her. That was wrong of me, but it was wrong of her too, so it was only half a sin. Twice," she continued, folding down the third finger, "when I did not do my work well. That was quite all my fault. 3 times, and down went the middle finger, when I caught a quarrel with those naughty little children. They were very stupid little children, and they would not play my game, so I spoiled unity. But they came running after me and said, 'Please forgive us,' so I forgave them. That was very good of me. And I also forgave L. So that is 3 bad things, and 2 good things today." I stopped her and spoke about the sin of pride, but her mind was too occupied with the task at hand. "Then there were 4 blessings, no, 5, but I can't remember the 5th. She paused, thinking. "The Amal gave me a box for my doll, and you gave me some sweets, and I found some nice rags in your waste paper basket." Grubbing in rag bags and waste paper baskets is one of the great joys of life when you have a large family of dolls constantly wearing out their clothes. "And I have some cakes in my own box now. That makes 4 blessings, but I forget the 5th. I advised her to let it go and begin, as the imp was patiently waiting her turn. The imp, good child that she was, suggested that the missing 5th blessing must be the soap. The Amal had given each of them a piece the size of a walnut. "Yes, that was it." Satisfied, the elf began. "Oh, loving Lord Jesus, I have done 3 wrong things today." Then followed the details and a prayer for forgiveness. "Lord, give Elle grace to do what I want her to do, and when she does not do it, Lord, give me grace to be patient with her. I thank Thee for causing me to forgive those little children who would not play the game I liked. Oh, make them good, and make me also good. And next time we play together, give me grace to play patiently with them. And oh, forgive all the bad things I have done today. And I thank Thee very much for all the good things I have done, for I did them by Thy grace." Then came the praises, carefully listed: the cardboard box, the lump of sugar candy, the treasures from the waste paper basket, those sticky honey cakes, which, to my concern, I now realised were hidden in her Sealy box, and that precious bit of soap. And then, as always, she ended with a fervent plea, "And Lord, keep me and all my friends safe from the bites of snakes and scorpions and all other noxious creatures through the darkness of the night. And when I wake, may I find myself at thy holy feet. Amen." No matter how sleepy she is, those final phrases, entirely of her own making, are never left out of her prayer. She would not feel safe lying on her mat, spread outdoors in the hot weather, unless she had fortified herself with this plea against the attacks of the reptile world. And when, one day, we discovered a nest of several dozen scorpions just 6 yards from where she slept, none of which had ever disturbed her or any of her friends, we truly felt that her funny little prayer had power in it, after all. You cannot interrupt her in the middle of those rather tangled confessions. She is far too absorbed to be disturbed. But once the communication is complete, and she nestles onto your knee for the kisses and cuddles she so dearly loves, then at last you have a chance to explain things a little. That evening she listened seriously. Then, slipping down from my knee, she added a sort of postscript very reverently. "O Lord Jesus, I prayed it wrong. I was naughtier than Elle, much naughtier. But indeed thou wilt remember that she was naughty first. Oh, that's not it. It was not Elle, it was me. And I was impatient with those little children, but they caused impatience within me." Then, hopelessly tangled between self-condemnation and self-justification, she gave up, adding, however, "Next time we play together, give them more grace to play patiently with me." This was progress, at least. Before, she had completely dismissed the idea that patience might be needed on the other side. Sometimes she brings me perplexities familiar to most of us. This morning I prayed with great desire, "Lord, keep me today from being naughty at all." And yet I was naughty an hour later. I looked at the clock and saw. How was it that I was naughty when I wanted to be good? The naughtiness jumped up inside me like this, illustrating its supposed action within, and it came running out. So what is the use of praying? Once, her difficulty was quite the opposite. "Can you be good without God's grace?" she asked. I told her I certainly could not. "Well, I can," she answered delightedly. "I want to pray now." "Now? It's 8 o'clock. Didn't you pray this morning?" We all rise at 6. "No, that's just it. I skipped my prayer this morning, so of course I got no grace. But I have been helping the elder sisters. Wasn't that right?" "Yes, quite right." "And yet I hadn't got any grace. But I suppose," she added thoughtfully, "it was the grace left over from yesterday that did it." As a rule, she is not known for deep penitence, but at one time she had what she called a true sense of sin. It came and went, but whenever it appeared strongly, we took it as a hopeful sign. After a day of mixed goodness and badness, the elf prayed most devoutly. "I thank thee for giving me a sense of sin today. O God, keep me from being at all naughty tomorrow. But if I am naughty, Lord, give me a true sense of sin." Professor Drummond speaks of our whole life as a long-drawn breath of mystery stretched between two great wonders, the first awakening and the last sleep. I often think of that when I listen to the little children talking to each other and to us. They are always wondering about something. One day it was, "Do fishes love Jesus?" followed by, "What is a soul?" After much discussion, they settled on, "It's the thing we love Jesus with." When they first come to us, they always believe that mountains grow like trees. Stones are young mountains, aren't they? And hills are middle-aged mountains. Later on, every printed thing on a wall becomes a text. Once, at a railway station on our way to the hills, they cried out, "Look!" Whoa, what numbers and numbers of texts! But what queer pictures to have on texts! One, in particular, puzzled them. It was a well-known advertisement showing a monkey smoking a cigar. What could that depraved animal have to do with a text? They wondered. When we reached the hills, their first astonishment was at the fashionable ladies wearing veils. "Don't they like to look at God's beautiful world?" they asked. "Do they like it better sparty?" Tangles has another name, the ugly duckling, and it suits her perfectly. But ugly duckling or not, she is full of curiosity. One Saturday afternoon, after standing under a tree for a full 5 minutes, lost in thought, she came to me with a question. "What are the birds saying to each other?" I looked at the ugly duckling. She twisted herself into a question mark, as she always does when puzzled, her face full of earnest longing for enlightenment on the language of sparrows. "There!" she said, pointing vigorously at the astonished birds, which immediately flew away. "That little sparrow and this one are making completely different noises. What are they saying? I do want to know so much." Since the birds had likely just finished their supper, I told her what I thought they were probably saying. The next day, during the sermon, there was a passage about all creation offering praise to God. I saw Tangles knotting her hands together, twisting herself into the strangest contortions, her way of showing deep appreciation for the one part of the sermon she understood. The imp's questions were endless and unpredictable. "What is that?" pointing to a busy bee clock. "Is it an English kind of insect? Don't its legs get tired going round? Oh, is it dead now?" when it stopped. "Who made Satan?" was an early one. "Why doesn't God kill him immediately and stamp on him?" One day, I was trying to reach her heart, telling her how very sorry Jesus is when we are naughty. She seemed subdued for a moment, then suddenly asked, "Amma, where was the Queen's spirit after she died and before they buried her, and what did they give it to eat?" When the bishop last visited, he gave himself up to an hour of catechizing about his tour in the Holy Land. The children listened eagerly. Then came the imp's question. "Did you see Lot's wife?" The bishop laughed, but they were disappointed when he admitted he had not. "Oh, I suppose the salt has melted," was the elf's practical conclusion. "Tangles is naturally inclined to peace. The elf, I grieve to say, is not. Yesterday she announced a quarrel. 'I feel cross.' Tangles objected. 'I'm not going to quarrel.' 'I do feel cross,' the elf insisted, evidently showing proof of it. Then Tangles looked her straight in the eye and declared, 'I'm not going to quarrel. The devil has arrived in the middle of the afternoon to interrupt our unity, and I won't let him.' This so touched the elf that she embraced Tangles on the spot. That evening, recounting it all in prayer, the little sinner added with real emotion, 'Lord, I am not good. I spoiled unity with L, the imp, and thou didst feel obliged to remove her to a boarding school. Now do help me not to spoil unity with P, Tangles, lest thou shouldst feel obliged to remove her also to a boarding school.' A view of the imp's promotion that had not occurred to me before. Tangles and the elf belong to the same caste, and Tangles displays the full character of that caste just as much as the elf does, able to hold her own with confidence. She is also a bit older and taller, and as the elf's elder sister, she is entitled to a certain amount of respect. These little details help in disciplining the elf, who is small for her age and would have preferred a younger companion with a gentle and mild nature. Her constant prayer is, "O Lord, bring another little girl out of the lion's mouth, but please let her be a very little girl." Soon after she started this prayer, a very little girl was brought, but she was a rough-mannered child who tested the elf's patience. For several reasons, she was soon sent back to her parents. After this, the prayer changed slightly. "Lord, let her be a suitable child and give me grace to love her sincerely when she comes." The conversations of these young ones are often quite revealing and always full of variety. The elf's mind, in particular, is like a little curiosity shop filled with all sorts of odd collections. She, Tangles, and little Delight, who is a young Christian, are curled up together on the warm red sand, their small heads close as the elf tells a story. I listen and hear a marvellous tangle of the Uganda boys and Cyril of North Africa. "He was only 6 years old," she says, "and he stood up and said, 'What you are going to do quickly. I am not afraid. I am going to the Golden City.' They showed him the sword and the fire, and he said, 'Do it quickly.' So they chopped off his arm and asked, 'Will you deny Jesus?' And he said, 'No.' Then they chopped off his other arm, and she goes on describing each limb in vivid detail. And then they threw him into the fire and burned him to ashes, and he sang praises to Jesus the whole time." The elf has a tendency toward the tragic. Tangles' mother once had a dispute with a friend who, in anger, grabbed her earrings and tore her ear. Life with a torn ear was unbearable, so she walked 3 times around the well, repeated, "My blood be on your head," each time, and then jumped in. She rose to the surface 3 times, each time saying the same words, and then sank for good. Tangles shared this story with the elf, who immediately turned it into a game, which we quickly put an end to. Now they are tossing pebbles, following their own set of rules and talking eagerly. "The Amal told me that all the people in England are white," says the elf. "I asked her what they did without servants, and she said they had white servants, white servants." The note of disbelief in her voice is unmistakable. The others are just as astonished, white people as servants. The idea doesn't fit. In all their experience, they have only seen white people as missionaries who truly are their servants, though they don't yet realise it, or as government officials who very much behave like masters. They puzzle over it for a moment, then find a solution. At the beginning of England, black people must have gone there to be the white people's servants, and over time they gradually turned white. Yes, that must be it. They faded. The conversation takes a leap. "Do you know what lightning is?" "I'll tell you. I watched it for a whole evening, and I think it's just a little bit of heaven's light coming through and going back again." This seems quite reasonable, and the others listen with great interest. They are talking about the sheet lightning that flickers across the sky before rain. "Of course it's not much of heaven's light, just a tiny bit escaping and running down here to show us what it's like inside. One night I shut my eyes and it ran in and out, oh so fast. Even with my eyes shut I could see it flashing inside them." A sudden change of subject. "Did you get caned in school today?" "No, not exactly caned," comes the reply, followed by an explanation. "I was standing beside a very naughty little girl and the teacher meant to cane her, but the cane landed on me by mistake. I wanted to cry because it hurt, but I thought it would be silly to cry when it wasn't meant for me, so I didn't cry, not even one tear." The elf came up with a clever way to avoid punishment, which is never very harsh. "I found this cane myself. It was lying on the ground in the compound, and I'm going to take it to the teacher." A chorus of voices asks, "Why?" "Because," says the elf with a mischievous grin. "If I give it to him with my own hands, how will he use it to cane me? His heart won't be hard enough to punish me with the very cane I gave him." The little scamp looks around, waiting for approval. A chorus of admiring "Oh" follows. Then they start again, with the elf, as usual, leading the conversation. "I know something." A chorus of eager voices responds, "What?" "A beautiful doll is waiting for me in a box, and I'm going to get it at Christmas." "What kind of doll?" they ask excitedly. "I don't know exactly, but God sent it, of course, so I think it must be something like an angel." A delighted chorus. "Ah! Yes, if it came from God, then it must have come from heaven. And heaven is where all the angels come from. They are white and shining, so I think my doll will be white and shining like an angel." The doll in question, however, is a black doll with a woolly head and a bright red-striped pinafore, not quite the angelic vision the elf had imagined. It was an experiment in dolls. Would it be liked? At last Christmas arrived, and with it the heavenly doll. But it did not take. There were tears, sobs, and the most heartbroken wail of all. "I thought God would have sent me a nicer doll." So we exchanged it for a nicer one, for the poor elf was not wicked, just disappointed. Meanwhile, Star, who was supposed to be much too old for dolls, eagerly claimed the rejected black beauty. The elf, now happily hugging her new white doll, couldn't resist a mischievous remark. "That black thing has a curly head, just like Star's." The habit of praying about everything is natural to the elf, and more than once her little uninstructed soul has struggled with the way prayers sometimes seem to be answered. One day she came rushing in, full of excitement. "Oh, may I go and be examined?" "The government Missy Amal is going to examine our school. Please let me go." The government Missy Amal, a great figure who only visits once a year, was staying with us. I asked if the child might have the joy of being examined, even though she hadn't yet completed her year at school. She agreed, willing to indulge the little one's excitement, for an Indian child loves nothing more than a fuss of any kind. We knew she would pass easily. But an hour or two later, a scout came running with terrible news. The elf had failed, completely failed, and she was so ashamed that she refused to come back, wouldn't come back ever again. I went to find her and discovered her curled up outside the schoolroom, a little heap of sobs and tears. I gathered her into my arms and carried her home, trying to comfort her, but she was crushed. I asked God so earnestly to let me pass, and I didn't pass. I thought he had listened, but now I know he didn't listen at all. I was puzzled too, though for a different reason. I knew she should have passed easily, and I could only guess that her excitement had made her too nervous to think. Through her tears she confessed, "I didn't know one answer, not even one." And again she returned to what hurt her most. "Oh, I really thought God was listening, but he wasn't listening at all." At last I calmed her down and explained, using a rupee and an anna, how sometimes God gives us something better than what we ask for. We may ask for an anna, but he gives us a rupee instead. A rupee holds 16 annas. She grew interested. Then passing that examination was the anna. But what is the rupee? Now, as you may have noticed, the elf is not particularly burdened with humility. So I told her I thought the rupee must be humility. She considered this for a moment, then slid off my knee, knelt down, and prayed with complete seriousness. "Oh God, I did not want that kind of answer, but I do want it now. Give me the rupee of humility." Then, springing up with eyes full of mischief, she laughed. Next time I fall into pride, you will say, 'Oh, where is that rupee?'" When the school examinations were over and the Missy Amal returned to rest, I asked her about the elf. "She really did very badly," she said. "Seemed to know nothing of her subjects. Poor little thing, she shouldn't have gone in at all." Then it suddenly occurred to me to ask which class she had been examined in. "The first," said the Missy Amal, "but she's in the infants." And then we understood. The elf had only been at school for a few months and had just finished the infant standard book. A day or two before the exam, her teacher had moved her into the first class, thinking she could complete the first year course in the next 6 months and take her exam the following year, covering 2 years' work in one. But she had never been meant to take the government examination, which required a full year of preparation. In the confusion of arranging the classes, she had stood with her new classmates of only 2 days, and no one had noticed the mistake. No wonder the poor elf had failed. We never told her the reason, not wanting to stir up more questions about the mysterious ways of providence in her busy little mind. And to this day, whenever she feels pride creeping in, she solemnly shakes her head and remembers the rupee. She had recently been staying with the Missy Amals, my very particular friends, as she called them, at the CEZ house in Palamcotta. She returned to us full of thoughts and charged with a new idea. "I'm no more going to spend my pocket money on vanities. I'm going to save it all up and buy a G-lit Bible." This gilt-edged treasure became the topic of much discussion. At the rate of 1 farthing a week, it would take about 6 years to save enough for the exact kind she wanted. "I don't want a common Bible. It must be G-lit, with shining G-lit all down the edges of the pages, and the name on the back all G-lit too. That's the kind of Bible I want." Just as I was writing that down, she trotted in and poured 3 half-annas in small change onto the table. "That's all I've got, and it's 6 weeks' savings. 6 years is a long, long time." She confided that she had struggled with temptation. "The flesh wanted to persuade me to spend these 3 half-annas on cakes. It is the flesh, isn't it? That feeling you get inside that says, 'Sweets and cakes, in a very loud voice." I listened to it for a little, and then I wanted those sweets and cakes, but I said to myself, if I buy them, they will all be gone in an hour. But if I buy that G-lit Bible, it will last for years and years. So I would not listen any more to my flesh. Then, struck by a sudden thought, she added with great seriousness, "But when you give me sweets and cakes, that is different. The feeling that likes them is not flesh then. It is only flesh when I'm tempted to spend my G-lit Bible money on them." This was a point she wanted me to fully grasp. Sweets and cakes were not to be confused with flesh, unless they stood between her and the G-lit Bible. She seemed satisfied when I agreed that such things might sometimes be innocently enjoyed. Then, with a sudden and rather startling change of subject, she asked, "Do they never have holidays in hell?" Chapter 21. Deified Devilry. Mrs. Fuller of India wrote, "Next to the sacrifices, they, the temple women, are the most important persons about the temple. That a temple intended as a place of worship and attended by hundreds of simple-hearted men and women should be so polluted, and that in the name of religion is almost beyond belief. And that Indian boys should grow up to manhood accustomed to see immorality shielded in these temples with a divine cloak makes our hearts grow sick and faint." Forgive the title of this chapter. I can think of no other. Sometimes life's smooth and steady path is suddenly broken by a jagged, black-edged crack, As if the earth beneath has split open from some hidden force, we find ourselves standing right at its edge, with no warning. 2 sisters came to visit today, alike in blood but different in spirit. One was lively and carefree, adorned with jewellery and a face full of laughter. The other had a quiet depth, like the cover of a book that makes you wonder what's inside. Both were married, but neither had children. For the younger, this was her only sorrow, and it did not seem to weigh on her much. The elder, however, looked as if she had forgotten how to smile. Sometimes when her sister laughed, a flicker of light would cross her face, only for the shadow in her eyes to grow even darker. Her deep brown eyes held a quiet, helpless pain, like the look of a suffering animal. I knew her story and understood. She had been betrothed at the age of 4 to a boy much older than herself, a boy said to be kind, generous, and open-hearted. Both belonged to the same caste, the Velalar, and were raised with care and discipline. In South India, no important ceremony is considered complete without the presence of the servants of the gods, women and girls attached to the temple, or rather to its priests. These women are never married except to the god who never dies, which means they can never be widowed. Because of this, their presence is thought to bring good fortune at betrothals, weddings, feasts, and even funerals. But this particular Velalar clan had risen above such superstitions and did not allow these women to take part in their ceremonies. No betrothal or marriage in their family was ever defiled by their presence. So, the boy and girl grew up untouched by such influences. They knew what happened in other homes, but their clan was large, providing them with company and shelter from the outside world. Shortly before his marriage, the young man went to worship at the great temple by the sea. He had heard of its holiness all his life and as a child had often accompanied his parents on pilgrimages there. But now, as a man, he went to worship on his own. He brought his offerings and returned again and again. Everything he saw was religious. Everything he did seemed sacred. How could there be any harm in it? He was married, and his young bride went with him, trusting him completely. She knew more about him than most Indian brides knew of their husbands. She had heard he was loving, and she believed he would be kind. A year or 2 passed, and a shadow crept into her face, something even the most unobservant could notice, but she never spoke of what caused it. When she visited her father's house for a few weeks, they saw the change in her, yet she remained silent, refusing to reveal anything. Then matters grew worse. She became thin, the neighbours whispered, and her father understood. To prevent a scandal, he took them away from the town where they lived, hoping a fresh start in a new place would help. But the grip of that deified corruption had wrapped itself around the young man, body and soul. He could not break free. They moved again to another town, but there too it followed him. For there was a temple, and where there is a temple, there is that. Then the demon of cruelty took hold of him. He began to drink, an act of deep disgrace in his caste, and in his drunken rage he would force his young wife to the floor, shove a cloth into her mouth to silence her, then beat her, kick her, trample upon her, and tear the jewels from her ears. The neighbours saw and spoke of it. Then he refused to give her money for food, and she slowly starved. Still, she remained silent until hunger finally broke her resolve, and she was forced to beg the neighbours for rice. And he did worse, things too terrible to put into words. How often, when writing home, one must stop. The whole truth can never be told. She is still just a girl in years, but in suffering how old she has become. Even now not all is known, for she never speaks. Through it all she remains loyal to him. We only know what the neighbours have seen. what her silent dark eyes reveal, and what her thin face and fragile hands can no longer hide. She was very weary and unwell today, but she would not admit it. Brave little soul! I could see the pain of neuralgia gripping her head, and her limbs trembled when she stood. But what struck me most was the silence with which she endured it all. I have only seen her once before, and now she is leaving with her husband for another town. I may never see her again. She was too tired to take in much of what we said, and she knows so little, not nearly enough to find rest for her soul. She cannot read, so writing to her would be useless. She is going far beyond our reach, but thank God not beyond his. We watched them leave in the bullock cart, a servant walking behind. The pale face of the elder sister looked out from the open end of the cart. She raised her hand in farewell. Such a sweet face filled with silent strength, so gentle yet so strong, strong to endure. Do you wonder why I call this a glimpse into the depths of hell? Do you wonder that we burn with indignation, knowing such things happen in the name of God? For they believe their God is God. In his name these temples are built, endowed, and supplied with servants to carry out the work of darkness. Yes, here sin is deified. And the deepest shame of all is that some Englishmen support this wickedness, even if only in part. They attend gatherings where these girls sing and dance, seeing nothing disgraceful in it. As recently as 1893, when the Indian social reformers of this region petitioned two prominent English officials to take a stand against this pernicious practice, the enslavement of girls as servants of the gods, by refusing to attend events where they were present, both men, representatives of our Queen, declined to act. Is this not a grave misuse of our position as rulers of India? There are so many needs everywhere that I hesitate to mention our own, but we do need someone to work among these temple women and girls. Almost nothing is being done for them because it is impossible to work among them and others at the same time. The nearest refuge where we could send such a one is 400 miles away. We need someone old enough to have experience in this kind of work, yet young enough to learn the language. Many of these slaves of the gods were bought or taken as little innocent girls, and they cannot be blamed for the terrible life to which Hindu law has condemned them. Some have become hardened, with no desire to be anything else, but now and then we see the face of a girl who might long for something better, if only she knew there is something better. Could it be that among the many at home God has one, or better two, who will come with him to this South Indian district, to do what will always be terrible work along the path of this deep, jagged crack? If she comes, or if they come, let them come in the power of the Holy Spirit, filled with the love that endures. This, then, is a glimpse into Hinduism, this ghastly whitewashed tomb full of dead men's bones. Chapter 22. Behind the Door. Adoniram Judson wrote, "When any person is known to be considering the new religion, all his relations and acquaintances rise en masse, so that to get a new convert is like pulling out the eye tooth of a live tiger." Every missionary who has struggled to find an illustration vivid enough to convey the reality of working among Muslims and caste Hindus will appreciate this comparison. After returning from Dohnavur, we found that the long-closed villages in this eastern countryside had opened again. The people were willing to let us teach the girls and women. For 2 months, this continued until 3 boys, each from a different caste, were discovered to be inquirers. The news spread instantly through all the villages. It was useless to explain that we, as women workers, had never even seen the boys and had not influenced them in any way. The people refused to believe it. They argued that, whether we were personally responsible or not, the book we taught the girls was the same book those boys had read, an undeniable fact. They believed its poison entered through the eyes, rose to the brain, sank into the heart, and then lured the reader out of both caste and religion, and so they decided we could no longer be tolerated in their streets or homes. We were turned out. In one village, where many of this young man's relatives lived, the hostility was intense. One furious old woman called us child snatchers and powder mongers, likened us to white snakes of the cobra kind, and compared us to a particular type of lizard which, when stamped upon, merely wriggles and cannot be persuaded to die, referring to our obstinate evil in her view. She had many other names for us besides. The women stood in the street in defiant clusters and refused to let us come close enough to speak. The men sat on their verandas, smiling as though they were far above such childish chatter, but they did not intervene. Villages such as this, of which old India largely consists, are remote from the influence of the few enlightened centres that exist. Madras is just a name to them, some 400 miles away, a place where caste is treated with little regard and where people become mixed together in a most unseemly manner. They consider education, or learning, to be good for boys who want to get ahead, earn money, and grow rich. But for girls, what use could it be? Can they pass examinations and enter government service? Merely asking this question would only disgust them. Moreover, among these old caste families, there is a common notion that it is somewhat beneath them for their women to know too much. Perhaps learning is suitable for those who have no social standing and need a way to climb, they say, but for those already at the top, why bother? Have not our daughters got their caste? In the towns this idea is disappearing, but in the villages it still holds firm. In that particular village we had some dear little girls who were becoming quite eager to learn, and it was disheartening to leave them behind, allowing the devil to reign there unopposed. I sent one of our workers to try again, a brave little soul, but even she had to withdraw. They wanted nothing to do with us. We moved on that day to another village where, just a week earlier, they had listened splendidly. Now they had no time, being caught up in their busy season. We pressed on to a town farther off, but it proved equally unworkable. At last we visited the dear old evangelist there, a blind man and his wife, who are like bright lights in that dark town. After a hard struggle with the heathen, it is so uplifting to spend half an hour with two truly good Christians. They do not realise it, but they give you heart, and you return home far happier for having seen them. As we returned home, we were almost mobbed. In earlier days, such mobs were common here. It is a rough market town, and after the first converts appeared, people would jeer at us in the streets, tossing handfuls of sand and showering ashes over our hair. In theory, I might appreciate this sort of thing. In practice, I do not. The crowd's shouting, mostly from men, is far from courteous. Dogs, egged on by onlookers, howl after us. The sun scorches down and glares back from the houses. Dust stings your eyes, and the ashes slipping down your neck feel disconcerting. Worst of all is knowing it does no good. It is not genuine persecution, nothing so lofty, nor does it lead to martyrdom, no such honours for us. Instead, these constant discomforts make being mobbed far less dramatic than one might suppose. You endure, praying for patience, kindness, and the everyday graces, and you hope you will not be laid low with fever next day. Fever halts the work, and you try to slip away without appearing to flee. Then, though the crowd does not realise it, you find yourself receiving a fresh baptism of love for them all. Yet one would gladly face these unremarkable trials daily if, In the end, it meant finding a way into the people's hearts and homes. The sorrow right now is that we cannot. We know of several who long for us to come, but we are kept away. One is a young wife who saw us by the waterside and asked us to visit and teach her. For that request she was beaten in public, out in the street by a man and in the presence of others. We dare not go near her house, fearing what more they might do to her. Another is a widow who spent her entire fortune building a rest house for Brahmins, yet she has not found rest herself. She once listened intently. Since then she has not been allowed to listen at all. Oh, how that tiger bites! Next door to her is a child we have prayed for these 3 years. When I knew her, she was a tender, affectionate little thing. Gold, we called her, with those earnest eyes. The last day I saw her, she slipped her hands into mine, unafraid of defilement. "Are we not one caste?" she asked. I did not know it was the final time I would see her plainly, that the next time I spoke to her, I would only see her shadow. One wishes now one had known. There was so much one would have said. But at that time the house was open, and so were all the others. Then the first girl convert, who had bravely borne witness at home, took her stand as a Christian. Infuriated, her people burned down the little mission school, just a boys' school, and scrawled their feelings on the blackened walls. They burned the Bible woman's home and another school 16 miles off, and then the entire countryside slammed shut, every town and village acting as though it were one door with the devil on the other side. Still, some of the girls behind that door managed to send messages, and Gold was one of them. She longed to see us again, begging us to come and try. So we tried. We encountered her mother outside and asked permission. She is a hard old woman with eyes like pieces of black ice deep in her head. She chilled us with a stare and refused outright. Later we heard what happened to the child. They took her to the water and led her in until she stood waist deep, frightened, not knowing what they intended. Then they held her head under until she gave some sign of surrender. After releasing her, they rubbed ashes on her forehead, a mark of recantation, and led her back, weeping. Poor little one. She was not made for martyrdom. She was merely wretched. For months we saw nothing of her. We used to visit the neighbouring house and persuade those inside to let us sing. We sang for Gold, never knowing if she heard. One evening, as 2 of us were returning late from work, a woman passed by and said to me, come quickly and alone. Gold is calling you. Come." So I followed her to the house. "I am Gold's married sister," she whispered. "Sit here on the veranda near the door and wait until the child comes out." Then she went inside and I sat quietly. Those moments felt like heartbeats. What was happening in there? Apparently the mother was away because soon the door opened softly and a shadow darted out. I knew it had to be Gold. She dropped to her knees on the narrow veranda across from me and crept to the far end, so that I could barely see her shape in the darkness. For perhaps 5 minutes no one came except the sister who stood by the door keeping watch. During those 5 minutes I could speak freely to that silent form, though she made no sign or sound. How precious every instant felt. Then a man arrived and sat down nearby, clearly planning to stay. I wished he would leave, for it was impossible to speak with Gold without revealing her presence, so I had to talk to him, but on her behalf, and even this could not last. Darkness comes swiftly here. We had to go. As we left, we saw him still there, unaware he was acting as a guard over the child's hiding place. There are no secrets in India. Word got around that we had been there, and Gold's stern mother punished her yet again. How, we never learned. If anyone blames us for going at all, let them remember that one of Christ's little ones was thirsty and she held out her hand for a cup of cold water. I do not think we could have left that hand empty. After that, we heard nothing for a year. Then one evening, an old man we had once helped, who hoped we would assist him further, came to tell us he was planning to set gold free that very night, in secret. We told him we could not be involved, explaining our reasons. "But what foolishness is this?" he demanded. "I thought you Christians helped poor girls. This one wants to come. She's of age. Now is the time. If you delay, you will never get her." We knew he was likely right. Refusing his help felt like turning a key on her body and soul. A dreadful thought to me, recalling Treasure's plight. But there was no other choice, and later, when we learned who he really was and what his true motives were, we thanked God we had refused. He left, studying us as though baffled by our scruples, and asked us never to speak of what he had suggested. We never did, but word leaked out somehow, and soon he fell ill and died suddenly. His body was burned within 2 hours. Post-mortems are rare in India. Another year passed in silence regarding gold. How often we would walk down the street and glance toward her home, its door almost always closed, with that mother of hers, cold-eyed as ever, on guard. We saw her from time to time, never straying far from the house. Whenever we greeted her with a salam, she would glare back at us and turn away. Once the entire family went to a festival, but of course they bundled the girl in and out of a covered cart so that no one, not even the neighbours, caught a glimpse of her. There was talk of marrying her off, and we felt relieved when that arrangement collapsed. Now and then, one of us caught sight of her for a moment, and she still seemed to care about what we had to say, though by then she was far too subdued to show any sign of it. Then a rumour reached us that a girl from the lake village had been seen in a wooded area near a village 5 miles away. Some of our eager Christian friends, ever on the lookout for souls in need, discovered that this girl was thinking about becoming a Christian, and her presence in that wood was linked to it. From their description, we suspected it was gold. Yet how could a girl of her caste, always kept under strict watch, be found in a wood? Eventually, we learned the truth. She had shown some trace of lingering devotion to Christ, so her mother took her to a famous Brahmin ascetic who lived in that forest. They stayed together in a hut near his own for 3 days, during which he devoted himself to confounding the poor child, and in the end he boasted that she was convinced. We sorrowed when we heard all this and wondered how they had accomplished it. We never knew everything, but we did learn one of their tricks. They appealed to the imagination of the East, which is often deeply moved by what seems supernatural. They produced a vision, an incarnation, they told her, of Siva, appearing in the form of Christ. Thus, Siva and Christ were the same, merely one being with 2 names. Hinduism teems with incarnations, so this posed no difficulty. Like the old monk of legend, the bewildered child looked for the marks of the nails and the spear. Indeed, they were there, on hands, feet, and side. And she still trusted her mother. "Listen," the mother said, and the vision spoke. "If the Christian's words are true, I will return within 24 days. If the Hindu's words are true, I will not return." During that span of 24 days, they wove their webs of intricate argument around her, webs which have trapped minds sharper than hers. Day by day she was ensnared, and at the end of the 25 days, she surrendered her will. Thus the mother and the Brahmin prevailed. These letters, as you know, are written with a certain purpose, to show you what happens beyond that closed door, the very one in the photograph symbol of all such doors. It is our hope that by seeing within, you might come to understand just how fiercely the tiger bites. Chapter 23. Pan is dead. Henry Martyn said, "If there is one thing that refreshes my soul above all others, it is that I shall behold the Redeemer gloriously triumphant, at the winding up of all things. Partly founded upon a well-known tradition mentioned by Plutarch, according to which, at the hour of the Saviour's agony, a cry of "Great Pan is dead" swept across the waves in the hearing of certain mariners, and the oracle ceased. So reads the headnote to one of Elizabeth Barrett Browning's poems. A classical dictionary confirms the legend. This was readily believed by the emperor, and the astrologers were consulted, but they could not explain the meaning of so supernatural a voice. Pan, and with him all the false gods of the old world, dies on the day of our Saviour's death, so the poem suggests, "Gods, we vainly do adjure you. Ye return nor voice nor sign. Not a votary could secure you. Even a grave for your divine, not a grave to show thereby. Here these grey old gods do lie. Pan, Pan is dead." And yet, is he? Is Pan truly dead? Night falls, moonless and close with heat. Our camp stands on the west bank of the river. We have settled to sleep. Suddenly a sound like an explosion erupts outside, then another and another, sharp bursts that end in a swish. I leap out of bed and onto the sand, certain the kitchen tent has caught fire. Slowly, in the sluggish way the mind works at such an hour, I realise it is only fireworks being set off by festival goers on the far side of the river. I stand there, looking into the darkness, where everything seems larger and more menacing by night. Across the gleaming water on the eastern bank, fires reflect the activity of the crowd. Torches wave unsteadily among that vast black mass, darker even than the darkness around. Rockets shriek skyward, bursting into a shower of coloured sparks that fall upon the crowd and the water. Then comes the roar of many voices, mingled with the bleating of countless goats. My heart sinks. They are killing those goats now, 30,000 of them. Is Pan dead? Morning, the sun is merciless, laying bare all that happens beneath its stare. We cross the broad riverbed in our cart. "Don't look," says my companion, and I dutifully turn my eyes away. Then we part. She goes among the throngs in the riverbed, where the heat and odour are worst and the scenes most distressing. I climb up the bank among the crowds above. Each of us has a Tamil sister by her side. Farther down the river, another group of 3 is at work. Altogether we are 7 amid tens of thousands, but we hope more will join us before long. We plan to meet at the cart around 10 o'clock. The cartman edges his way to a large banyan tree near the temple, fighting through a tangle of other carts until he finds a precarious spot at the tree's edge. Everywhere along the bank they are slaughtering and skinning goats. Turn to the right and you must shield your eyes. Look left and you do it again. Straight ahead a newly flayed carcass hangs from a branch. On every hanging root of the banyan, one sees the same gruesome sight. Goats, all lifeless, yet still horrifying. We had thought the bulk of the killing would be over by now, or we might have hesitated to come. But the stragglers have arrived, and new sacrifices begin. One reminds oneself that a headless creature feels nothing, and yet it moves as though still alive. We avert our gaze and press on. 30,000 goats cannot be dealt with swiftly. The sights stretch on and on. Groups of small children watch in fascination. There is no deliberate cruelty if the head is not severed in a single stroke. The god will refuse the sacrifice, yet the whole proceeding is repulsive and demeaning to all who see it. Worst of all, these children are taught to associate such things with religion. Beside me stands one who once rejoiced in it. She tells me how she used to twist chickens' heads off with her own hands at her family's festivals. I glance at those small, kind hands, so gentle now, and can scarcely believe it. "You did that?" I ask. Yes, she answers. When our turn came to sacrifice to our family god, my little brother held the goat's head while father struck it off, and I killed the chickens myself. It was my pleasure. Up the bank we go, but still the same chaos, the sacrificial remains of goats at every turn. At last we find a tree that is mostly unoccupied. It has no leaves, alas, only the trunk casts a narrow sliver of shade. A family is cooking behind a screen of mats on one side. Some pariahs are bargaining for scraps on the other, tucking nasty bits of offal into the folds of their garments. A small boy plays with a goat's head at our feet. We sink down against the trunk of the tree, thankful for even that small patch of shade, and begin to sing, hoping passers-by will listen. A wizened old woman, chaperoning a bright young wife, settles near. Neither has heard a single word of our teaching. Then a group of mischievous boys arrives, threatening to disrupt our little gathering, so we enlist the rowdiest to keep order. Pleased with this sudden authority, he enthusiastically brandishes a switch to quell any trouble. My Tamil companion speaks to them as only one who was once where they are can do. She names their habits, quotes their words, and they stare at her in disbelief. She was once one of us. Which caste is she? Which village does she come from? Has she no husband? Where are her jewels? Over and over they press the question, what is her caste? And they probably guess rightly. You cannot imagine how hard it is to hold a heathen woman's attention for 10 uninterrupted minutes. Everything distracts them, especially at a festival like this. They are also weary from a wild, sleepless night. Yesterday they listened better, they say. Today not so much. Because we are women, alone among idolaters, we do not try to preach openly, but simply talk in small circles, wherever we can gather a few listeners. Hindus, unlike some others, are rarely rude, but we know better than to walk among the men today, for their remarks among themselves might be coarser than usual. After calling together 3 or 4 small groups in this way, we find ourselves desperately in need of breakfast. We press through the throng, weaving among the mat sheds, dodging great piles of animal skins, careful where we tread. Under a thin scattering of sand lies every unpleasant thing, lightly buried, then left to the sun for sanitation. Truly, it is dreadful. At last we reach the cart, perched askew on the bank. We manage a bite to eat and rest for a while, though it is hardly comfortable. Soon we plunge back into that sea of blazing sand and a jostling multitude, human and otherwise. We part again, agreeing to regroup when none of us can continue. Is Pan dead? By noon, the sun's heat feels even more oppressive. How the crowds bustle and push, slaughtering, feasting, burying what remains. It is a mystery how anyone can enjoy such a spectacle. We return to that narrow band of shade beneath the bare tree. Again we gather small knots of people who pause to listen to a hymn or a story. Now and then we see a few lovely young girls pass by, almost the only girls in sight. They wear bright purples and crimsons, except for one in white who looks worn from the night's revel. Most of that sisterhood remain indoors, venturing out at dusk to do their wretched master's bidding. These few drift silently past and merge into the crowd. We linger for another hour, then climb farther up the bank, where we find potters, hundreds of them selling their pots to every family that needs one, sometimes 3 or 4 in different sizes. Business is brisk, and they do not care to pause and hear us. The heat grows ever more intense, for the cooking fires send waves of shimmering heat through the air, already sweltering under the midday sun. We think of our fellow workers in the lower riverbed, enduring smells we can hardly imagine. From our vantage we see only the scattered tops of carts, palm mat roofs crowded in patches of brown. Between these mat sheds the crush of people surges. We cannot even catch a glimpse of our friends. Have they found the same difficulty we have, that of persuading anyone to listen amid such frenzy? We continue until we come to a broad stone passage leading toward the temple. On either side, makeshift booths abound, offering wares of every sort. We ask a woman selling cakes if we might crouch in her bit of shade. She agrees, and soon a handful of people stop and settle around us. We sing again, then offer them small gospels or tracts. An old crone buys a gospel portion at half price for her 5-year-old grandson, tucking it carefully into her cloth. Others buy gospels, and nearly all want tracts. The cake seller grows uneasy at this competition. We spend our meagre coin, earned from these sales, on her cakes, which mollifies her somewhat. But, in short order, some new diversion in the gallery leading to the temple scatters our listeners, and we move on with them. In the first stall, a man stands on a bench, whirling a rattling contraption to attract attention. Next stall, someone yells to advertise his clocks, displayed row upon row, ticking like a cluster of startled insects. Then come stalls for sweets, clothing, fruit, lamps, jewellery, mats, medicine and bangles, piled in wheelbarrow loads. Traders of every kind line both sides of the passage. Some cry out, urging sales. Many recline in perfect apathy, content with whatever business chance may bring. How such idle souls earn their living remains a mystery. Still the great flow of humanity surges toward the temple. Some appear earnest, some merely frantic. A few look reverent, but many seem indifferent. Here and there, a goat is pulled along toward the shrine, poor reluctant creature, dedicated in a ceremony outside, then beheaded. I watch a baby, barely toddling, tug at a rope around one goat's neck and half expect the animal to defend itself. Instead, the goat simply resists, and a grown man soon arrives to help the child, all three struggling onward to their God. Finding a vacant stall on the edge of the crowd, I sit upon a rolled barrel in the corner and begin to read from our book. That stirs some curiosity, and a new gathering forms. But the heat intensifies and thirst gnaws at me. I long for fresh coconut water safe to drink, but none is nearby and we have no money. A man selling buttermilk weaves through the crowd, and at the sight of his brass tumblers, I yearn for nothing else in all the world. He stops, eager to sell, but we must confess our empty purses. Buy our books, and we will buy your buttermilk, we tease, but he refuses. Then, seeing our predicament, he takes pity on us. We hesitate. He is poor, and we have nothing to offer in return, but helping the thirsty is a deed of merit. He pours a cupful. Just then the next stallkeeper, seller of dubious pamphlets, tosses the man a halfpenny. "Drink your fill," he calls, and we gratefully do so. Never was buttermilk so sweet. We sip 3 brimming cups between us and feel new strength. We try to repay the gracious bookseller with some of our own literature. He accepts it only to please us, likely having no use for it himself, so he keeps his merit and we part on the friendliest of terms. By now the crowd that streams toward the inner shrine has swelled. Every shape and manner of devotion is represented, from genuine awe to empty spectacle, from deep seriousness to utter frolic. I leave my Tamil companion safe with 2 others at our cart, but my other friend is nowhere to be seen. Driven by an urge to try once more, I let myself drift with that crowd, carried along until I pass within the temple walls, one of a massive tide pressing toward the central idol. At last we reach it, a shadowed place where I can just discern an iron grill in the darkness, with a faint glow somewhere behind. There, upon the very steps of Satan's seat, for a single moment I dare to lift my voice for Christ. In the crush, many are on their faces, and they look up, astonished at a voice so foreign in this sanctuary. But it would be unwise to linger. Before they know quite what to make of it, another eddy sweeps me along. Presently I find myself on the quieter outskirts of the main shrine, where many women and children pass the time in conversation. There, close to a lesser idol, I sit on the ground, and the curious crowd around me grows. They cannot imagine how a foreign woman has entered so far inside, for a non-Hindu is barred from the most sacred parts of a temple. We missionaries do not even visit the open sections, knowing that our mere presence can be a stumbling block to devout Hindus. So they ask endless questions, and I explain why I have come. Perhaps because they are so surprised, or perhaps because they sense no hostility. They speak more freely than usual, and listen well. They want to know about my beliefs, and I tell them, longing to stay, yet mindful it is not safe to remain too long. Once more I am drawn into the flood of people circling around the temple's heart, and before long I am swept outside. Along the way I notice countless stalls crowding the courtyard, almost like a marketplace within the walls. Vendors roam everywhere, hawking their goods amid the worshippers. Men and women kneel to idols behind a stack of shining bangles or a mound of sweets. One can witness a worshipper prostrating before a stone god set behind some display of oozing cakes, and no one thinks it strange. At last, I emerge from the temple corridor, stepping into the glaring sunlight and the unending sight of goats. Yet, in my mind, I cannot see them any more. What I see instead are those countless men and women inside, bowing before something that is not God. Is Pan dead? Yes, Pan is dead, truly dead. For clearer than the spectacle of idol worship, one image remains with me. That corner behind the main shrine where I glimpsed a heap of abandoned gods. There they lay, stone idols smashed and headless, wooden figures broken-limbed, clay images, just lumps of dried mud, gods once revered yet now left as rubble. No one worships them, no wreaths adorn them. Indeed, they are the old and cast off, stored away behind that holy place. Oh, the homage once paid to these sad shapes. I looked and looked again, and my heart sang with the prophetess's cry, Pan is dead, perfectly dead. 'Twas the hour when one in Sion hung for love's sake on a cross, when his brow was chill with dying, and his soul was faint with loss, when his priestly blood dropped downward, and his kingly eyes looked throneward. Then Pan was dead. By the love he stood alone in, his sole godhead rose complete, and the false gods fell down moaning, each from off his golden seat. All the false gods with a cry rendered up their deity. Pan was dead. Chapter 24. Married to the God. Reverend E.S. Carr said, "One thing one notices very much as a freshman, that is, the unconscious influence Christianity holds over a nation. Go to the most depraved wretch you can find in England, and he likely still has a conscience, if only you can reach it. But here, the result of heathenism seems to be the destruction of a conscience. They never feel sin as such." Mrs. Robert Stewart of China said, "I have heard people say they enjoyed hearing about missions. I often wonder if they would enjoy watching a shipwreck." Leave this chapter if you want something interesting to read. Hold your finger in a candle flame if you want to know what it feels like to write it. If you do, you will know something of the inward burning that every missionary experiences in seeing the sort of thing I must describe here. Such things do not make pleasant reading. Fire spares no one. It burns. And so, at times, one writes with a burning heart, for there are realities as fierce as flames. Perhaps we care too much, but It is only about a little girl. A few evenings ago, as I was returning home from work, I met 2 men and a child. The men were from a high caste, dressed in flowing white scarves, dignified and educated. But the child? She glanced at me, smiled, and made a small bow. Suddenly I remembered her. We had met once before in her own home. These men belonged to her village. What were they doing with her? Then an awful fear struck me. I looked into their faces and they laughed. "We are taking her to that temple," they said, pointing through the trees, "to marry her to the god." It happened so quickly. One of them seized her hand and on they went. I stood there, just watching them go. The little girl looked back once and waved her free hand at me. Then the trees hid her. All night I could not rid my mind of those men's faces. Even in sleep I dreamed about them. When I woke I saw them in the darkness. And always that child, oh poor little girl, I saw her with one hand in theirs, waving her other hand to me. Now it is done. That diabolical farce is over. And as they say, she is tied, bound indeed with ropes twisted by Satan in his cruelest hour. A night or two afterward, we had to drive through the village. Lights flared everywhere, and the crowd parted to let our bullock carts pass, then closed around 2 palanquins. Men thronged there, and girls. The idols, god and goddess, were out on display. It was their wedding night. As we passed, we saw the lavish decorations, the cheap gaudy tinsel, the flowers drooping in the heat. Long after we were gone, we could still see the coloured lights shifting through the trees and hear the uproar of that heathen festivity echoing far down the road. Every thud of the tom-tom fell like a blow on one's heart, for our little girl was there, married to that god. I had seen her only once before. She belonged to a cultured, high-caste village, one of the places that recently barred us. Because some there believed that I used magic powder on children's faces, I seldom visited, not wishing to have the doors closed altogether. But the last time I went, this child ran up to me and, with all the trust of a youngster, asked if she could come home with me. "Please let me come," she said. In an instant, watchful eyes turned my way, heads nodded knowingly, and whispers flickered among the women. Clearly the magic dust had done its work. They were sure I had bewitched the child's heart. One anxious mother scooped up her little one and disappeared inside. I had to answer the girl in such a way that everyone could hear me. In truth, I knew they would never let her go with me. I put it from my mind. Just then I was talking to her grandmother, a remarkable old lady who had memorized reams of their beloved classics. She would rather sing and explain her Hindu verses to me than listen to Christian hymns. "Think of the age of our great religion," she would say. "Consider its literature, millions of stanzas. How could your faith compare? These ignorant folk about us grasp nothing of its depths. Why, our language is a shoreless sea." And so she steered the conversation. It was then that the child reappeared, standing just below the veranda, with her head on a level with our feet. She joined in her grandmother's chanting, verse after verse. Astonished, I listened. Then, giggling at my surprise, she boasted that she was learning all sorts of poetry now. A moment later, she dashed off to play, bright as a sunbeam. That same child, so clever, so full of life, was married to a god. Only now do I understand why she asked if she could come home with me. She was an orphan, we learned, living with an old aunt linked in some way to the temple. She must have overheard talk of her destiny, been terrified and wondered if we could save her. But they had worked on her imagination. A sweet or two, a few cakes, the glamour of that word marriage, and the child was led away to the temple, left there. But her people seemed so refined, so polished and well-read. Could this really happen today? Yes, it is Hinduism at work, not in theory, but in practice. Think about it. It still happens. A moment ago, I looked up from writing and saw a little elf trotting over, delighted to find me alone and free to play with her. Now she is running off, dancing cheerfully, glancing back, for she knows I am watching, and sending kisses through the air. As I watch her, I think how childish, how innocent her mischief is, and I shiver to imagine her, or thousands like her, turned into mere playthings of the devil. A few days ago, they brought another tiny girl here, only 5 years old, hoping to lure our elf back. Imagine the shame of it. We are often urged to soften these accounts, to avoid writing too vividly and disturbing tender hearts. But we cannot disguise the truth. Indeed, we cannot even write vividly enough. And as for harrowing hearts, would that we could. Would that they were torn up like fallow ground, poured out before God for the sake of these young children. Oh, to care more deeply until our eyes fail with tears over the ruin of the daughters of our people. Look at the photograph taken from this living death. A carcass, still moving, breathing, sinning, sits beside that child to this day. I have seen him. He belongs to a monastery near the temple and is reckoned its holiest man. The people venerate him. The day I saw him, he was wreathed in fresh-cut flowers, white blossoms crowning that foul head, draped round his neck and chest, while a servant in front carried more flowers. Was there ever a worse desecration? That vile creature honoured with flowers. I knew something of his life. It is beyond imagining. To call him a beast in human form would slander decent animals. Far safer a tiger's lair than that monastery. But he is a temple saint, steeped in the cunning of his creed, earthly, sensual, devilish. Look upon him until you feel you have truly seen him. Loathsome, yes, yet real. Now place a flower in his hand, a human flower, a small girl like your own, and leave her there. Yes, leave her in his keeping. Chapter 25, Skirting the Abyss. Mrs. Lee of India. The first thing for us all is to see and feel the great need and to create a sentiment among Christian people on this subject. One of the characteristics of this great system is its secrecy, its subtlety. So few know of the evils of child marriage, for it is hidden away in the secluded lives and prison homes of the people. And those of us who move behind these veils, down into these homes, are so apt to feel that it is simply inevitable and nothing can be done. I visited the Great Lake village today, once more trying to learn news of our little girl. I went to the Hindu school by the temple. The teacher is a friend of ours, one of the honourable men from the same village that took that flower of a child. He was drilling his Brahmin boys in lines of poetry, chanting them in unison, but paused when he saw us and called us in. I asked him about her. Yes, he said, it was all true. She is in the temple now, married to the stone. They took her there that very day. I wondered if the family was poor, but he was quick to say otherwise. Our village is not poor, he insisted, looking almost offended at my suggestion. I had assumed they might have sold the little one in desperation, but he shook his head. Certainly not. She is my own relative, he repeated, as if his connection to her made the arrangement proper. Her grandmother, he reminded me, was no ignorant villager but a learned woman, and this was their custom. He admitted the practice could not truly be defended, but simply repeated, it is our custom. A short distance from the school stands another home. There, a little girl, she might be around 8, lives such an unnatural life that no one around her even notices. I found her pounding rice. She looked tired and as though she needed her mother. While I was there, a very old man hobbled in, leaning heavily on his staff. Bent, frail, and asthmatic, he coughed and struggled for breath. The child stood up and touched the marriage symbol on her neck. Only then did I realize he was her husband. Yes, they sell flesh and blood like chattel. Caste rank comes first, then wealth and standing, and the child is simply turned into property. Her tremors or tears mean nothing. She is trampled and crushed beneath the wheels of that marketplace. Not long ago, a young wife fled to us for refuge. 3 times she had tried to end her life. At last, she ran away from her husband's home and came here. Then he arrived. "Get up, slave," he said to her, where she crouched on the floor. She would not move or speak. So he brought her relatives, and in their presence she cried out again and again, "You gave me to him! You gave me to him!" accusing them of handing her over despite knowing his cruelty. The words poured out so fast we could hardly follow, accompanied by tears and gestures that showed her desperate fear of going back. Yet, moved by their promises, she returned with them. Later, I passed by their house and learned that she is now locked in a back room. Her own people broke their word and gave her once more into the hands of a man so violent that even the villagers call him a demon. In a place where the law forces her to fulfill a contract she never chose, is it any wonder she loses hope? Another child in the lake village once was a bright, mischievous little girl, perhaps 9 when a fiend of a man noticed her. He persuaded her parents to let him marry her, though his intent was wholly wicked. 1 year later, he took her into his house. She knew enough to recognize what was wrong and resisted him, so he dragged her into an inner room, pressed a poisoned plantain into her mouth, and silenced her screams. Though forced to swallow part of it, she managed to spit out some. It made her terribly ill, and when her husband kicked her as she lay there, she hardly cared, being too dizzy and weak even to cry out. At last she escaped to her mother's home, but the law stood with her owner. She was sent back. Soon he finished his devilish task, and now that child is past all sense of right and wrong. There are fates worse than death. To watch a child's innocence shrivel before your eyes, to see her childishness warped into vice, and be powerless to stop it. One little girl, 6 years old, lives in her grandmother's house. When I first visited her at age 4, she was sweet and open-hearted. Now she seems crushed already. She is sullen, untrusting, learning evil in a home that offers no chance of escape. It is like watching a rosebud plucked and ground to pulp between cruel fingers, leaving behind nothing of that bright bloom. Those who know nothing of these horrors will criticize. It must be an exaggeration, they say. Yet those who work on the front lines affirm that we understate the facts. We must soften or omit countless details, for they are unprintable. But oh, they must still be lived through by little girls. Child wives in India today can be as young as 12, 10, 9, or even 8. "Surely you mean betrothal," someone objects. "No, we mean marriage, followed by all it implies." But doesn't the law intervene? There is indeed a law in place intended to prohibit conjugal life before age 12. Yet, as the Honourable Manomoham Ghose of the Calcutta High Court has remarked, it is inadequate and more earnest legislation is urgently called for. So the nightmare continues day and night. While sun and moonlight take their turns, the wrong abides, unstoppable, claiming small lives. What can you and I do to end this evil? Those who have seen it can speak. Those who have not can choose to believe it is true and use any influence they have. All can care and pray. Yet we need more than prayer alone. We need earnest prayer, a mighty cry that refuses to rest until the shackles are broken. A friend of mine, a medical worker, told me of a little child wife who was brought to the hospital, only 10 or 11, clutching a doll, but already polluted in her mind. The details of her condition cannot be printed, yet they had to be lived by a girl hardly bigger than a toddler. Another was barely 13, but so hurt in body that she can never be well again. Her husband, still a boy himself, was already planning to marry again. And only today I heard of a child bride of 12 who died in simple agony a week after the wedding. No, not every child wife suffers such brutality, nor do the gods claim every little daughter, but these examples are by no means isolated. You may live in India for years and see nothing of it. Medical workers, however, see the depths of this hell every day. I am not a doctor and know only a fraction, yet I know enough to declare with all my heart, this custom of infant and child marriage, whether to gods or men, is cruel in the extreme, enabling horrors too vile to describe. It ought to be swept from the land without one moment's delay. We turn to our Indian brothers. India is vast. A voice in the north may go unheard in the south. We thank God for the few who do cry out, but we need many voices, all lifting the same cry over the land, until even the deaf ears of complacency awaken, and the law is forced to act. But mere talk is not enough. Brothers of India, you must do. Find convictions so strong they drive you to real action. Words can stir, but deeds will cut the cords, binding these children's souls. Only the power of God can give you the steadfast courage to press on until the bands of wickedness are loosed, and the heavy burdens undone, and every yoke broken, and the oppressed go free. It will cost dearly. True battles always do. But fear ye not the reproach of men, says the Lord, nor be afraid of their revilings. Who art thou that thou shouldest be afraid of a man that shall die, and forgettest the Lord thy Maker? Though this book is meant primarily for our friends at home, it may find its way back to India, and so we speak directly to our Indian brothers. Rise in God's name and fight for these little girls who cannot fight for themselves. And to those at home, will you remember the men of India in your prayers, especially those who are striving to free their land from this monstrous evil? Pray for perseverance and for courage. Pray for Christian colleges and the missionary educational movement, that Hindu students be won wholeheartedly to Christ before their social obligations bind them to the old ways. And pray that Christian students emerge from college strong and resolve to fight this fiendish trade in slaves and souls of men, and, grievously, the souls of little girls. Chapter 26. From a Hindu perspective. Reverend C.B. Leupold of India said, "May the Lord protect us from changes that go against the true principles of the Protestant Church, and the mission of the CMS pictures, crosses, banners and processions would cause great harm." The Muslim natives would say, "Look, you worship idols like the Hindus and hold processions like the Muslims," and our Christian brothers and sisters would grieve over such things. I am sitting in the northwest corner of the veranda of a small mission bungalow on the edge of a town, 16 miles south of our main centre in the east. This is the same town where they set fire to the schoolroom when victory came. Such is the reach of caste feeling. From this corner of the veranda I can see a small temple squeezed between two whitewashed pillars. It is simply built and roughly decorated, yet in the soft morning light it looks like a framed painting. It stands just outside our compound, close enough for me to see every detail of its colours. The sunlight catches its surface, making the colours glow beautifully. The temple has the usual striped wall, painted red and white. The red is a rich terracotta, the colour of the sand. The central shrine is decorated with inlays of green, red and blue. The roof has more terracotta, along with touches of yellow and white. Beyond the temple, houses stretch out on either side, and further beyond, trees and sky complete the scene. Everything looks peaceful and beautiful. Thin smoke rises in the still morning air from an early outdoor fire. Distant voices of people passing by sound soft and muted. The gentle jingling of bullock bells can be heard both in the compound and on the road, mixed with the cheerful chirping of birds. In front of the temple there are 3 altars, and before them a stone pillar. From where I sit I can see it clearly. Rough, grey stone. At first I thought the object on top was a sundial, and I wondered why it was there. But then I noticed it had no dial plate, only a strong wooden crossbar, and what looked like an unusually long pointer, a sharp wooden spike. As I was puzzling over its purpose, a passerby explained it to me. It is not a sundial, but an impaling instrument. In the past, goats, kids, and chickens were impaled alive on that spike as sacrifices to the god Siva and his 2 wives, the deities honoured by the 3 altars in front of the shrine. The pillar itself bears 3 carved circles, representing these 3 divinities. The impaling has stopped, the people say, amused by my shock and distress, as I had feared they might still practice it. Now we do not impale them alive. The government has put an end to it. Thank God for that. But oh, let all who love God's creatures pray for and hasten the coming of our Lord Jesus Christ. The government may outlaw the public clubbing of buffaloes and the impaling of goats and chickens as sacrifices, but it cannot stop private cruelty or the widespread indifference of those who are not cruel themselves. Only the coming of Christ, the compassionate one, can truly change hearts. Just as I was writing, I heard voices, many voices, coming closer. Shrill women's voices broke through my thoughts, so I stepped outside to see what was happening. Across the road, opposite our gate, stands a massive old double tree, a sacred fig tree of India, intertwined with another tree, forming a religious symbol for these symbol-loving people. Beneath it is a stone platform, and on that platform sits the grotesque statue of the elephant god. Nearby, on the same side of the road, is a small house. A group of women had gathered under the shade near the house, waiting for something or someone. They were eager to talk. We spent half an hour under the tree, and the women listened attentively. But then a group of well-dressed government officials arrived, wearing their coats, sashes and badges. One man, though not an official, was dressed in an extravagant fashion. They joined the group and quickly took over the conversation. I waited, hoping they would leave soon, and listened to what they were saying. Yes, she actually appeared. She was a goddess. A goddess? Oh, the women exclaimed. She moved forward without walking, stood still like a tree, stretched out her arms, blessed the people, and then vanished. One of the women pointed at me. Was she like her? Did she look like her? Like her? The official scoffed. Did I not say she was a goddess? Is this Missy Amal a goddess? She is just a woman like you, only white. The woman hesitated. But she also came from the bungalow, she said, though uncertain, sensing the others disagreed with her. You oyster, the official said mockingly. Just because a Missy Amal came from the bungalow, does that mean the goddess was a Missy Amal? The other women sided with him and dismissed the question, leaving the woman embarrassed and silent. The story continued, retold with different versions, so tangled with a mix of truth, exaggeration, and impossibility that it was difficult to follow before they were even halfway through. Just then, an elderly Christian arrived and interrupted the conversation with a shaky but firm statement. Our God is the true God, and you should have faith in him. His words didn't quite fit the discussion, but he seemed to think it was the right thing to say. The others accepted it as a customary remark and continued their conversation. I asked the old man if he knew anything about the story. At first he denied it indignantly, insisting that it was too idolatrous to be connected with the bungalow. But eventually he admitted that, long ago, an Amal from the bungalow, who had been sick and disturbed by the sound of tom-toms at night, had gotten up, gone outside and tried to speak to the people. Then one of the men listening added a single detail that made everything clear. It was a great festival. I suddenly understood. I remembered the impaling stake. I pictured the poor animal, still alive, and heard its cries breaking through the rhythm of the drums. The woman in the bungalow, sick and restless, must have been unable to bear it. She had gotten up, gone out, and tried to stop it. I was certain of it. She had tried and failed. 7,000 miles away, these things might seem insignificant. But here, with that grey stone pillar still standing in plain view, they were painfully real. I pulled myself back to the present. The women were still there, and more people had gathered. Something was about to happen. Suddenly, a loud burst of tom-toms filled the air, followed by the clanging of all kinds of noise-making instruments. A grand bullock coach, heavily gilded, rolled up and stopped in front of the little house. Someone stepped out, and the crowd erupted in shouts of excitement. "Guru! Great Guru! Lord Guru!" they cried with wild enthusiasm. The Guru was not a poor man. He had 2 carts full of luggage, including a green parrot in a cage. Right next to the cage, a small boy was furiously beating a tom-tom, but the parrot remained unbothered. Sensing that this display of wealth might seem excessive, the people quickly explained, "None of this belongs to him. It is his followers' wealth. He, being who he is, has no need for such things." I had to leave then, and we soon set out on our day's work. I never found out what happened next, but since I had never spoken with a celebrity of this kind before, I decided to stop by the little house on my way home that evening and ask if I might see him, the famous guru of one of South India's most influential castes. The government officials from the morning were there, but their official airs were gone. No coats, sashes or badges now, just the simple national dress, a white muslin scarf. The man who had earlier been a strange mix of East and West now carried himself with a quiet dignity. He looked stronger, more natural. The door was open, and they stood watch. "The Guru is resting," they said. "Then he is human, just like you?" I asked. Their strong, serious faces suddenly showed alarm. "Hush!" they whispered in unison. "No such thoughts should even be entertained here. He is not like us." As if to steer the conversation away from my words, they shifted slightly and said, "You may look inside, but do not speak." Knowing that such a privilege was rarely granted, I looked carefully, taking in every detail. The Guru lay resting in the far corner, draped in a rich purple silk with gold-woven borders over his ascetic's robes. Near him, at the far end of the room, was a small altar covered in red cloth, holding brass candlesticks and vessels. Above it, on a little shelf, sat a row of small deities, brass ornaments, and fresh flowers. To the left of the altar stood a high-backed chair covered with deerskin. The walls were adorned with pictures of gods and goddesses, especially around the altar. The room also contained the usual religious items, censers, rosaries, musical instruments, and of course the parrot. One of the government officials gestured toward the room with pride and said confidently, "See how closely it resembles your churches? There is not so much difference between you and us after all." Not so much difference, I told him. There is a very great difference. I asked where he had seen a Christian church like this. He named two. One was a Roman Catholic chapel, the other an English church. What could I say? They bear the name of Christ. How could he understand the divisions that separate us? Roman Catholics, High Church ritualists, and Protestants. Are we not all simply called Christians in his eyes? I looked again and had to admit the resemblance. The altar with its brass vessels, flowers and candlesticks, the small shelf above, the pictures on the walls, the high-backed chair, so much like a bishop's seat, the air thick with incense. It all reminded me of Rome. As I stood there, uneasy, he continued explaining. Look, do you not have that? He pointed to the altar-like structure covered in red cloth, decorated with flowers. We have nothing of the sort in our church, I said. Come and see, we have only a table. But he laughed and insisted, I have seen it in other churches. It is just like ours, except that yours has a cross above it, and ours has images. But you bow to your cross, so it must represent a divinity. Without waiting for a reply, he turned and pointed to the pictures. They are very much like yours, I think, he said. Only yours show your God on a cross, stretched out and dying. Like this. He spread out his arms, tilted his head to the side, and murmured something I could not bear to hear. I turned away and quickly interrupted. We do not have such pictures, at least not here. But even if some do they ever call it a picture of God? They only say it is a picture of... He cut me off impatiently. Do not I know what they say? Then, with a hint of scorn, as if dismissing my explanation, he added, we also say the same. And it was true. No intelligent Hindu admits to worshipping idols or pictures. They claim to worship what these things represent. Your people display your symbols, he continued with certainty, just as we display ours. I have seen your God projected onto a great sheet at night, using a magic lamp. Sometimes you make him of wood or brass, just as we make ours of stone. The names change, the materials differ, but the essence is the same. Another Hindu spoke up, adding to the argument, the Mohammedans do not display their God's symbol, but we do, and so do the Christians. That means we have more in common with Christians than with Mohammedans. Now the chair became his next point. When your bishop visits your churches, does he not sit in a chair like this, apart from the people? Our guru sits in the same way. There is much similarity. And when your Christians stand before him, he imitated the deferential posture some adopt on such occasions, do they not stand just as we do before our holy men? And do not your people feel blessed by the presence of the great? Oh, there is much similarity. I explained that, although these actions might seem foolish, they were meant only as a sign of respect, and our bishops did not desire them. He smiled at that. Then he continued describing what he had seen in some of our churches, likely while serving in a government role. To him, the display was just like this. The grandeur, as he perceived it, was impressive, like this. The bowing and prostrating, and even among those who did not outwardly participate, the silent agreement with the ceremony, it all seemed the same. The other men, who had apparently observed these churches through open windows and doors, nodded in agreement. He was not the first to be troubled by this. As he spoke, I recalled what a Muslim woman once said to a friend of mine after hearing her husband's account of an English church service. You have idols in your church, she told my friend, and you bow to them in worship. She was referring to the objects on or above the communion table. My friend explained that these were not idols. Then why do your people bow to them? She asked. Was there no weight to her question? I often wonder if those at home understand the quiet but steady increase of ritualism in India. It is concerning enough in England, but in a land of Hindus and Muslims it is even worse. The greatest danger is not just the ritual itself, but the growing acceptance of it, even among missionaries. Some of our Tamil believers, after attending their own service, go to these advanced English churches. Over time, they become familiar with and gradually accustomed to an ecclesiastical atmosphere entirely foreign to them as members of a Protestant society. I remember one Sunday afternoon spent with a kind-hearted pastor and his wife in the very place where, according to the Muslims, idols are worshipped in the church. When the bell rang for evening service, he seemed uneasy, as if he wanted me to leave but was too polite to say so. The reason didn't occur to me until his son entered, carrying an English Bible and prayer book. The old man put his hand to his mouth in the Tamil gesture of apology. "We do not pay attention to the foolish parts of the service," he said. "We go for the English. We like to hear the English." He did not turn fully to the east, but he did not stay straight either. He just half-turned. This was a pastor's wife describing someone she had observed during an ordination ceremony in the English cathedral. He just half-turned. It perfectly describes the uncertain attitude of many today. India does not share our historical background. It has no Fox's Book of Martyrs to remind its people of the cost of standing for truth. Perhaps that is why they seem indifferent to issues that are significant to us. They have never had to fight for their spiritual freedom as our forefathers did. There is no Puritan blood in their veins. Because of this, they tend to follow whoever leads them, so long as that leadership is firm and persistent. This should make those in authority careful about who they allow to take that lead. Yet, the natural instinct of a converted idol worshipper is towards simplicity, not complexity, in worship. He does not want something that closely resembles his old religion, but something entirely different from it. This gives us strong building material and a solid foundation to work with. But let every man take heed how he builds upon it. I hope this does not sound unkind. We fully recognize the sincerity of those who hold different views and their right to their own opinions. But convictions are convictions. Without judging those who disagree, these are ours. And we ask those at home who share them to unite with us in pushing back a tide that has already risen far higher in India than they may realize. We need courageous men, men with a spiritual backbone stronger than what is common in these easygoing times. We need such men in our native church. May God raise them up, for they are not the product of theological colleges. And may He protect His missions in India from wasting time, money and men on building something that, in the end, may be no more useful to His kingdom than a new breed of jellyfish. The government official and his friends continued talking among themselves. "Do we not know what the Christians do? Have we not ears? Have we not eyes?" They do it in their way, we do it in ours. The thing itself is really the same. Yes, their religion is just like ours. They could not see the vital difference between even the most corrupted forms of Christianity and their own Hinduism. The similarities stood out so strongly that they filled their entire vision. One could hardly blame them for not seeing beyond them. They turned to me again, and with all the clarity and force I could muster, I told them that neither we nor those with us ever attended a church where we expected to see an exhibition of ritual and ceremony. We did not believe such things were in keeping with the simplicity of the gospel. Then I explained just how simple the truth really was, but they would not believe me. What they had seen had made too deep an impression on them, much like the convert who once described a confirmation service by saying, "We went up and knelt before a stick," referring to the bishop's pastoral staff. They had noticed the great care and reverence given to these sacred objects. Naturally, they assumed these things were not just part of Christianity, but nearly all of it. Even when the service was in their own language, what they saw had completely distracted them from what they heard. Then I thought of how a Christian gathering is described in 1 Corinthians. The idea was clear. If an outsider entered or looked in, as Hindus and Muslims so often do here, he should be able to understand what was happening. Convicted of his sin and need, he would be convinced, and falling down on his face, he will worship God and declare that God is truly among you. Now compare that with the impression these Hindu men received from what they saw in our services. Does it match the effect the Holy Spirit intended? Can we truly say we have improved upon his design? Oh, for a return to the simplicity and power of the gospel of Christ. Then we would not place stumbling blocks like these in our Indian brothers' path. Oh, for a return to the days at the beginning of Acts, to obscurity, poverty, suffering, and shame, where there was no trace of earthly grandeur, but where souls were won for Christ in a way far deeper than what is considered spiritual now. Oh, for more of the true signs of apostleship, scars, and the cross, the real cross, the reproach of Christ the crucified. No mitre here, but there, the crown. Chapter 27, Though Ye Know Him Not. Reverend T. Walker of India said, I have known young ministers who felt called to missions, but were discouraged by those who claimed to support foreign missions. These so-called friends argued, your spiritual strength and intellect are needed in the church at home. They would be wasted in the mission field. But how can spiritual power be wasted in a place like India, where it is so desperately needed? Where else has Satan built stronger fortresses or displayed his greatest deceptions? How can intellectual ability be wasted among a people whose scholars quietly recognize the ignorance of the average Westerner? Brothers, if God is calling you, do not be swayed by such weak excuses. To be an effective missionary, you will need the power of the Holy Spirit. In India, your reputation as a scholar will face its greatest test. There is room here for those with true spiritual strength and great intellect. So I say again, if God is calling you, take up your sword, step into the battle, and prove yourself among the cultured sons of India. The feeling is strange when you step away from studying Sir Monya Williams' Brahmanism and Hinduism, only to encounter someone who seems to be quoting entire pages from it, except he is speaking Tamil instead of English. That was the only difference. I met him by the roadside and started a conversation. At first he reminded me of a sea anemone with all its tentacles drawn in, cautious and withdrawn. But gradually, one by one, they emerged, revealing his true thoughts. I believe that if the great Christian scholar who worked so diligently to understand and explain the complexities of Indian thought could see how his work aids a missionary's daily encounters, he would feel his effort well spent. A key part of our work is to meet the mind we engage with on its own ground, responding with quick understanding. This is where Sir Monya Williams' work proves invaluable. Once this man realized he was being understood, his entire demeanor shifted. At first, assuming he was being dismissed as an ignorant heathen who worships mere idols, he barely bothered to respond, only answering, as he saw it, a fool according to his folly. At that moment all his defences were up, his tentacles still withdrawn. But that hesitation soon passed. He gestured toward the shed behind him, where 2 or 3 life-sized idol horses stood, and admitted how childish, foolish, and empty it all seemed. But then he asked, what else could be done? Idols, he explained, were never meant to be worshipped. Their purpose was simply to help the uninitiated focus on something. If people were shown nothing, they would worship nothing, and a human being without worship is no better than an animal. He went on to defend this method of inspiring thoughtful worship by describing how Hindu philosophers had tried to awaken deeper understanding in the unthinking. "Look at our temples," he said. "At the centre is a shrine lit by a single lamp. The surrounding darkness represents the darkness of the world, of life, death, and existence itself. Life is like a whirlpool of dark waters. We stand at its edge, unable to grasp its meaning. Yet there must be light, one great light. And so we symbolize this truth with the single flame in the heart of the temple." This led to him quoting from his own books, questioning the reliability of such symbolic lights. The moment I began to quote them, he would finish the lines himself. Then came the words of Christ. How strong and direct they sounded. "I am the light of the world." But he could not accept them in their simple, absolute meaning. Here, the book I had been reading proved invaluable. He spoke quickly and fervently, mixing Sanskrit and Tamil in a way that might have been difficult to follow without the background knowledge I had just gained. A misunderstanding at that moment might have caused him to withdraw again, closing himself off. And then, the next person the Spirit might send to win his trust would have found the way even harder. He told me that after studying many religions, he had come to believe in the eternal existence of one being, Brahma. The human spirit, he explained, is not truly separate from the divine spirit, but is actually one with it. The distinction we perceive is only an illusion. In reality, there is no difference in spirit. He acknowledged that the mind is distinct, and the body is distinct, but the spirit is the same. In a clearly defined sense, he said, "I am God, and God is I. What seems to be two is actually one in all essentials of being." Then, touching himself, he declared, "I am Brahma. My true self, my real I, is God." It sounds deeply irreverent, but he did not mean it that way. Go back to Genesis 2:7 and consider the meaning of the breath of life. If you reflect long enough, you may begin to see how, without the light of revelation, the Hindu thinker reaches such conclusions, though they lead to illusion. But this belief was woven together with strands of a strange philosophy. He held firmly to the doctrine of illusion, teaching that the one impersonal spirit, through the illusion that covers it, is related to the world in the way that yarn is to cloth, milk is to curds, or clay is to a jar, but only within that illusion. In reality, he explained, Brahma is not the actual material cause of the world, as clay is of a jar, but only an illusory material cause, like a rope that appears to be a snake. In this view, the human spirit is simply that divine spirit, made personal and limited by the power of illusion. And the life of every living being, he said, is nothing more than a tiny segment of the endless, infinite circle of existence. Of course, there are answers to this kind of reasoning that make perfect sense to the Western mind, but they fail to convince the Eastern thinker. If you suggest a practical test to determine whether this illusion is real, such as touching something, pricking yourself with a pin, or doing anything to prove your own existence, he already has a response. Though he theoretically insists that there is only one true spirit, in practice, he believes in 3 levels of existence: the real, the practical, and the illusory. While affirming that only Brahma truly exists, he acknowledges a practical separate existence for human spirits, the world, and even personal gods, alongside their illusory existence. Therefore, he argues, everything should be treated as if it were real, even though, in ultimate reality, it is not. This was merely the conclusion of a long and complex argument, which I doubt I fully understood. He finished by quoting a stanza, translated by Dr. Pope, from an ancient Tamil classic. O being hard to reach, O splendour infinite, unknown in sooth, I know not what to do. He is far away from me, he said, a distant God, hard to reach. I responded with the words of St. Augustine, to him who is everywhere, men come not by travelling, but by loving, and I showed him the verse in Tamil, which powerfully expresses the truth. He is not far from every one of us. But he evaded its comfort and returned to his old question. What is truth? How can one prove what is truth? There is an Indian story of a queen who proved the truth by tasting the food. It tells of a king who dearly loved his queen, and whom she dearly loved. When he lost his kingdom, they wandered into the forest together. One day, as she slept, he left her, hoping she would have a better chance without him. Years later, he found his way to her father's court, but he was unrecognizable, deformed, disguised, working as a servant, a cook. Her maidens came to her, speaking of the cook's extraordinary skill. His food was magical in its preparation, marvellous in its taste and fragrance. They were convinced it was the lost king returned, and urged her to believe and rejoice. But the queen hesitated. She had to prove it. She must taste the food. They brought her some, she tasted, and she knew, and the story ends in joy. Oh, taste and see that the Lord is good. If any man will do his will, he shall know. After this, our conversation deepened. Stories illuminate the Eastern mind. I have searched for the way of truth, he said, and for the way of light and life. Behind me there is only darkness. Before me lies the unknown. Then, with a sincerity I cannot describe, he added, I worship him I know not, the unknown God. Whom, therefore, ye worship, though ye know him not, him declare I unto you. One could only press home God's own answer to his words. Before I left, one other verse held him in its power. I am the way, the truth, and the life. With those two verses, I left him. It was evening, and he stood in the shadow, gazing into its depths. There was a tangle of undergrowth and a dense grove of palms, all shrouded in darkness. Behind him stood the shrine of the demon steeds, the god and his wife, who, according to belief, ride out at night to chase away evil spirits. Nearby, an old tree stood in the shade with an idol beneath it. Everything around him was dim, filled with shadowy figures and unseen fears, darkness upon darkness. But just beyond where I stood, there was light, the soft glow that lingers after the sun has set, a quiet reminder that the sun still shines somewhere beyond sight. And I thought of his final words to me, spoken with a sincerity I cannot fully convey. I worship the unknown God. Friends, you who worship a God whom you know, whose joy in life is to know him, will you remember and pray for this one, who even now is searching, I believe sincerely, to find the unknown God? Chapter 28. How long? When in India, Henry Martyn said, I shivered as if standing in the neighbourhood of hell. I have come home after failing to help another child. She had heard of the children's Saviour, and I believe she would have come to him, but they did not allow her. When I first saw her, she was sweet and innocent, with eyes full of light, great glancing, dancing eyes that would sometimes turn wistful, only to fill with laughter again. She told me her mother lived nearby and asked me to come see her, so I went. The mother startled me. Such a face, or rather such an absence of one. It was as if I were looking at something that had once been a face but was now ruined, with strange, hardened eyes so unlike her child's. No other feature was fully formed, only a dreadful blank. That day she listened, almost eagerly. She understood so quickly that I felt she must have heard it all before, but she told us nothing about herself. We only knew that something was very wrong. Her surroundings told us that much. Before we returned, we learned who she was. A relative of one of our most respected pastors. A man who himself had been converted years ago. A deep longing filled us to rescue her from a life for which she had never been prepared, and even more so to save her little girl. So we went again to try. This time the mother welcomed us. She said our words had brought back memories of things she had heard in her youth. "But now everything is different, for I am different," she said. And then she told us her story. "I took poison, but it did not work as I intended. It only destroyed my face," she said, touching what remained of it with her hand before continuing her terrible tale. People were listening outside, so she spoke in a hoarse whisper. We could hardly believe what she was saying, especially as she described the fate planned for her child. Oh, how we pleaded with her. We begged her, for the sake of all that was motherly, not to condemn her little innocent girl, not to push her with her own hands toward destruction. Something stirred within her. Her hard eyes filled with tears, and they rolled down her cheeks as we pleaded. At last she yielded. She promised that if we came back in a week, she would give the child to us. As for herself, she would think about leaving the life. Perhaps she would, for she said she hated it. There was another girl there, a fair, quiet 15-year-old. She was sick and suffering, and we tried to reach her too, but there seemed little hope. "Take the little one," the mother said. "You are not too late for her." And so we left, holding on to her promise. "One more week, and she is yours." The week passed, and every day we prayed for that little one. When the time came, we went torn between hope and fear. A sick dread gnawed at us. What if something had happened to make the mother break her word? Yet we still hoped. The house door was open. As we arrived and stepped out of our bandy, the people in the street smiled at us. Later, I would remember their smiles and understand. Inside, the mother was there. In the corner, the sick girl crouched in pain. On the floor, the child lay asleep, drugged, her little arms stretched out. The mother's eyes were hard. It was no use. Outside, people sat on their verandas and laughed. "Offer 20,000 rupees and see if her mother will give her to you," someone shouted. Inside, we sat beside the mother, not knowing what to say. The child stirred in her sleep and turned. "Will you go?" the mother said roughly into her ear. The girl opened her eyes, listless, empty. She had no wish to leave. "She wanted to come last week," we reminded her. The mother only hardened. She pushed the child, rolling her over with her foot. "She will not go now," she said. Oh, it was pitiful, one of those heartbreakingly common things that never grow any less painful, no matter how often they happen. That little girl. And now this. We took the mother's hands in ours and pleaded once more. Then words failed us. They sometimes do. There are things that stifle words. At last they asked us to leave. The girl in the corner would not speak. Perhaps she could not. She only moaned as we passed her and stepped outside. The mother followed, half sorry for us. Some trace of womanhood still remained in her, yet half sullen, with a dark, brooding look. "You will never see her again," she said, and then she named the town, one of the Sodoms of this province, where the child would soon be sent. Perhaps ashamed of her broken promise, she added, "I would have let her go, but he would not. No, never, and she does not belong to me now, so what could I do?" We did not ask who he was. We knew, nor did we ask the price paid. We knew that too. Not long ago, 50 rupees, about £3, was the price given for a younger child bought for the same purpose. This one's price might be a little higher. That is all. We stood beside the bullock cart, ready to leave. The people were watching. The mother had gone back inside. Then a great wave of longing for that child swept over us again. We turned once more and looked at her small form, lying on the floor, dead, it seemed, to everything around her. Oh, that she had truly been dead. Once more we pleaded with all our heart. And once more we failed. We drove away. Behind us they crowded to watch, their faces filled with mocking smiles. We shut our eyes to block out the sight. The bullock bells jingled, too cheerfully it seemed, and we shut our ears to the sound. And then we shut ourselves in with God, who knew it all. Who cared? How long, O God? How long? And now we have heard that she is gone. And we know from watching what has happened before exactly what will happen next. How, day by day, they will sear that child's soul with red-hot irons until she no longer feels or cares. And a child's seared soul is a terrible thing. Forgive us if our words hurt or shock you. We are simply telling the truth of this day's story. Hurt or not, shocked or not, should you not know? How can you pray as you ought if you only know fragments of the truth? Truth is like a loaf of bread. You can slice it thin, neatly trimming away the crusts, making it easy to take in. No one objects to that. Or you can cut it as it is, crust and all. Tonight, as you gather your children around you, look into their innocent faces, into their clear, trusting eyes, and think of her. The last we heard, she had already been influenced to spread a lie, a first sign of the searing beginning. I think of her as I first saw her, bright as a bird. Then I think of her as I last saw her, drugged on the floor. And now I can only imagine her as she must be, bright again, but with a different brightness. Not the little girl I knew, never quite that little girl again. Oh, comrades, do you wonder that we care? Do you wonder that we plead with you to care? Do you wonder that sometimes words fail us completely, or that other times they break out in a cry, words wrung from one who felt deeply and knew what it was to grieve? And so, with these words we close, looking back once more at that child on the floor, her little hands stretched out, her heavy eyes shut. And we know what they saw when they opened from that sleep. My God, can such things be? Hast thou not said that whatsoe'er is done unto thy weakest and thy humblest one is even done to thee? Hoarse, horrible, and strong rises to heaven that agonizing cry, filling the arches of the hollow sky. How long, O God, how long? Chapter 29. What do we count them worth? Hudson Taylor said, "If we are simply to pray to the extent of a simple and pleasant and enjoyable exercise, and know nothing of watching in prayer and of weariness in prayer, we shall not draw down the blessing that we may. We shall not sustain our missionaries who are overwhelmed with the appalling darkness of heathenism. We must serve God even to the point of suffering, and each one ask himself, in what degree, in what point am I extending, by personal suffering, by personal self-denial, to the point of pain, the kingdom of Christ? It is ever true that what costs little is worth little." She picked up her water vessel and stood. watching us with curiosity. The ways of the picture-catching Missy Amels were beyond her understanding. Later, she sat down comfortably and talked. That was a year ago. That evening she and all her neighbours gathered in the market square for the open-air meeting. Shining of Life spoke for the first time. "I was a Hindu a year ago. I worshipped the gods you worship. Did they hear me when I prayed? No, they are dead gods. God is the living God. Come to the living God." One by one, the boys spoke that evening. Their clear, youthful voices rang out around the circle. Some listened, some laughed. Behind us stood a small demon temple, its veranda secured with heavy bars. Through them we could see the form of an idol. Beside us was a shrine where someone had placed our lanterns on top of its pyramid-like structure. In front of us stretched a crowd of dark faces. Behind us, black walls, black bars, a black figure. Before us, a sea of darkness, fading into more darkness. Yet around us, light shining into the dark. That was a year ago. Now we are back in Dohnavur, and one of the first places we visited was this village, where we had brought the light and placed it in the heart of the darkness. A dedicated young schoolmaster had been sent to keep that light burning, and we came with hope. Had it spread? We went straight to our old friend's house. She greeted us as warmly as ever in her rough country way, but her heart remained untouched. "Tell me, what good is your way? Will it fill the emptiness inside me?" She struck herself loudly in the stomach. "Will it fill my grain pots, feed my bulls, or make my palms produce good juice? If it won't do these things, what use is it? If it is so important, why didn't you come sooner?" The dear old woman who asked this lived here, and we searched through the maze of courtyards to find her. But we failed. The girl who once listened in her pain is well now, but she says the desire she had has faded. We found 2 or 3 who seemed to be catching the light. May God's wind fan the flame into a blaze. But we returned feeling that we must grow in our understanding of prayer if these cold hearts are to be set on fire. We remembered how, as children, we used to catch sunlight, focus it through a lens, and set bits of paper aflame. We longed for our prayers to be like that lens, concentrating the love light of our God to ignite their souls. One small encouragement can be shared to lift our spirits. Blessing set out one day to see if the village of the warrior had become more welcoming, while Golden went to Petra, where they had once vowed never to let us in. Before Blessing entered the village, she knelt under a banyan tree and, remembering Abraham's servant, prayed for a sign to strengthen her faith that God would work there. As she prayed, a child came and watched her. Seeing her in prayer, the child asked, "Did that Missy Amal send you, the one who came here more than a year ago?" Blessing answered, "Yes." Then the child repeated the chorus we had taught them on that first visit. "None of us have forgotten," she said, and she told Blessing that the parents had agreed to let us teach if we ever returned. The village had been opened. He goes before us. Golden's experience strengthened our faith as well. In the very street where they once held a public ceremony to cleanse the road after our low-caste presence had defiled it, 20 houses have now opened their doors to her, welcoming her as a visitor, but they say it is only for love's sake. They do not yet want Christ. So let us focus the light. Then there is a need for the fire of God to burn the cords that bind souls in darkness. There is a woman with whom the Spirit wrestled last year when we were here, but sin had wrapped around her soul like a cord. She has a wicked brother-in-law and an even more wicked sister, and together they devised such an evil scheme that, though she is a heathen, she recoiled in horror and refused. So they quietly drugged her food and did as they pleased with her. And now the knot she never tied, one she once hated, seems even tighter by her own will. Oh, to better understand how to use the burning glass of prayer. There may be a certain sentimentality, at least in theory, about breaking new ground. The unknown holds possibilities and draws one forward. But retracing the path, there is nothing sentimental about that. The broad daylight of truth shows everything as it really is. Will you look again at things as they truly are, though it is not a pleasant sight? A courtyard where the women have often heard the message, "May we come in?" Oh yes, come in. But as we enter, an old fakir follows, a man of an especially vile sort. His body is covered in mud. He wears nothing but mud. His hair is matted and dusted with ashes, his face smeared with vermilion and yellow. His wicked old eyes squint maliciously, his crimson beetle-stained teeth bared in a sneer as he snarls out his demands. The women exclaim in disgust, "Chee!" But he rolls in the dust, writhing and howling, pouring out such a torrent of foul curses that the women, afraid, give him whatever he asks. Then he rolls away to demand more elsewhere. Now, may we read to the women? No, many greetings, but they have no time. Last night, 2 neighbours in adjoining courtyards had a terrible quarrel. Family histories were exposed, long-buried secrets uncovered, and pedigrees traced. Today they are busy discussing it all over again. Having heard it before, they have no time to listen to anything else. We enter another courtyard, more refined. Here sits the opposite of the faker, a dignified ascetic, lost in silent meditation. "We know it all. You told us before." But the women are friendly, so we go in. After a long and earnest conversation, the white-haired grandmother touches her rosary. "This is my ladder to heaven." The beads are fine, set in gold, but they are only hardened tears. Tears of wrath shed by their God, they say, which turned into these beads. How can tears become a ladder to heaven? She does not know. She does not care. A laugh runs around the room, but the heart does not laugh. Such ladders are dangerous. Another house! The men here are kind and welcome us freely. The way, they say, is good. They have heard the ayah preach, but one day there is a stir in the household. One of the sons is very ill. He has been unwell for some time, but now he is suddenly getting worse. Suspicions arise, then, in hushed voices, the women reveal the truth. The father and son have been at odds, and the father is slowly poisoning him. Small doses of strychnine are doing the work. The commotion is not loud, but it is enough of a distraction to excuse them from listening too closely. This kind of darkness drives us back to God. Lord, teach us to pray. Teach us the true secret of fiery, fervent prayer. We know so little of it. Lord, teach us to pray. Oh, Amma, Amma, do not pray. Your prayers are troubling me. We all looked up in astonishment. We had just finished our band prayer meeting when a woman rushed into the room exclaiming these words. She was the mother of one of our girls, the one I told you about before. She is still trapped in the terrible's den. Now her mother, in great agitation, poured out a strange story. When you left last year, I prayed. I prayed and prayed and prayed again to my God to undo your work. My daughter's heart had been touched by your words. I cried to my God to wash them away. But has he washed them away? No. I prayed for a bridegroom, and one came. The cart was ready to take her away. But something went wrong, and the marriage fell through. I wept until my eyes nearly dissolved in tears. Then another bridegroom came, but again an obstacle arose, and yet again another bridegroom came, and yet again there was a hindrance. I cannot get my daughter tied, and the neighbours mock me. My caste is disgraced. The poor old mother broke down, sobbing in shame and confusion. Then I went to my God again and cried, What more can I offer you? Have I not given you everything? And yet you reject my prayer. Then, in a dream, my God appeared to me and said, Tell the Christians not to pray. I can do nothing against their prayers. Their prayers are stopping me. And so, I beg you, stop your prayers for 14 days, only 14 days, until I get my daughter tied. And after she is tied, we asked, oh, then she may freely follow your God. I will hinder her no more. Poor old mother. In matters like these, any lie is allowed. We knew the proposed bridegroom was from a place 300 miles away, and the plan was to take the poor girl by force as soon as she was tied. We have been praying night and day for God to stop this, and He is stopping it, but we must keep praying. That mother is a devotee. She claims to be possessed by the Spirit. Sometimes late at night it comes upon her, and she dances the wild, wicked dance, trying to seize the girl, who shrinks into the farthest corner of their small house. The mother dances around her, chanting words that carry power even in daylight, but at night they are almost irresistible. Once the girl nearly gave in. In desperation, not fully knowing the sin of it, she ran to where the poison was kept and drank enough to kill 2 people. Then she lay down on the floor, waiting to die. Better to die than do what they demanded of her, she thought. But they discovered what she had done. Swift, drastic measures were taken, and though the poison did not kill her, it left her in days of violent pain. So we must continue in prayer to hinder their plans. Lord, teach us how to pray. Is India filled with the horrible? Picturesque, they call it. Those who have seen it in a month or 2 and then written a book. And the most picturesque part, they agree, is always connected with the temples. India ends in a pointed rock. You can stand at the very tip, with nothing but ocean before you and almost all of Asia behind. At the very edge, a temple stands, as if claiming the land for its own. We took our convert boys and girls to the Cape for the Christmas holidays. One morning, some of us spent an hour under an old wall near the temple. The wall, full of tiny hermit crabs, kept us entertained as we watched their curious ways. Through the soft sounds of the sea, we suddenly heard a Brahman's voice. Looking up, we saw this scene. A small group of 5 sat between the rocks and the waves, adding a touch of life to the landscape and making the picture complete. There were 2 men, a woman, a child, and a priest. All bore the V-shaped Vishnu mark on their foreheads. The priest wound sacred kusa grass around the fingers of his right hand and handed a bundle to each of them. They did as he had done. Then they scattered the grass on the sand to purify it from earthly taint and began their ritual. The priest chanted names of God, then paused and traced signs on the sand. The others followed, imitating each movement. Then they went to bathe, bowing to the east between each dip in the water, worshipping. When they returned, they repeated the whole process. Before beginning again, they carefully repainted their forehead marks with white and red pigment, using a small English hand mirror, the only incongruous piece of the West in this Eastern scene, yet symbolic of the times. The child followed along in her own way, as children do. She was a delicate little thing, dressed in a crimson seelie, adorned with many gold jewels. The older woman wore dark green. The colours were a joy to the eye. Crimson and green, the warm brown of the rocks, set against the deep blue of the sea. It was one of those perfect mornings we often see in the tropics, when everything, everywhere, reveals God. His presence shines like an illuminated word, sings through the great song of the universe. And here, in this quiet southern niche of nature's vast cathedral, beneath the pure sky, these 5, in the only way they knew, acknowledged the presence of one great God and worshipped Him. There was nothing repulsive here, no sign of degrading idolatry. They worshipped the unseen. The Sanskrit chant in which they offered their adoration was stately and solemn. King of immensity, King of eternity, boundless, endless, infinite one. It could have been the echo of an ancient Christian hymn. It could have been, but it was not. They are not worshipping the Lord God. They might be, but they are not. Whose responsibility is this? Is it partly yours and mine? The beauty of the scene fades. The brilliance of the sky is dimmed. Only like souls I see, the folk thereunder, bound who should conquer, slaves who should be kings, hearing their one hope with an empty wonder, sadly contented with a show of things. Then with a rush the intolerable craving shivers throughout me like a trumpet call. Oh, to save these, to perish for their saving, die for their life, be offered for them all. The picture is made of souls, souls to be saved. Oh, to save these, to perish for their saving. That is what the picture says. Picture? There is no picture. Where it was, there is only a pain. God's world, and God dishonoured in it. Oh, to see these people as souls, refined or crude, beautiful or wretched or simply dull. Oh, to see them only as souls and to yearn for them, to pray for them as souls who will live eternally somewhere. Souls for whom each of us, in our measure, is accountable before God. Do you say we are not responsible for these particular souls? Who first said such a thing? Where we disavow being keeper to our brother, we're his Cain. If we are not responsible, then why do we take it upon ourselves to appeal to them in impassioned poetry? Let every kindred, every tribe, on this terrestrial ball, to him all majesty ascribe, and crown him Lord of all. What is the point of calling people to do something if we have no real concern whether they do it or not? The angels, the martyrs, the saints, they have long ago crowned him. Our singing to them changes nothing. But when we turn to every kindred and tribe, the case is different. How can they crown him Lord of all when they do not even know him? And why do they not know him? Because we have not told them. Yes, many who have heard responded only with empty wonder, their one hope passing by unheard. But many others have heard and believed, and today the everlasting song rises fuller, because out in this dark heathen land some have heard, have responded, and have crowned him king. But singing hymns from a distance will never save souls. By God's grace, coming, giving, and praying will. Are we ready for this? Or would we rather just sing? Searcher of hearts, shine your light upon us. Are we coming, giving, and praying until it costs us something? Are we truly agonizing in prayer, or is prayer just a pleasant exercise, a holy relief for our feelings? We have sat together under the wall by the southern sea. We have watched the five worshipping another, not our God. Now let this small south window be like a pane of clear glass, through which you may look far to the north, beyond the borderlands, over the mountains into Tibet, beyond Tibet to the vast stretches of Central Asia, to China, Mongolia, Manchuria, and even then you have only glimpsed a few of the great dark northern lands, waiting for you. And this is only Asia, only a part of Asia. God looks down on all the world, and for every one of the millions who have never crowned him king, Christ wore the crown of thorns. What do we count these millions worth? Do we count them worth rearranging our days to make more time to pray? Do we count them worth laying down even one ambition, loosening our hold on even one child or friend? Do we count them worth giving up anything we hold dear? Let us be still for a moment and think. Christ counted souls worth Calvary. What do we count them worth? Chapter 30. Too safe? James Gilmore said, "God has given me the hunger and thirst for souls. Will he leave me unsatisfied?" No, verily. Robert Noble of India wrote, "That one soul has been brought to Christ in the midst of such hostile influences is so entirely and marvellously the Holy Spirit's work that I am sometimes overjoyed to have been in any degree instrumental in effecting the emancipation of one. 2 of our boys are safe. They left us so suddenly that we can hardly believe they're gone. The younger one was especially dear to us, the first of the boys to come, a truly beloved lad. I remember him as I saw him that last evening we all spent together, standing on a wave-washed rock, the wind in his hair, his face wet with spray, delighting in it all. No other boy dared to stand in the midst of that wild, foaming water, but he was drawn to the thrill of danger. He was such a true boy at heart. He first heard the call to leave everything for Christ at an open-air meeting in his village 2 years ago. After that, he faced intense shame and opposition. His father and mother were shocked and deeply troubled, doing all they could to stop the disgrace of his open confession of Christ. As their only son and heir to a large inheritance, the situation was serious. His father loved him dearly, yet steeled himself to flog the boy. Twice he was tied up and beaten. But they say he never wavered. Only his mother's tears were the hardest for him to bear. Weeks of steadfast confession passed, until he had to make a final choice between Christ and his home. He chose Christ. Early one morning, he left everything to follow him. Do you think that was easy? He was a loving boy. Could it have been easy to break his mother's heart? When the household woke that morning, he was already on his way to us. His father gathered the clansmen, and they came in a crowd to the bungalow. They sat in a circle on the floor with the boy in their midst, pleading with him. I can still feel the weight of that moment. The room was so tense it felt as if a single heartbeat filled the air, until he spoke firmly. "I will not go back." They offered him everything, a house, lands, his inheritance given immediately, even a wife with a rich dowry of jewels. Everything a Tamil boy could desire was laid before him. They even promised he could worship God freely. Only come back, save your caste. Do not break your mother's heart or disgrace your family. Day after day they returned, sometimes alone, sometimes in groups, but the mother never came. Instead, they painted heart-wrenching pictures of her suffering. "She neither eats nor sleeps," they said. "She sits with her hair undone, weeping and wailing the death cry for her son." At last they stopped coming, and we were relieved, for the strain had been heavy. Though he never wavered, we knew he felt it deeply. At night we would hear him praying for his family, pouring out his heart when he thought no one was near, sometimes sobbing as he spoke their names. The pleading in his voice brought tears to our eyes. If only he could have lived at home and been a Christian there. But we knew what had happened to others. We dared not send him back. About a year later, we all went to the water together, and he, along with 3 others, was baptized. The first to step into the water was the elder boy. Shining of victory, shining of life followed. A few weeks of joy, those bright days by the sea, and then, in the same order and called by the same messenger, the swift Indian messenger cholera. Both went down into another water and crossed over to the other side. Shining of life was well in the morning gone by evening. At first, when the pain struck, he was startled. Then, understanding, he lay down in peace. The heathen crowded in. They could not be kept out. As he suffered, they mocked him. "This is your reward for breaking your caste," they jeered. The agony of cholera left him unable to say much, but he pointed upward. "Do not trouble me. This is the way by which I am going to Jesus." He tried to sing a line from one of our choruses. "My strength and my Redeemer, my refuge, Jesus." His parents were sent for as soon as the illness was known. They hurried over, his poor mother crying out desperately to the gods who could not hear. He pointed up once more. He was almost past speech, but he tried to say, "Jesus, and come." Then, while the heathen stood and mocked, the mother beat her breast and wailed, and the father, silent in his grief, simply stood and looked at his son. The boy quietly passed away. They could hardly believe he was gone. Oh, how we miss him, and our hearts ache for his family, for they grieve as those who have no hope, but God knows why he took him, and we trust that all is right. Every memory of him is good. Once the first sharp trial had passed, we saw what a true boy he was. In that week by the sea, his joy overflowed. He threw himself into the bathing and boating, full of life and laughter. We had such hopes for him. He was so full of promise, so eager and strong. And now it is over for both. Was it worth the pain? Their time to witness was so short. Was it worth it? It's true their days here were brief. Most of the time between their coming and their going was spent preparing for a life of service. And yet, in that little time, each of them found one other boy, one who might never have been reached if the cost had been counted too great. And I think, if you could ask them now, they would tell you that Jesus' welcome made it far more than worth it. Chapter 31. 3 Objections. Henry Martyn wrote, "May I have grace to live above every human motive, simply with God and to God, and not swayed, especially in missionary work, by the opinions of people not acquainted with the state of things, whose judgment may be contrary to my own." These letters have been gathered to help our comrades at home understand the nature of the forces against us, so that they may call upon the power of God to overcome what is beyond human strength, praying with an intelligence and urgency impossible for those who do not know the reality of the struggle. For too long, we have underestimated the strength of the forces at work. We need more of Abraham's kind of faith, faith that fully considers the facts, yet, without wavering, holds fast to God's promise and grows stronger. Faith that ignores reality does not help much. Years ago, when the first girl convert came, friends wrote, rejoicing that the wall of caste must now fall. They expected to hear of its collapse soon, as if a single grain of dust falling from one brick could shake the wall itself. Such faith is well-meaning, but it does not go far. It speaks of things it does not understand. Then, as for the people themselves, certain mistaken ideas persist. We recently read in a home paper that it is a well-known fact that Indian women never smile. This surprised us. We had never noticed such a thing. If they were truly so abnormally depressed, they might be more eager to welcome the good news. Another claim we often hear is that you can easily distinguish between heathen and Christian by the wonderful light on the Christians' faces, compared to the sad expression on the faces of the poor, benighted heathen. It is true that some Christians radiate joy, but in general the heathen are so remarkably cheerful that the difference is not as obvious as one might expect. Again, we often read descriptions of India that speak of the weary, hopeless longing of the people. But our greatest challenge is convincing them that there is anything to long for. Instead of seeking something more, they believe they lack nothing, when in truth, they lack everything. And time and again, we come across stirring descriptions of India's women standing with hands outstretched toward God. Perhaps they do this in visions, but in reality they do not. It is precisely the absence of such longing that makes your help so necessary to us. But none of you can truly pray as we need you to unless you are fully convinced that what we ask prayer for is completely just and right. We realize that some who have followed the story of this struggle may have doubts, especially about whether converts have the right to leave their homes for Christ's sake and his gospel. Everyone agrees with us when we seek to rescue little children. But some may struggle to sympathize when our work leads to sorrow and conflict, when it brings not peace but a sword. So, we want to address 3 common objections often raised against this kind of work. We do this because such doubts could hinder the earnest prayers we so greatly need. The first objection is that we are forcing our religion on those who do not want it. Some remind us that this work is discouraging. Conversions are rare, and when they happen, they bring great turmoil. Clearly, neither we nor our gospel are welcome, and why should they be when discipleship demands so much? We would not like strangers coming to interfere with our religion, some write. We would resent it if they tried to draw our children away from us. No wonder the Hindus do. One reader even wrote that she could not understand how the girls who left their families could ever be happy after doing something so wrong and heartless as to disobey their parents. They deserve everything they suffer, she said. It is a shame and a disgrace for a girl to abandon her own family. One turns from reading such letters and looks into the faces of those who have made this sacrifice. Knowing how much they need every bit of prayer support we can gather for them, we feel it is worth trying to show those who criticize them why they do it and why they cannot do otherwise if they would be true to Christ. This question of whether our work is right or wrong leads to another concern: baptism. It is no small thing for a family to be divided over religion. Would it not be better for a convert to remain at home, living a quiet and faithful Christian life without baptism, rather than disturb the peace of the household by leaving? Or, if already baptized, should she not return home and live as a Christian there? And lastly, this objection often comes from those who are otherwise most sympathetic: why not focus on more fruitful work? We are reminded of the great mass movements where nations are born in a day, and conversion does not bring such painful division. Others urge us to work among nominal Christians who need deeper teaching. Why struggle so hard for a few souls, when in a week we could win more than in years of this costly, unyielding work? We freely admit that these objections are natural and reasonable, and that what they state is true. It is true that work among high caste Hindus in India, as among Muslims worldwide, is extremely difficult. It is true that open confession of Christ brings painful divisions in families. It is true that other important work remains to be done. We especially feel the weight of the second objection. We fully recognize that the ideal would be for a convert to remain with her family and let her light shine in her own home. We grieve the terrible break that comes with coming out. For a people so bound to tradition, for hearts as deeply affectionate as those of the Indian people, this severing of home ties is a cruel and painful thing. Yet, because we do not want to lose your prayers, we will try to answer these concerns. And first, we must grasp this: it is neither fair nor wise to compare one type of work with another, or to measure success the same way in different fields. The conditions under which we labour vary greatly, as do the unseen forces opposing the work. A single column in a religious newspaper may record more conversions than are found in all 646 pages of one of the greatest missionary books of modern times on the threshold of Central Africa. Or consider two vastly different lives, Moody and Gilmore. Moody saw more souls come to Christ in a day than Gilmore did in 21 years, yet it was not that one man was greater than the other. Both knew the baptism of power. Both lived in Christ, both loved deeply. But let us compare two missionaries of the same spirit, Brainerd of North America and Henry Martyn of India. Brainerd saw many turn to Jesus, Martyn hardly any. Both were pioneers, both were flames of fire. "Now let me burn out for God," Martyn wrote, and he did. Yet the spiritual conditions in which they laboured were as different as their climates. Can we compare their work? Can we measure it by visible results? Did God? Let us stop comparing one work with another. We do not know enough to judge. Let us stop trying to weigh eternal things or balance souls in earthly scales. Only God's scales are sensitive enough for such work. We take up the objections one by one. First, why do you go where you're not wanted? We go because we believe our Master commanded us to go. He said, all the world and every creature. Our orders are clear. Go ye into all the world and preach the gospel to every creature. All the world means everywhere in it. Every creature means everyone in it. These words leave no room for doubt. Missionaries in every age have understood them this way. Nearly 700 years ago, the first missionary to the Muslims found no welcome, only a prison, but he never doubted his calling. God wills it, he said, and went again. That time they stoned him and he died, but never for a moment did he question that he had been sent. Our Master himself did not preach only to the common people, who heard him gladly. He also went to the religious and political leaders who had no desire for the truth. Ye will not come to me that ye might have life, he said, yet he still went to them, giving them the chance to come, even when he proclaimed, If any man thirst, let him come unto me and drink. He spoke to a crowd that was not thirsting for the gospel, yet he offered it to them all the same. St. Paul would have gladly spent his strength preaching in Asia, especially in Galatia, where the people loved him, but he was under orders, so he went to Europe, to Philippi, where he was thrown into prison, to Thessalonica, where opposition was so fierce that he had to flee by night, to Athens, where he became the object of the philosophers' ridicule. Yet in each of these places God gave souls. Not many compared to the great indifferent crowds, but even a few were worth going for. Would you have wanted him to miss Lydia or Damaris? Above all, would you have wanted him to disobey his Lord's command? So, whether people welcome the message or not, we must go to all. And the worse they are, the harder their hearts, the clearer it is that, wanted or not, it is needed. When Monsieur Coillard was robbed by the very people he had travelled far to reach, he simply wrote, You see, we made no mistake in bringing the gospel to the Zambesi. The second objection is, why break up families by insisting on baptism as a sine qua non of discipleship? Again we answer, because we believe our Master commands it. He said, baptizing them in the name of the Father and of the Son and of the Holy Ghost. What right have we, as his servants, to stop short of full obedience? Did he not know the reality of high caste Hindu life in India when he gave this command? Was he unaware of the divisions it would bring? Yet he said, Suppose ye that I am come to give peace on earth. I tell you nay, but rather division. And then come words we have seen literally fulfilled in every high caste convert's life. For from henceforth there shall be 5 in one house divided, 3 against 2, and 2 against 3. The father shall be divided against the son, and the son against the father, the mother against the daughter, and the daughter against the mother-in-law against her daughter-in-law, and the daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law. These are terrible words. No one knows that better than the missionary. There are times when the pain of witnessing such division is almost unbearable. But are we more tender than the tender one? Is our sympathy deeper than his? Can we look into his eyes and say, Lord, this costs too much. It costs them too much. It costs us too much to fully obey thee. But even if the command stands, why should the baptized convert not return home and live there? Because he is not wanted there as a Christian. Exceptions to this are rare, speaking of high caste Hindus, and when they do occur, there is usually some special reason. The high caste woman who told us, I cannot live here and break my caste. If I break it, I must go, spoke the truth. Keeping caste requires following customs that are, by their very nature, idolatrous. Breaking caste means breaking these customs. A person who continually disobeyed rules that everyone else in the household considered sacred and binding would simply not be tolerated in an orthodox Hindu home. This is not merely a matter of persecution or personal choice. It is not about whether a convert wants to stay. It is about the fact that they are not wanted there, unless, of course, they are willing to compromise. Compromise is the one door that remains open, the one way back into the old home, and God alone knows what it costs when that choice is made and that one door is shut forever. The repeated mention of caste and its power may seem tiresome, but it is the answer to 1,000 questions. That is why it comes up again and again. In South India, especially in this small region, and in the neighbouring kingdoms of Travancore and Cochin, caste is so deeply ingrained that people say, caste is the religion of South India. But the truth is, everywhere in India, to every orthodox Hindu, caste is part of his very identity. Can you take caste out of him? You would have to drain him of his lifeblood first. It is the strength of this caste spirit that, in South India, drives the relentless effort to bring converts back. Promises are made, you may live as a Christian at home. We will send you in a bandy to church every Sunday. Promises made to be broken. If the convert is a boy, he may reappear. If a girl, I would say never, but I recall one who did return after 17 years of imprisonment. A broken wreck. Send them back, do you say? Think of the dotted lines in some of the chapters you have read. Think now of the hidden suffering they cover. Then, if you can, send them back. The third objection divides into two parts. The first, why do you not go to the Christians? We do, for the same reason we have already given twice, because our Master told us to. Our marching orders are threefold, each one addressing a form of service touched by these objections. The third command is, teaching them to observe all things whatsoever I have commanded you. So we go and teach them the all things. Some learn and go to teach others, and in this way the message of a full gospel spreads, and the bride is made ready for the bridegroom. The second part of this objection is, why not do easier work? There are so many who are more open. Why not go to them? It does seem reasonable to suggest that if some doors are open, it might be better to enter them rather than keep knocking at closed ones. We do seek to enter the so-called open doors, but we never find them as open as they seem, especially once it is known that we bring nothing tangible with us. Most do not count spiritual things as anything of value. Still, work among such people is much easier, and many, comparatively speaking, are engaged in it. The majority here work among the Christians. The next largest group works among the masses. But always, everywhere, the fewest work among the classes, where conversion brings such terrible battles with the evil one that every human strength seems to faint under the weight of each victory. But true conversion, anywhere, costs. By conversion we mean something more than reformation. that raises fewer storms. However, the kind of work that seems to most fascinate friends at home is what is known as the mass movement. And though we have touched on it before, perhaps we should explain it more fully. This movement, or rather its visible results, is often described in the most rapturous terms. A winter visitor once wrote, "Christian churches counted by the 1,000, their members by the million. Whole districts are Christian, entire communities are transformed." And we look at one another and ask, where? But to that question some would joyfully answer, here. There are missions in India where the policy is to baptize people at the outset, not based on evidence of what is commonly called conversion. One leader in the movement explains, "We baptize them unto the baptism of the Holy Spirit, not because we have reason to believe they have received the Spirit's baptism." And he continues, "If we were to wait until this change, conversion, is effected before baptizing them, in most cases we would have to wait a long time and often see these poor creatures die without the change. Every effort is then made through revival services and camp meetings to lead these baptized Christians into a true knowledge of Christ. It is believed that this method bears more fruit than the other approach, which insists on conversion first, baptism second. Certainly, it produces more visible results. Among the depressed classes and certain middle castes, where alone this method can be applied, many are willing to embrace Christianity. Some genuinely believe it is the true religion and seek to understand it. Others come for what they can gain. To be fair, because we want to present this honestly, a mass movement does provide a great opportunity to preach Christ and teach his gospel day by day. And the power in it does reach some. Even today we have faithful men and women working and winning others to Christ, fruit of the mass movement of years past. But on the whole we fear this approach and do not encourage it here. The dead weight of heathenism is already heavy enough, but when you add to it the burden of a dead Christianity, for a nominal faith is a dead faith, then the work becomes even more difficult. You are weighed down and held back as you try to move forward and break new ground. So, while we sympathize with every effort that brings life and light to India, and while we rejoice with our brothers who gather sheaves, believing that even if not all is genuine, some is, we still feel compelled to give ourselves to a work that, by its very nature, can never be popular. It may never be seen as successful by statistical measures. Never until the King comes. And his coming is our hope. Chapter 32. Show me thy glory. A Chinese missionary said, "Yesterday I was called to see a patient, a young woman who had been suffering terribly for 3 days. It was the saddest case I ever saw in my life. I had to leave her to die." The experience was such a terrible one that, old and accustomed surgeon as I am, I have been quite upset by it ever since. As long as I live, the memory of that scene will cling to me. Thomas Gajatan of Ragland, India, said, "If we refuse to be corns of wheat falling into the ground and dying, if we will neither sacrifice prospects nor risk character and property and health, nor, when we are called, relinquish home and break family ties for Christ's sake and his gospel, then we shall abide alone." Miss Lilias Trotter of Africa wrote, "Not mere pity for dead souls, but a passion for the glory of God is what we need to hold us on to victory." We are all familiar with numbers and statistics that represent far more than we often realize. We can easily say that there are nearly 1.5 billion people in the world, and that nearly 1 billion of them are either non-Christian or follow Islam. Perhaps we can break down this vast number into smaller, more understandable figures. About 200 million are Muslims, another 200 million are Hindus, 430 million follow Buddhism or Confucianism, and over 150 million are classified as pagans. But have we ever stopped to let the weight of these facts press upon us? Do we truly grasp that we are speaking about immortal souls? We may quote someone's estimate that 96,000 people die every day without Christ, but have we ever spent an hour thinking about what that means? Have we considered it for even half an hour? 15 minutes? 5 uninterrupted minutes? I ask you further, have you ever sat still for just 1 full minute, watching the ticking of a clock as soul after soul passes into eternity? I have done it. It is terrifying. Even at the lowest estimate, 66 souls for whom Christ died have perished since I wrote the word eternity. Oh my God, people are perishing and I do nothing. 66 more are gone. How can anyone remain so calm? Death seems to be racing alongside the minute hand of my watch. I feel as if I should stop that relentless movement. Round and round it goes, and with every full turn, 66 more souls are lost. I have just heard of one among them. We knew her well. She was a widow without protectors. An unprotected widow in India stands in a place of great danger. We knew it and urged her to take refuge in Jesus. She listened, almost decided, but then drew back. Later we learned why. Have you ever seen a picture of a man being dragged under the sea by an octopus? It was like that. Have you imagined the desperate struggle for life? It was like that, but everything happened beneath the surface. Outwardly, there was nothing to see except perhaps a single bubble rising and breaking. It was like that. One day, in the bright light of noon, she collapsed in the street. Someone carried her into a house, but she was already gone. Those who saw her body saw the marks of the struggle upon it. The village life moved on as before. Unchanged, only a few knew that she had destroyed her body to conceal the destruction of her soul. We had come too late for her. Last week I stood in a house where another of those 66 had passed away. A woman crouched on the floor, her knees drawn up, her head resting on them, and began to speak. She was my younger sister. My mother gave us to 2 brothers. She stopped. I knew who the brothers were. I had seen them just yesterday. 2 handsome, high-caste Hindus. We had visited their wives, never suspecting the truth. The woman could not continue. She only shuddered and buried her face in her hands. A neighbour finished the story. Something went wrong with the girl. They called the barber's wife, the only midwife known in these parts. She did her work ignorantly. The girl died in unbearable pain. Hindu women are accustomed to horrifying sights, but this death was so terrible that the elder sister has never recovered from witnessing it. She now sits all day, crouched on the floor, silent. Not all pass in such agony. Some go quietly, without struggle, and some are innocent children. Thank God for that comfort. But we must never forget that the heathen sin against the light they have. Their very lives testify against them. They know they sin, and they fear death. An Indian Christian doctor serving in a Hindu town once told me that he could not even speak of the things he had seen and heard at the deathbeds of some of his patients. A girl came in a moment ago, and I told her what I was doing. Then I showed her the diagram of the wedge, the great black disc representing heathendom and the narrow white slit for the converts won. She stared at it in amazement. Slowly she traced her finger around the disc, then pointed to the narrow slit. Tears began to fall onto the page. "Oh, what must Jesus feel?" she said. "Oh, what must Jesus feel?" She is just a simple village girl, a Christian for only a year, but the sight of that great black mass cut her to the heart. I know there are those who care back home, but do all who care deeply enough? Do they feel as Jesus feels? And if they do, are they giving their own? They may be sending others, but are they truly giving of themselves? Oh, are they truly giving themselves? If that narrow wedge is to widen, there must be more who give not just their means, but their very lives. Some who care are young, with their whole future ahead of them. The question pressing on them now is this: where will that life be spent? Some are too old to go, but they have children they could send, if only they were willing to strip themselves for Jesus' sake. Mothers and fathers, do you share his heart? Will you endure loneliness for a few short years, so that for all eternity he may have more souls to rejoice over, and you with him? He may be coming very soon, and the little time left holds our last chance to suffer for his sake, and perhaps our last chance to win jewels for his crown. Oh, the unworked treasure mines of heathendom! Oh, the joy his people are missing if they let this last opportunity slip away. Sometimes we think that if the need was seen more clearly, more would be done. People would find ways. Perhaps 2 or 3 like-minded individuals would live together to reduce expenses, freeing someone who would otherwise have to stay behind for financial reasons. Workers abroad do this, setting aside personal preferences for the sake of the greater cause. But if such a change is impossible at home, something else could be done, something that would allow more to be given once those who love God love him enough to put his kingdom first. Worthy is the Lamb to receive. Oh, we say it, we pray it, but do we live as though we mean it? Fathers and mothers, is he not worthy? Givers who have surrendered all, have you not found him worthy? Just the bare numbers overwhelm me, one man said, as he shared how God had called him to go. I was staggered when I read that 28,000 people in India alone die every day without Christ. And I asked myself, do we believe it? Do we really believe it? What has Satan done to dull our hearts, that such an awful, heartbreaking fact does not shake us from our indifference and our terrible neglect of souls? A river flows through this district. It begins in the Western Ghats and for most of the year remains a calm, shallow stream. But when the monsoon rains pour down on the hills, it swells with sudden, mighty force. You can hear its roar from a mile away. Out in the sandy riverbed, several high stone platforms stand, used by travellers as resting places when the waters are low. Some years ago, a group of labourers, delayed on their journey, chose to sleep on one of these platforms. Though the rainy season had begun, the river was still shallow, and they thought they were safe. But during the night, the waters rose. The rushing current tore them from their hold, sweeping them away into the dark, carrying them to the sea. Now imagine this. Suppose you had passed by that evening, knowing, while they did not, that rain had begun falling in the hills, and that the river would surely rise. If you had seen them settling in for the night, could you have walked away without warning them? Would you have been able to go to bed and sleep in peace, knowing they were lying there in the riverbed? If you had, the thunder of the flood would have awakened you, and forever your heart would have carried a chill colder than the river's waters, the unbearable weight of knowing that you had left them to drown. You say you cannot see them, but you can. God has given eyes to the mind. Think, and you will see. Then listen, it is God who speaks. If thou forbear to deliver them that are drawn unto death, and those that are ready to be slain, if thou sayest, Behold, we knew it not, doth not he that pondereth the heart consider it? And he that keepeth thy soul, doth not he know it? And shall not he render to every man according to his works? Oh, think of the many being drawn to death, the many ready to perish. Think of the sorrow of Jesus who loves them. let these things weigh on your heart. But no, not all are called to go. We know it well. We do not forget. But must a missionary remind the church of that? What is truly forgotten is that the field is the world. You fear emptying England, but would England be emptied? Would a single bishop's seat, a single parish, a single mission hall be left vacant forever if the one who now fills it stepped into the place no one fills, that gaping void at the edge of eternity? But suppose a parish were left empty. Would that truly be so terrible? Would there not still be one faithful Christian left to point the way to Christ? And even in the worst case, would there not still be the Bible and the ability to read it? Must anyone die unsaved unless they are set on rejecting salvation? If only Christians in England knew how to draw directly from God, if only those who cannot go would take full responsibility for the lost around them, why should it be unthinkable that a parish here and there might be left empty for a time? Surely we should not let so many starve to death simply because those who hold the bread of life are too occupied with spiritual delicacies. Oh, the amount of religious sweets consumed in England every year! May God open our eyes to see if we are truly doing His will, and if He means for things to continue as they are. But some men, we are told, are too valuable to be given to the mission field. They are successful pastors, evangelists, and leaders of thought. How could they possibly be spared? Would it not be a waste to bury such minds in unproductive soil? It may seem so, but is it really? Is that how God sees it? Where would we be today if He had considered Jesus too precious to give for us? Was not each hour of His 33 years worth more than a lifetime of ours? What is success in God's eyes? He looks upon Catholic Europe, the spiritually dark lands of South America, the vast unreached multitudes of Africa and Asia, and the forgotten corners of many so-called Christian nations. Then He looks at us, and I wonder what He sees. Ragland, Fellow of Corpus Christi College, Cambridge, after years of what some would call wasted effort, wrote that God was teaching him this: of all plans for securing success, the most certain is Christ's own, becoming a corn of wheat falling into the ground and dying. If going abroad means that for someone, is it too much to ask? It is what our Lord did. This brings us to another plea. I find it in the verse that sums up, in just 2 strokes, the entire outcome of 2 lives. If any man's work abide, and if any man's work shall be burned. One man's life yields gold, silver, and precious stones. Another's is reduced to wood, hay, and stubble. Which is truly worth the spending of a life? An earnest worker reflecting on her years of labour from the place where all things are seen clearly, cries out, God help us all, what is the lasting good of work like mine? If any man build upon this foundation, wood, hay, stubble, if any man's work shall be burned, he shall suffer loss, but he himself shall be saved, yet so as by fire. So much toil, so much effort, only to vanish like hay and stubble in the flames. Success, what is it really worth? I was flushed with praise, but pausing just a moment to draw breath, and I could not choose but murmur to myself, is this all that's done and all that's gained? If this, then, be success, 'tis dismaler than any failure. So thin and fleeting is the glamour of success to the clear-seeing eyes of a poet. Should it then dazzle the Christian for whom only what endures has any worth? Should we be swayed by arguments that compare the apparent success of work at home with the struggles of work abroad? Is it not a solemn thing to consider this truth, laid out so plainly before us? Every man's work shall be made manifest, for the day shall declare it, because it shall be revealed by fire, and the fire shall try every man's work of what sort it is. And as we grasp the perishableness of all work, no matter how seemingly successful, except that which is done in the way God has ordained, does it not stir us to seek with an intensity that will not be denied to find out what that work is? The same thought appears in the verse that tells us the very things we are to do have been prepared beforehand, and that we are created in Christ Jesus to do them. If this is so, will anything else seem worthwhile when we one day look back and see life as God sees it? Perhaps the work prepared for us is here, close at hand. If so, there will be peace in doing it. But perhaps it is abroad, and if it is, and we refuse to go, then even our prayers will fall like withered leaves when the wind that stirred them dies away. No, worse than that, for even withered leaves have their purpose. But prayers lifted by a fleeting emotion, without obedience behind them, accomplish nothing for eternity. God will not hear our prayers for the lost if He is calling us to go to them, and we remain behind, praying instead of going. Nor will He accept our prayers if He is calling us to give up a son or daughter, and we choose to pray instead of release them. Lord, save us from hypocrisy and deceit. Shrivel the falsehood from us if we claim to love You but do not obey. Are we staying home and praying for missions when You have said go? Are we holding back something when You have said loose it and let it go? Lord, are we completely, utterly true? O God of truth, save us from pretense. Make us wholly sincere. I turn to you, brothers and sisters at home. Do you realize that if God is calling you and you refuse to obey, you will scarcely be able to endure what follows? Sooner or later the truth will burn through every part of your being, that you disobeyed, that you lost your chance, and that you lost it forever. That is the dreadful part. Seldom does one get to go back and reclaim what was knowingly cast aside. The express train of life has passed the switch, and the tracks have diverged. Some of us almost shudder now to think how nearly we stayed at home, a missionary once wrote. Do not, I beg you, let this great matter drift. Do not walk in uncertainty. Do not be turned aside. You will be eternally the poorer if you do. Perhaps you are unsure of God's will for your life. You are honest, but questions cloud your mind. Will you go to God about it and seek His answer directly? If you are struggling with questions that a straightforward missionary could answer, will you take the time to read Do Not Say, Alone with God? Let me emphasize that word, alone. Arise, go forth into the plain, and I will there talk with thee. There was a voice when they stood and had let down their wings. Oh, for the sake of that coming day when the fire will test all we have done, and only what is true will remain, I plead with you to face this question honestly before it is too late. But even this is not our strongest plea. We could stack them high, plea upon plea, and still not reach the greatest reason that compels us to speak. So we pass them all and go straight to the place where the most urgent call awaits. God's glory is being given to another. This is the most solemn plea, the supreme and unavoidable call. Not mere pity for lost souls, but a passion for the glory of God, is what we need to hold us through to victory. I am the Lord, that is my name, and my glory will I not give to another, neither my praise to graven images. Yet the very men He created to glorify Him take His glory and give it to another. This, the sin of it, the shame of it, cries out beneath all other calls. God's glory is being given to another. Do we love Him enough to care? Or do we weigh the personal cost of winning these distant souls and finding it great, turn away, ceasing to think or care? Is it nothing to you, all ye that pass by? Behold and see. They took Jesus and led Him away, And he, bearing his cross, went forth into a place called the place of a skull, where they crucified him. Herein is love. God so loved the world. Have we grown numb past feeling? Can we truly stand and measure now? I know that only the Spirit who counted every drop that fell from the torn brow of Christ as dearer than all the jewelled gates of paradise can lift the church out of her appreciation of the world as it appeals to her selfish lusts, into an appreciation of the world as it appeals to the heart of God. O Spirit, come, lift us into this love. Inspire us with this love. Let us gaze upon the vision of the glory of our God with eyes that have looked at His love. We would not base a single plea on anything less than solid fact. Sentiment alone cannot endure the weight of the real battle. But is it fact, or is it not, that Jesus counted you and me and every soul in the world actually worth dying for? If this is true, then do we love him enough to care with all the strength of our being that today, across almost the whole earth, his glory is being given to another? If this does not move us, is it because we do not love him deeply? Or is it that we have never truly prayed, as Moses did? I beseech thee, show me thy glory. Moses saw only a glimpse of it. Behold, there is a place by me, and thou shalt stand upon a rock, and it shall come to pass, while my glory passeth by, that I will put thee in a clift of the rock, and will cover thee with my hand while I pass by. The glory of the Lord passed before him, and though he saw only a shadow of it, my face shall not be seen. It was enough to mark him as one who lived for a single purpose, who shone in the light of it, who burned with the fire of it. He was jealous for the glory of his God, and we beheld his glory, the glory as of the only begotten of the Father, full of grace and truth. We have seen the light of the knowledge of the glory of God in the face of Jesus Christ. While my glory passeth by, I will cover thee, my face shall not be seen. But we all, with open face, reflecting as in a mirror the glory of the Lord, are changed. Are we? Do we? Do we know anything at all about this? Have we ever grasped the very purpose for which Christ Jesus has taken hold of us? Have we seen the heavenly vision, the vision that humbles us, that breaks us down to hear the voice of the Lord asking, "Who will go for us?" and strengthens us to answer, "Here am I, send me," and holds us firm in obedience when we hear him say, "Go. I beseech thee, show me thy glory." Shall we pray this now and truly mean it to the uttermost? The uttermost may hold hard things, but whether easy or hard, there is no other way to reach that place where our lives gain the force that makes them count for eternity. The motive power is the love of Christ, not merely our love for him, but his very love itself. It was the mighty, unstoppable current of that love that made the first missionary pour out his life in sacrifice and service, and the joy of it rings out triumphantly. Yea, and if I be poured forth, I joy and rejoice with you all. Yes, God's glory is our plea, the highest, strongest, most compelling and enduring of all. But, oh, by the thought of the countless souls passing away, by the thought of the coming of the Lord, by the infinite realities of life and death, of heaven and hell, by the cross and passion of our Saviour, we plead with all who love him, but who have not yet considered these things. Consider them now. Let him show us the vision of his glory. Let him bring us to the very end of self. Let him touch our lips with the live coal and set us on fire to burn for him, to burn with a love that consumes, with a purpose none can turn us from, with a passion like a pure white flame. a passion for the glory of God. Oh, may this passion consume us. May it burn the self out of us and burn His love into us. For God's glory we ask it. Amen. Worthy is the Lamb that was slain to receive power and riches and wisdom and strength and honour and glory and blessing. Blessing and honour and glory and power be unto Him. Appendix. Some Indian Saints. There was a man, now among the saints in glory, who was the poet of the mission and our dear friend. He was so faithful in all his ways that a Hindu boy, watching him closely, saw in him a reflection of God's holiness. Drawn by that glimpse, the boy became a Christian and a bringer of souls to Christ. Some of the mission's most devoted converts trace their faith back to the life of that Tamil poet. There is another man, now old, known for his unwavering truthfulness. People call him the one-word man, because he has never been known to lie. He is a village pastor, beloved by all. Step into his cottage at any time, and you will always find someone with him. With his kind face and nearly blind eyes, he leans in to catch every word of their troubles, listening with patience and then offering counsel and comfort, like a father to his children. Throughout the countryside, both Hindus and Christians respect and honour him as India honours its saints. I once saw the poet and the pastor together. They came from different castes, but that no longer mattered. Their two white heads bent over a letter telling of a young convert dear to them both who had turned away. They wept for him. It was like a scene from ancient times. "Oh, my son Absalom, my son Absalom, would God I had died for thee, O Absalom, my son, my son." But what made it even more striking in this land of caste divisions, even among Christians, was the love that bound these two men as one. There are others. A man's attitude toward money is often seen as a true test of character. We could speak of a lawyer who chooses to lose money rather than gain it dishonestly, a doctor who gives sacrificially to his church and travels great distances to treat the poor without charge, and a peasant who risks injury to his hands rather than climb palm trees on a Sunday. Across many old-world towns and villages scattered over the wide red plain, there are simple, humble and holy people, pastors in remote outstations, teachers, workers, and ordinary Christians who go about their daily tasks, shining as they do. When we hear the critic's voice, we think of these men and women and wish he could see them as they truly are. These faithful ones ask us to speak plainly about how greatly our Indian church needs your prayers. They do not wish to hide the truth. They speak more directly and more strongly than we do, and they believe, as we do, that if you know more, you will pray more. You've finished listening to Things as They Are, Mission Work in Southern India, written by Amy Carmichael. This audiobook was produced by scrollreader.com, producing free audiobooks and reprinting old classics.